All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll request everybody to please settle down as we're all set to begin our day. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to each one of you. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the Samudra Śuddhiḥ Rāṣṭrasya, powering India's green maritime renaissance, an initiative organized by the Directorate General of Shipping, of course celebrating the India's steadfast commitment towards a cleaner, greener and more sustainable maritime future. To commence our day forward and, of course, to mark the auspicious beginning of today's proceeding, it's our privilege to welcome our distinguished dignitaries on the stage with for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, which definitely symbolizes wisdom, progress, and enlightenment. Can we have a big round of applause as we welcome on stage Shri Rajiv Jalota, IAS, former Chairman, Mumbai Port Authority, former Director General of Shipping and Secretary to the Government of India. I would also request Ms. Josephine Pallison, Maritime Counselor at the Embassy of Denmark in India, to please join us on the stage. A round of applause for Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping, Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopre, IPS Additional Director General Shipping, Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor, Directorate General of Shipping, Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor, Directorate General of Shipping, and of course, let's give it up for Captain Ravi Sikkarwar, Nautical Surveyor cum Deputy Director General, Tech, Directorate General of Shipping. I would request our dignitaries to please proceed for the lamp lighting and commence our day.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमो.
Ladies and gentlemen, as they light the ceremonial lamp today right here, let me tell you that it signifies the dawn of a greener maritime vision, one that strengthens India's role as a global leader in the sustainable shipping. And we would request each one of you with a round of applause. Let's be a part of this, start of the day. Thank you so much, each one of you, for doing the honor. I would request our distinguished dignitaries to please join us back here on the stage. Have a seat with us right here so that we can take our day forward. I'll request all of you to please join us on the stage right here. Once again, a big thank you to each one of you for doing the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, as we now formally commence this meaningful initiative, it is my privilege to invite Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopre, IPS Additional Director General of Shipping, to deliver the welcome address and definitely set the tone of the day. Let me tell you a bit about him. He's a 1995 batch Indian Police Service officer from the Bihar cadre and, of course, an alumnus of IIT Bombay. Shri Khopde is an accomplished officer whose career reflects courage, integrity, and, of course, excellence. Decorated with the President's Police Medals for gallantry and meritorious and, of course, distinguished service, he definitely brings his vast administrative acumen and leadership experience to strengthen the India's maritime administration. Let's give a round of applause and welcome Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopde.
Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Jalota Sir, Director General of Shipping, Shri Shyam Jagannathan Ji, Ms. Josephine from Denmark, and Captain Azad, my colleague in DGS, and of course the dignitaries in front of me. At the outset, I welcome you all for this third conference of DG Shipping on the occasion of 75th year celebration of DG Shipping. As you know, most of you had been part of the first two conferences we had earlier. We started in August this year, first conference on the safety and security. The second one was on the training and transition of the seafarer. And today is this third conference on basically sustainability. As we say, we are aiming for safe, secure, and sustainable shipping. So we had conferences on those lines, and this is the third conference. In fact, we have already celebrated our Diamond Jubilee celebrations on 4th of September this year. So this is the last part of the series of conferences we are having this year on the occasion of the celebration of DG Shipping, which has completed 75 glorious years. So this conference, I am here to give the inaugural address here, that is just to kickstart the discussions on the sustainability, or you can call it a cleaner and greener shipping. So as we all know, it's related to environment protection. Sustainability means basically we have to go ahead for our economic progress. We have to industrialize and we have to use machines basically which are emitting carbon or the pollutants, and we have to minimize it. Both the things, they have to go hand in hand. Is the decision of the maybe of the nation as such, because many nations, some are opposing, some are supporting, or even amongst the industry or amongst the people, some are always both the views. So we have to balance it out. So that's why this meeting of mind is very, very important. In fact, if you see the sessions today, the sessions are how to make a sustainable shipbuilding, because it's directly related how you build the ship. If you have the green shipbuilding, obviously you will reduce your carbon output. The second session, or rather it's third, the third session is on ship recycling. This is a new dimension, which is, if you are going green, it is very, very important for us to recycle whatever you have already used, because obviously it will reduce the pollution. And one session that is, in fact, we have kept it first because it's related to seafarers. So unless you train your manpower accordingly, how to use the greener version of the new machines or new ships or the new environment, how to protect it, unless you teach them and train them, it's not possible to do it. So what DG Shipping is doing on all these three aspects, because everybody knows this is the need of the hour. To go hand in hand, we have to progress economically because as in our vision, Maritime India Vision 2030, as well as Amrit Kal Vision 2047, we want to go up, we have to step up the ladder and reach in top nations in shipbuilding, as well as number of seafarers we want to increase globally. So both these goals we have to achieve. So as far as shipbuilding is concerned, there are various schemes of government. Maybe during the discussion throughout the day, you'll come to know about it. We have, in fact, in 2026, SBFA 2, that is Shipbuilding Financial Assistance. Second version is coming up. It will start in 2026. So government is taking a lot of initiatives to increase the shipbuilding in India with the green shipbuilding. The word green is always associated with it. It's not only shipbuilding, it should be green as well. So there are various steps being taken. Those will be discussed during the day. Same time, ship recycling, the greener ship recycling. We are trying to achieve those at various different places. And lastly, the third part is seafarers we are going to train. In fact, when I joined DG Shipping, I came to know that the first modern green, the shipping started with SOLAS, that is safety, then MARPOL, that is regarding green shipping, and then STCW and MLC. So that's related to seafarers. So precisely these are the three basic themes of various panel discussions today. So there will be discussions on green corridors or decarbonizations or green fuels. I hope you will, or the panels, whatever they discuss, there will be fruitful discussions and they'll arrive at some conclusions, the action taken points, and accordingly, they'll be help us, those points or those reports, they'll go into decision making, and finally, some fruitful decisions they'll be arrived at. So, I wish all the best for in panel discussions, whatever conclusion or whatever inferences are drawn, those will be helpful in making decisions so that our basic aim to have sustainable shipping we will be able to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to hear from our chief guest, a visionary leader who has played a pivotal role in shaping India's maritime landscape. Shri Rajiv Jalota, IAS, former chairman, Mumbai Port Authority, former Director General of Shipping, and Secretary to the Government of India. A distinguished civil servant with over 35 years of exemplary service across governance, infrastructure, and maritime administration. Shri Jalota is widely regarded as a visionary reformer who has driven transformative change across multiple sectors. A recipient of Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration, ladies and gentlemen, he has led landmark initiatives including the National Logistics Portal, Marine, and of course the Cruise Bharat mission, while representing India at several prestigious global maritime forums. With a huge round of applause, it's time to welcome him here with us. Can we please have a big round of applause for Shri Rajiv Jalota ji.
A very good morning to everybody, and thanks to our Honorable DG Shipping, Mr. Jagannathan, the additional DG Shipping and his team for inviting me for this conference. It may appear that I speak from the port side, but with one conviction that cuts across ship and shore. If we want real decarbonization, we must move from isolated efforts to a coordinated and collaborative program with clear governance, shared timelines, and financial clarity for every stakeholder. Today I'm trying to digress a bit and be slightly harsh on how we have to achieve this noble objective. So why coordination matters now? Following the global trend, India's maritime system is digitizing and greening at speed. Shore power pilots, cleaner fuels dialogue, a lot of buzz about just-in-time arrivals through the maritime single window, emissions mapping in green corridors. Each initiative is valuable, but without a common governance spine, we risk duplication, delays, and uneven adoption. Our goal should be simple: one national playbook and many capable teams. We should have a program approach with 3 pillars. I propose we organize our green shipping push around 3 mutually reinforcing pillars: governance, finance, and implementation. Governance side, we should have a national steering committee with working groups. We should establish a central steering committee chaired by dash dash dash. This I don't know. Government should take a call on that. With time-bound working groups, shore power and green port standards, fuel transition and bunkering, multi-fuel regime, operational efficiency, maritime single window, just-in-time, tugs, harbor crafts, measurement, reporting and trading, emissions inventory, life cycle assessment, remedial or trading mechanisms. Each group should have a clear terms of reference, deliverables, and a public tracker. This is seriously missing as of now. There is no public tracker. Green port guidance should have binding standards. We should move quickly from guidelines on dust control, water conservation, green cover, emission reduction, and zero liquid discharge to enforceable standards with inspection checklists and phase-in dates for major ports and terminals. We have had too much of guidance. Prioritization logic. We should sequence investments where the externality benefits are the highest. Ports close to dense population for local air quality gains. Depending on cargo types with large spillovers, say coal or other dust-creating cargo. And assets with outsized Scope 1 emissions, for example, tugs, because they contribute more than 70% of the Scope 1 emissions in any port. Compliance frameworks that align both global and nationally. We should anchor to India's net zero 2070 path while aligning with emerging global regimes. For a GFI-style implementation framework that defines data, audits, and remedial actions, we should publish national compliance guidelines and fuel life cycle assessment protocols so industry has one set of rules to follow. A whole of system coordination. Green shipping touches power supply, standards, customs, trade, state maritime boards, various PSUs. We should create a local, regional, and national escalation ladder so bottlenecks are surfaced and resolved on a fixed cadence. The second pillar of finance, there should be clarity on who pays, how, and when. Decarbonization stalls when incentives are misaligned. We must fix 3 market failures. First mover disadvantage. Early adopters face higher capex and technology risk. How can we de-risk this? Split incentives. Ports pay for infrastructure, Ships reap the fuel and emission benefit. How to balance this? International competition. If we get pricing wrong, traffic can divert to less regulated ports. What we should do about it? Shore power business model. Today, available capacity in India is roughly just 30 MVA. Demand by 2030 could exceed 500 MVA, implying about more than 10,000 crore of investment across the system. We need a tariff framework that blends a modest capacity charge to recover fixed cost with a fair per kilowatt hour energy rate and time of day signals to align port loads with grid realities. Pair this with priority grid access and accelerated approvals. This needs a very big coordinated approach. Standards plus pricing would lead to adoption. For shore power, publish standard connectors, power quality specs, and operating protocols so EPCs can build at scale and lines can standardize. Where needed, we should deploy viability gap funding and green port incentives to de-risk first movers for a time-bound period. Remedial unit trading and comprehensive emission trading system. Develop a remedial unit or credit system linked to verifiable emissions, reductions at ports or terminal level, nesting within a comprehensive maritime emissions trading framework. Back it with LCA protocols so reductions are credible and tradable. We need to start that, though not in actual terms, but at least people should be made used to it. Contracts should be made so that they align incentives. We should bake cyber or green requirements and SLAs for equipment into leases and concessions for greening, specifically define take or pay or minimum offtake clauses where appropriate so financiers see predictable cash flows. And the third pillar of implementation, this is where collaboration is felt on the ground. For shore power, we should commit to complete installations at least 10 major container terminals on a fast-track basis. We have spoken a lot, but nothing is getting delivered. Publish a port-wise Gantt with procurement grid tie-ins, commissioning and performance KPIs. Operational efficiency. Scale maritime single window and just-in-time arrivals to cut anchorage emissions, standardize data sharing to enable predictable port calls. For harbor craft and tugs, since tugs are a major scope 1 source, we should issue an adoption pathway. We should start with hybrid retrofits, move to new build hybrid or electric, and fund a pilot pool in at least 2 major clusters. Green corridors and coastal modal shift. Identify at least 2 domestic green shipping corridors, high frequency coastal routes, where fuel trials, bunkering and digital scheduling can be concentrated for maximum learning. Fuel transition with caution. Embrace a multi-fuel regime with safety and climate integrity. Remember methane's greenhouse warming potential is 25 times more than CO2 on a 100-year basis. So slip control and LCA life cycle assessment matters a lot. Focus bunkering infra on drop-in and genuinely low carbon pathways and set safety and quality protocols early. Emissions mapping and real-time monitoring. Stand up a national emissions inventory for ports. It's seriously lacking and everybody is just trying to do in whatever way they feel like it is proper. We should stack it by source, vessels at berth, harbor crafts, cargo handling, gate or yard, rail or road, and add continuous monitors at high impact locations. Tie results to incentives and public reporting. Inspection and compliance, we should enhance port state control to include green operations checks where applicable and publish a transparent dashboard showing port-wise compliance and improvement. Technology transfer and startups, we should create an incubation window for Indian startups on batteries as storage, energy management, low emission materials, measurement hardware and digital twins. We should pair this with international technology partnerships for rapid diffusion. Human capacity, the most important missing link. The best standards fail without trained people. Launch targeted skilling for port engineers, marine electrical teams, pilots, tug operators, and terminal supervisors. Make green SOPs part of mandatory refresher training and create a separate pool of green people. How can we stay on course now? We should have a quarterly review rhythm. Each working group reports progress every quarter against a public roadmap. The steering committee unblocks interagency issues and resets priorities as evidence accumulates. Track shore power utilization, tug fuel split, berth time emissions, just-in-time compliance and green corridor on time performance. What gets measured, that only gets managed. We should adopt and adapt global best practices from CARB and Fuel EU Maritime to practices in Norway, Canada, China, and South Korea. We should adopt what works and adapt it to Indian constraints, including grid, climate, vessel mix, and cargo profile. So this is a cooperative call to action. To the ports to organize, standardize, and publish their roadmaps. To shipping lines and terminal operators, engage on tariffs, standards, and real projects. Help us de-risk the first wave. To power utilities and regulators, help us connect fast and price fairly. To financiers, back standardized replicable assets with predictable cash flows. To startups and OEMs, bring solutions that can be deployed at scale. And to our regulators and enforcement arms, keep the governance simple, the timelines credible, and monitoring transparent. India is ready to lead if we lead together. With coordinated governance, financial clarity, and disciplined implementation, we can build ports that are cleaner, quieter, and more competitive while protecting communities and sustaining growth. Let this seminar mark the moment we align behind one plan, many hands, and measurable results. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, once again for giving us so many inputs, things to think about. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are deeply honored to welcome our guest of honor, Ms. Josephine Pallesen, Maritime Counselor at the Royal Embassy of Denmark in India. Well, Ms. Pallesen brings with her extensive experience from the Danish Maritime Authority, where she played a very important role in advancing the international shipping partnerships and definitely shaping climate regulations within the European Union. Well, her presence today underscores the spirit of global collaboration and shared commitment towards a greener and more sustainable maritime future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Josephine Pallesen.
Namaste, good morning. It's a pleasure. Does this work? Yeah. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm truly honored to take part in such a very relevant event and an important topic. Thank you to DG Shipping, Director General Shyam Jagannathan, for inviting me and all of his colleagues. It's a little bit of a tough task coming after Rajiv Jalota with those inspiring words and call for action, but I'll try to say a little bit about why I'm here, why Denmark has a maritime counselor in India. I think I'm the only maritime counselor in the country, and give you a little bit about what it is Denmark and India actually works on the maritime scene. But if we start with the big picture, Denmark and India has a green strategic partnership. It's a partnership that builds on a stronger collaboration in general. We want a greener future for future generations. And we want to be close allies to India. You are in many ways a dominating factor in all agendas, and on shipping specifically, on the green transformation, ports, infrastructure, etc. India is becoming a power hub that it would be a mistake not to look at. So that's a little bit about why I'm here. Under the Green Strategic Partnership, we have an important pillar on maritime collaboration. The two prime ministers, in fact, agreed some years ago that we should establish what we call an Indo-Danish Center of Excellence in green shipping. My role here is to foster that Center of Excellence. It's a partnership. It's a partnership between the Danish Maritime Authority and Directorate General of Shipping. And what we do is that we work together on areas of common interest. These include green shipping. How do we foster the uptake of green fuels for the sector? But how do we also handle the challenges that comes with this? The green transition is not free. It's not necessarily always safe. There are many, many challenges associated with now using new fuels that we need to talk about. And that's one of the areas. But we also look at different things, such as skilling seafarers. Without seafarers, there is no shipping, at least for now. I don't know if it's turning autonomous, all of it, but seafarers are a crucial point of it. Seafarers also have an important role in actually decarbonizing the sector. As I heard before, or earlier I heard, the cheapest alternative fuel we have there is efficiency and the no fuels used, right? So we have to equip our seafarers with the skills, the training necessary to actually make use of all the new technologies out there. Otherwise, there's no use. We also work on a theme, or we're going to work on a theme on recycling. As was mentioned earlier, we cannot only focus on the building and the use of green fuels, we should also think of the full life cycle of the ship, namely recycling it in a sustainable manner. Now, I know that there are also a little bit of controversies when it comes to this, because I'm part of the European Union, who sets strict rules for many things, including ship recycling. And there's also the Hong Kong Convention. So how do we bridge it? How do we actually make sure that the Danish flag ships can come here to India once their lifetime is over? That's, I think, one of the most important things also to discuss, in particular in relation to green shipping and the green transformation. We've been going on with this Center of Excellence for a year now. It's been very productive so far with a number of workshops. We have many more lined up. It's only the beginning of a strong and committed partnership in the maritime sphere. I hope that our bilateral government-to-government relationship will also pave the way for the main stakeholders, the industry. We need a transfer of technologies, we need exchange on skilling development, all of these things that are so crucial to all the other things that we discuss. So industry involvement, investments are crucial. And we are already here. I'm sure you're all aware of the big investments that our big shipping line Maersk is doing. That's only one example. We have technology providers within all segments when it comes to energy efficiency solutions, shoreside power, everything. I won't name them all here now, but it's relevant and something that we have to dig into and that we have to push for from a government-to-government perspective as well. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for listening to those words. And I look forward to today's program. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pallison. I'm sure your insightful words, and we were looking forward to hear from you. So thank you so much for highlighting the importance of international collaboration in our maritime sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the special address. It is my pleasure to invite Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor in charge, Directorate General of Shipping and Principal Officer, MMD Mumbai. A master mariner and, of course, a graduate engineer, Captain Azad brings with him over 3 decades of rich maritime experience, both at the sea and in administration. Well, he has served across the Directorate General of Shipping and multiple mercantile marine departments, making remarkable contributions towards strengthening the India's maritime safety and compliance framework. It's our honor to have him with us today. Can we please have a round of applause and let's welcome him here.
Good morning to all. Namaskar. Respected Chief Guest, Sri Rajiv Jalata sir, former Chairman Mumbai Port Authority, DG Shipping, and Secretary to the Government of India. Our Director General of Shipping, is Shyam Jagannathan sir. And our guest of honor, Josephine Palsen, as he rightly said, only maritime counselor in India on behalf of the Embassy of Denmark. And Sri Susil Mansingh Kopde sir, Additional Director General of Shipping, and my colleagues, and Sri P.K. Mishra sir, Managing Director IRS, and all the distinguished experts and luminaries of the shipping industry here, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a very important conference today on this evaluation of green shipping or transition to decarbonization, especially when MEPC is discussing this issue very aggressively, and today we expect some kind of outcome. Whatever may be the decision of MEPC, whether the net zero framework is approved or maybe it's kept pending. But the fact is, India is going to move towards the direction of green shipping, and we have our targets clearly spelled out in the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047. So that's, I wanted to assure you all, despite the outcome of IMO, our targets are set and we are moving in that direction. So just to give you a brief Amritkal Vision 2047, there are 11 major themes. The first and most important theme or the target of the Government of India is to lead the world, that's the term used, lead the world in safe, sustainable and green maritime sector. That's the target set by the Government of India, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. We are not only aiming to just follow the regulation which are going to come by IMO or any other organization. So we have a plan and we have a specific targets to lead the world. So that means our focus and our ambition, our goals are fixed. Targets are set with a clear key performance indicators so that we are very clear on what direction we must move. As Rajiv Jalata sir said, we need a collaboration, clear direction and coordination to achieve those targets. Just to highlight, we have a target of providing shore power to ships in at least 14 ports in India, at least that all major ports and then the mega private ports like Mundra, Krishnapatnam and JSW ports. The 14 ports, we have a specific targets by 2047. The facility for providing shore power to ships should be established and there are work is in progress. Directorate has already published guidelines for providing shore power to ships. And then there is a target to establish bunkering hubs for alternate fuels or green fuels, at least in 8 ports. There is a target to have carbon neutral ports, Indian ports to become carbon neutral, at least 14 ports by 2047. Similarly, we have a target to reduce the greenhouse gas emission of a coastal fleet, tugs, OSVs by 70% from today. By 2047, we have a target to reduce the emission by 70%. In case of EXIM vessels, we have a target to reduce by 50%. When our targets are fixed, notwithstanding what is the outcome of deliberations at the MEPC. So that our goals are fixed, so we will be moving in that direction. So that is how this workshop will help us to discuss. All the experts are here, technical experts are here. They will be discussing about how the shipping can move in, move in a green transition phase, and also the shipbuilding. There's already Cochin shipyard is involved in building ships with the wind power or hybrid fuels. Already activities are going on. There is one ship, I think, maybe ordered by Norway or Denmark. It is going for a sea trial in a few days' time, which is wind-powered ships or hybrid fuel. And we have a session on ship recycling also. So we wanted to cover all the sectors of the shipping industry, from shipbuilding to ship recycling, including the training of seafarers during this day of discussion. So we look forward to views from all the experts. Our chief surveyor, Sir Ajit Sukumaran sir, is in IMO, so that's the reason he couldn't attend this program. Otherwise, the entire Director General of Shipping and the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways is fully committed towards transition of Indian shipping industry to achieve the goals set by the Honorable Prime Minister in the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047. And lastly, before I leave, I must thank Josephine, that Maersk vessel. Maersk has registered a first ship under Indian flag a few days back. The second ship is also maybe, I think, by 21st, another few days, that second Maersk vessel will be registered in Indian flag. It is one of the big achievement. I must thank Denmark and the Maersk. And this is a subsequent to the registration of CMA CGM 4 ships. Now we are expecting MSC in line. I think Captain Basin sir is here. So hopefully we will hear some good news in Maritime India Week. See, why I am saying is the entire world is looking towards India. So means it is not that, it is not just a mere investment. We wanted to showcase to the world that Indian flag, be it a facilitation or be it a service, be it a regulation, is nothing less than any other major maritime nations. We can provide the best of the services, especially under the gift city regime, that financial, whatever disincentives are covered. So when the major players are coming in, we know how this Maersk has invested in zero carbon technologies. They have already ordered several vessels, ammonia fueled vessels or hydrogen. Already several vessels are ordered, some vessels are already delivered also. In this, under Amritkal Vision, so we have a specific, why we are pushing toward this green transition is India has got advantage to develop green hydrogen and green ammonia bunkering hubs. There is already a project in Kandla as well as Tuticorin. By 2030, bunkering facilities will be established in Tuticorin. So that there are challenges, there are costs involved in transitioning, to reach the green shipping, but there are opportunities. So that is how we look forward. We must work towards capturing the opportunities as a first mover. There are advantages. At the same time, the government has to give an incentives to the industry because there are a huge cost involved. That way, under shipbuilding subsidy scheme, there are additional incentives are given for building a green, green ships or using the ships using alternate fuels. So in all the directions, the government is facilitating transition of Indian shipping industry towards the zero carbon, atmosphere. So I want to, before I conclude, I just wanted to assure you that our focus is very clear and we will be moving in that direction for sure. I must also assure you that whatever the industry requires, assistance, I think government will be kind enough to provide the incentives for the ship owners to acquire the tonnage or to replace the tonnage, old tonnage. So that several announcements are already made in the last budget session. And with the collaboration with all the other like-minded countries like Denmark or any other countries, and we will be working to have a center of excellence already functioning here. So the message is very clear. So we have to move towards it. The only thing what now this, it was supposed to be adopted today, now the politics has taken over this decision of approving net zero framework. So I would like to just say that, traders look for short-term gains. As a visionary leaders, to look for a long-term solution so that it will benefit the future generations. With these words, I'm sure that India will move towards in a green path with a full speed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to actually take forward the inaugural session, I would like to now invite on stage Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor, Directorate General of Shipping. He's a master mariner with nearly 30 years of distinguished service in the maritime industry. Captain Joseph is an alumnus of the World Maritime University, Malmo, where he graduated with distinction and received the Kalmar Prize for exemplary leadership. And of course, in his current role, he continues to contribute immensely to maritime safety, navigation, international cooperation, and policy development. Well, he's representing India on several global platforms. And finally, it's our honor to have him here with us. So please, let's welcome on stage Captain Anish Joseph.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, it's with utmost humility and pride I stand before you. A series of events which we had undertaken as part of a 75-year celebration. Even though that is coming to a close, our journey is probably going to the next level, probably to the second innings. The Merchant Shipping Act 2025 is enacted, and we are looking to transition to the Directorate General of Maritime Administration. And with it comes, with great power comes great responsibility. So we are also looking in terms of looking into new areas of interest, new areas of engagement. And what a way to come towards the third pillar in which we have worked towards in the 75-year celebration. We started off with safety, security, went with seafaring and training, and the third one is green shipping, circular economy, shipbuilding, recycling, and the seafarer part in terms of just transition. At this juncture, I have been interested to specially acknowledge those who have been with us as part of this specific 75-year celebration. Let me, at the forefront, especially try and bring to your attention that if you have noticed, most of our chief guests were our Director Generals, former Director Generals, and we are also privileged to have with us our former Director General of Shipping, Sri Rajiv Jalota sir. And sir was very kind enough for the 4th September event. He also came to inaugurate the Maritime Heritage Exhibition, and which we had 2 weeks of showcasing, wherein we brought in a lot of students as well as visitors to show our rich maritime history, and which was a very big success. Sir has very graciously encouraged us in each and every time, whether it was when he was in office or otherwise now when he carry forward his legacy and a new role. Very inspiring to hear his talk on green shipping and the points which he has enumerated in terms of us for deliverables, and we would jot it down and definitely take it forward. Let me take this occasion to especially felicitate Sri Rajiv Jalota sir. Can I have a memento, please? I would request the Additional Director General of Shipping, Sri Sushil sir, to please present this memento as a token of our love and appreciation. Next, special word of mention for Josephine. She has taken time out of her busy schedule. We are constantly engaging in terms of the Denmark-India partnership. And as Josephine mentioned, I don't know of a maritime counselor, not only in India, but I think worldwide also. I've never heard of a maritime counselor. So that kind of reflects on Denmark's commitment on the importance of shipping, and which is actually especially notable. We have taken a very early morning flight and been here, and the insights you have given in terms of the partnership in green shipping was especially important for us. And we look forward to the continued engagement following week when we are looking at the India Maritime Week, where we have Denmark as one of our big partners. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge and request our additional DG sir to kindly felicitate Josephine. Thank you, Josephine. Let me also acknowledge our mentors and leaders in the department. I start off with our Director General of Shipping, Sri Shyam Jagannathan sir. Sir has been urgently called up for a meeting. He's just next room, and he's just trying to wind up his meeting, and he will be delivering his keynote address subsequent to that. Under his visionary leadership, we embarked on a journey in which we did a lot of things to highlight our 75 years of rich history. We have a documentary which is there in YouTube. We are coming out with a coffee table book. We came out with the newspaper supplement, All India edition of Economic Times and Mumbai editions of Times of India on the 1st of September, which was a Foundation Day. We had so many things which happened, and one of the major highlights were the 4th September Platinum Jubilee celebrations. Let me take this time to acknowledge, sir. Also, we have with us other pillars of support. We have with us the Additional Director General of Shipping, who under his administrative role and leadership, he has been a guidance for us. He's always with us, supporting us. Even for this event, even though sir is also very busy with the preparation for the India Maritime Week, which is coming up, I especially take this opportunity to acknowledge sir's contributions for all these events, and thank you, sir, for this special effort from your side, sir. Also, let me acknowledge our technical leaders, Sri Abul Kalam Azad, sir, the nautical advisor to the Government of India, Sri Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, sir, Chief Surveyor to the Government of India, and Pradeep Sudhakar, sir, who's the Chief Surveyor. Ajit Kumar Sukumaran, sir, is in IMO London at a very critical juncture. The concept and the theme which we are going to discuss, and at a crossroads with a lot of challenges in front of us in terms of diplomacy and engagement, how the shipping goes forward. So I hope that by today we will have some kind of a news coming out in terms of what is the roadmap ahead with us. And I hope that everybody can work together to make the environment cleaner for the generation to come, for our children to come. especially acknowledge all our technical leaders because through their visionary leadership and their mentorship, this is what we have been able to achieve. Let us take a moment to acknowledge all of them by a loud round of applause. I would also be failing if I don't acknowledge the team who has been involved in the management of the event. Sri Jayesh Asher of Resource 24/7, Nutan Madam is here, the full team. I'm not able to name each and every one of them, including the team of, from my side, all the technical officers and the team who have been supporting us in this particular event. I would especially acknowledge them along with the media personals who have given a kind of a visibility which DG Shipping was looking for and to try and get the outreach we were looking for. Let's give a loud round of applause to all of them. And last but not the least, and I feel the most important of all this was for you, the stakeholders. You have come in numbers. You have supported us each and every moment of this way. You have been throughout with us, and this is a journey which is not 75 years, but it is going to be hundreds and thousands years in making. We thank you all for your strength, your support, and your kind words. We've been very humbled by each and every moment you have spent with us. I thank you all. Let's have a loud round of applause for all of you. Thank you. I will hand over to Pallavi. DG sir will be finishing his meeting in another 5 minutes. We will continue the next session, and once DG sir comes, he will deliver his presentation and keynote address. Pallavi, all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain Anish Joseph, for your thoughtful words and, of course, the appreciation towards the team. Thank you so much to our dignitaries for joining us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I think, as Sir mentioned earlier, that we are all set to begin with the first session of the day, that is Beyond Blue, propelling India's green shipping revolution. Let me tell you, the theme of this session is shaping the future wake. I'm sure we all believe India's drive for an emission-free maritime odyssey, which focuses on driving the transition to zero-emission shipping through clean fuel adoption, digital innovation, and sustainable port infrastructure aligned with global climate goals. And to carry forward with the first session, our moderator for this session will be Shri P.K. Mishra, Managing Director, Indian Register of Shipping. I would request him to please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a seasoned maritime professional with over 3 decades of experience in marine engineering and strategic leadership. He has been associated with the Indian Register of Shipping for 25 years. While rising from the role of surveyor to managing director, his career reflects a deep commitment to excellence, safety, and innovation. He has also represented India at the International Maritime Organization for over a decade and has been recognized globally, including by the government of Brazil, for his contributions to environmental matters in the maritime affairs. We are honored to have you as the moderator for this session. It's time to welcome the speakers, the panelists for this session. That is the Beyond Blue. First and foremost, I would like to welcome Shri Manish Saxena, Chief Executive Officer, Extract Tech. Can we please have a round of applause and welcome him? Well, he's a maritime leader with over 25 years of experience across Hong Kong and India, while currently spearheading sustainable solutions in marine and biofuel sectors. Well, he's actively contributing to India's green hydrogen and national green shipping initiative. Joining us next on the stage, we have Shri Anand Chaudhary. Well, he's the technical advisor, Man Energy Solutions, Everlens. A round of applause for him, please. A DG certified chief engineer with over 2 decades of expertise in decarbonization, alternate fuels, and maritime innovation. Well, he has definitely led several pioneering projects in clean population and sustainable ship designs. The next one we have joining us on the stage is Shri Sandit Thandasheri, founder and CEO, Navgati Marine. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a round of applause. Well, of course, Nivlit Solar and Electric Boats is his main forte, the visionary behind India's first solar ferry and country's leading solar electric boat builder. Well, he is an alumnus of IIT Madras and INSEAD. He's a global award-winning innovator driving India's electric marine revolution. Joining the panel right here on the stage, we are delighted to have Shri Francis Akara, Director and Principal Anglo-Eastern Ship Management, a Chief Engineer turned Maritime Educator who has designed state-of-the-art training centers globally. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a certified trainer for dual fuel and electronically controlled engines, and of course a key contributor to the IMO model courses and maritime training excellence. Last but not the least, we have a beautiful lady joining in the panel right here. Let's welcome Dr. Piyali Das, everybody. Well, she's the Associate Director and Senior Fellow at the Terry Schools of Advanced Biofuels Divisions, bringing the academic insights into the sustainable development, climate policy and environmental governance. Her expertise bridges research and definitely practice in advancing green transition across sectors. So the stage is all yours. I'll look forward. Okay. All right. So sir will be taking over. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what's in the store for all of us.
Okay, good morning. Our chief guest, Sri Rajesh Jalota ji, IAS and former, basically, Chairman Mumbai Port Trust and former DG and Secretary Shipping. And our DG, Sri Shyam Jagannathan ji, and our additional DG, Sri Khopde ji, and SI Abul Kalam Azad in charge nautical, and all other dignitaries of the dais and on the dais. See, as you know, this session is about shaping the future wake, India's drive for an emission-free maritime odyssey. And this, like from beginning only, when GHG study was carried out, it was found that basically maritime industry, it contributes to international shipping, 3% of global greenhouse gas emission. So obviously, even 3% with so many number of ships, if you look at it, it is contributing to GHG emission. So looking at the maritime, effort started way back in 2011. And first mandatory measure came, that is also in shipping, that was 2013. That was EEDI was for new ships, and basically SHIMP was for new ship and existing ship. EEDI phase 0 was for 2013 to 2014 for 2 years, and then phase 1 is started from 1st January 2015 onwards, but every 5 years, phase has changed. In 2019, we have started with IMO DCS. IMO DCS means where every ship above 5,000 GT, they need to report their fuel consumption. And 2018, initial GHG strategy was adopted. And same time, GHG studies has been going on. And it was realized that we cannot continue as per business as usual. And that's why 2023, the strategy was revised. And as per revised strategy, for 2050, we have to achieve net zero. And there were intermediate targets were put for 2030 and 2040. 2030, basically CO2 emission per ton mile has to be reduced by 30%, aiming for 40%. And that India's contribution was there, that we have given paper that in fuel mix in shipping, at least 5% should be near zero carbon, aiming for 10%. Then 2040 target is there, basically reduction of CO2 per ton mile by 70%, aiming for 80%. And 2050 is net zero. If you look at and now as like it has been mentioned several times, right now extraordinary session of MEPC is going on. Earlier, this GFI was approved in earlier MEPC 83. But in current MEPC, because of certain reservation, etc., starting from US and all, now they are working on various resolution, One resolution is there that this will be adopted when more than 50 GT countries flag, they are basically giving their agreement. One thinking is that it should be adopted as it is during this session. And there are many countries which are not saying anything, and we are also one of them, like India, China, and others. Like, we are not taking any sides as of now. So this is the latest. And if you look at it, IMO, in order to basically align itself with global decarbonization, India has come up with several initiatives, MIV 2030, we have heard, where we are keeping target for ports also, greening of ports, and even for greening of shipping, greening of coastal shipping. Then Amrit Kal Vision 2047, and after that we have Sagar Mala, Harit Sagar, and green ports, green tech transition program, and national shipbuilding policy is there. And then we have various, national hydrogen policy, then national ammonia policy, and various initiatives are there. And you must have seen, like maybe our DG sir is still busy because of various meetings on all the time, and various working groups, they keep meeting. Having said that, like I just opened this session, and I have basically divided this session. We'll have 3 rounds of discussion. Round 1 will be, we'll look at India's maritime decarbonization, effort and vision. Round 2 will talk about technology and alternative fuels. And round 3 will discuss about policy pathways, collaboration and finance. If time permits, we'll have rapid fire round. Otherwise, we'll go to audience question and answer. So having said that, we'll start with round 1. On round 1, that is India's maritime decarbonization initiatives. My first question will be with Terry, Ms. Piali Das. And the question is, in your view, which are the fuel mix option would be best for India's maritime decarbonization? And if you adopt that, what will be the technical challenges in their adoption and integrating to the fleet? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this question. And I'll just give a little background of, before coming to the answer to this question. So I represent TERI, and here I represent more the National Center of Excellence of Green Port and Shipping. And like the way, because I'm a student of alternative energy, so when I did my master's and then PhD in energy systems engineering, there was no job for me. And I was really has a lot of struggle, because all the jobs were in either USA and Canada. So, and I persuaded, I got a lot of jobs in IT companies, but I have not taken, because I really wanted to do something in the renewable energy. Similarly, and I saw that this is the one country, India, and I feel very proud that which was having set up the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy that time, when many other countries did not even think of this. Similarly, in the port, we know this this marine sector and this IMO's, what sir just gave a comprehensive journey of what is happening to the emission of from the marine. Though it does not pollute much, but so much is happening in the marine. So there again, the ministry is one of the most active ministry, and that really gives a lot of we feel really proud again. And we became the center of excellence, and that is again very unique to set up it. I think before time, India had set up this center, and being one of the one in that center. Though I have nothing to do with the marine, but today I can really understand so much. My background is from the green fuel, so we can see that's what so much we can do together for our country, and which is aligning today. We have to do everything from the global perspective also. So with that, I will just come to the questions you have asked. So generally, whenever there is a demand, or because we know this GFI based this framework, which is today is a very important day, but even if it is accepted or not accepted, so this framework is very important. I think we should work towards, even for not only our OGVs, which comes under this directly compliance of this framework, but it is also under active consideration that 400 to 5,000 GT also in near future. So from that perspective, our coastal and inland water also we should not, even if it is not accepted, I believe that it will be accepted. So we should keep working on that, because we, as a country, towards again that 2050 and 2070, those net zero goals, anyway, it is better that we are ahead of time and we can do this. So from that perspective, we should definitely work on this, this framework. And definitely in the morning also it was told that we can have our own standards, like the way the fuel EU is there, like the way they were ahead of time again, and now IMO is little flexible with respect to those standards. So we can have this. Now, what we have done, whenever there is we can understand that from this, with the background of this framework, ZNZ fuel, that is the zero and net zero fuels, are going to be very, very important. There are other measures also. You also talked about energy efficiency design index and other measures, optimization measures and those things. But green fuel, especially this ZNZ fuel, is going to have the paramount importance for all these three, coastal, inland water, and definitely the OGVs. Now, the definition of the ZNZ fuel has not come yet. What is the exact definition? But India, again, is one of the countries where we are already developing and we are ahead of, and we are blessed also to have that least cost green hydrogen because of solar and wind abundance. It is not easy, but one of the countries where we are going towards that green hydrogen ecosystem. At the same time, like the biofuel, other policies, we also have put that Satat plants under the Ministry of Petroleum, where this is a sustainable alternative to the affordable transport fuels, where again the CBG and LBG, which is a very pan-India kind of program, is already there, and whatever possible way we can make those. Now coming to this, when we are looking at this ZNZ fuel, though the definition is not still come, but we can expect it will be biofuels, bio-based fuels, and the e-fuels, with the minimum GFI values. GFI values are now only few of the pathways it has been given that this is the GFI value, but there is enough we can do, and a lot of work India can do, because the same methanol from the same feedstock can be produced the whole pathway with a GFI maybe 12, with a GFI maybe 6, with a GFI of 3, when we are going the e-fuel way. So there we are having a lot of opportunities on the technical prowess. We can have that, and we can take a leadership there, because with respect to the waste from which these e-fuels, the CO2 and the other biomass, we have abundance. What we lack is those technology matching, so that from this kind of fuels, which is of this GFI, we have to make from that. So we have to make that matchmaking, and that pathways we have to really choose early where the GFI. So we all know this, that what pathways and what way we have to go so that we can capture. So it will have a two-end benefit. We will making those waste also utilized in our country. So we are not depending on the feedstock for other countries. And second is we are having those pathways. From that perspective, we have done, I just want to mention one thing, that whenever we say these are the waste fuel, because ZNZ fuel, we know this e-fuels and biofuels. So in the NCO GPS under the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, we have done very extensive studies, and I will talk about this in the later part. Very extensive studies that when we are looking at these fuels and all these ZNZ fuels, so what are the best fuel for India, for the maritime? So we have taken 8 sustainability parameters. Because it is not only the supply of that fuel, because today with respect to the GHG emission and all, so what is the 8 sustainability parameters? One is what is the GFI value of the fuel, definitely, for the same feedstock, for the same end product, but the pathways. Second is how much, that's what it is reducing the GHG emission. Third is, what is the, at this moment, what is the, policies, in place, because without policies even it can't be used. Policies in place. Then we have one of the parameter, definitely the supply chain, how much supply chain, this demand and supply gap is there, and how it can be taken care. And then we have taken even the bunkering easiness, for easiness and the bunkering infrastructure, so that that kind of investment happens, because these are all new fuels for us. So we have taken even given a number or indexing of the kind of those alternate fuels, kind of international bunkering already is there, or technology is available, and how easy it is. Like some are very cryogenic and all these things. So that kind of 8 parameters, which are those combination of fuels, so that there is no biasness, that it is supply chain is there, so it should go for the Z and Z. So with respect to these 8 sustainability parameters, which are those rank of the fuels, we have done this ranking of the fuels. So then, based on this, we can without any doubt, we can actually adapt these fuels for this coastal.
Okay, thank you, Piyali.
With this,
Thank
I'll
you.
just stop.
My next question is to Everlands. And Everlands, Anand Chaudhary. How are you ready to help Indian ship owners to translate IMO targets, keeping focus on retrofits and alternative fuel transition?
So PLE has taken the stage. I really have very few words to tell. She has mentioned that there are a lot of green fuels. And let me tell you that we have engines to run those fuels on. So don't worry. We are on a right path, and we definitely can achieve the decarbonization dream of India. So saying that, we have almost like 35,000 vessels which come under the IMO DCS category. 24,000 of the vessels among them, they have MAN engines. And if you see the life cycle of these vessels, in coming few years, almost 10,000 of the vessels will need green fuels. Almost 4,000 of the vessels, they need a retrofit solution. And we as an engine maker, engine designer, we have solutions available to that. We primarily focus on 5 technologies. The first technology is retrofit. When we talk about retrofit, we only don't talk about 2-stroke, but we also include 2-stroke, 4-stroke, propulsion, and turbo machinery. So there is a vast scope to do the decarbonization if we are looking at retrofit solutions. We also have solutions related to green fuels. We have something called as hydrogen technology. Hydrogen technology, it's not only using the hydrogen or mixing your hydrogen with the LNG, but it's from the manufacturing, storage, transportation. We have something called as heat pump, which is not primarily related to maritime field, but it will cover the complete entire ecosystem. So these are the technologies what we have, and I think we are on the right path with the technologies what we have, with the fuels what we have. We will definitely achieve the dream of decarbonization.
Okay, thank you, Anand. Thank you. Now my next question is to Anglo-Eastern Shipping, like Francis Akara. From a fleet operator's perspective, what are the most pressing challenges, whether it is cost, technology readiness, or regulation, in implementing emission reduction measures across Indian managed ships?
Thank you for the question. So one of the key challenges that we have in the shipping industry is, like Josephine mentioned, a competent crew. In order to operate these modern ships with dual fuel engines where we have got the emission control, the training is the key element. So if you really ask me, the most important challenge is getting the competent crew. The competent crew is the backbone of the shipping industry. So if you consider Indian perspective, with respect to Anglo-Eastern, we employ approximately 24,000 Indians here at different levels. And we have a strong competence building up procedure for our officers at different levels. So what is more important here is, at each level of the rank of an officer, we need to train them to the next level to manage these sophisticated ships. The second challenge is the quality seafarers are not coming to sea anymore. The reason is, if you think of 20 years back, 30 years back, the salary structure of a seafarer, for example, a fourth engineer, was almost 5 to 6 times the salary of an equivalent engineer working on a shop. So now the entry level salaries are almost the same with respect to a third engineer, or fourth engineer, or a third officer. So here also the financial aspects coming up. And most importantly, if you don't get the good talent to the ship, you will not have a good brain coming back to the office as well. So in order to operate these ships, we also require a very strong backhaul in the office. So if you really ask me, 30 years back, the people sitting in the front line, they must have been standing in the first 5 to 10 ranks in the class. So nowadays, we don't get such people. 10 years before in our academy, where we have 520 students passing out, we had our own benchmark in which the average score of an engineer that we used to take was 80, 75 and 80. Now it has come down very low, between 70 to 75. So this is also another challenge that we are finding now. Plus, the number of applications that we are receiving is also becoming less. Nevertheless, we put on our own effort to get adequate, qualified people applying to us, but it may not be the case for other shipping companies. So we are meeting up with the challenge at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now my next question is to Manish ji. This Extra Tech is known for developing innovative solutions for energy efficiency systems. How do your current technologies contribute to lowering emission in both new build as well as retrofit vessels?
Yeah, good morning all, and thank you for having me here. First of all, congratulations to DG sir for glorious 75 years completion, and it has been a great privilege to have you and your department for the shipping fraternity as well as the nation, your contributions. To begin with, Extract Tech is an Australian firm, and it has been involved in many sustainability and environmental solutions, bespoke solutions to industry, to various sectors as wastewater, industry, mines, etc. And to which marine, that is myself, we have added to that portfolio, and I work from India. And having started this, as of now, what we are doing is providing consultancy services in Australia on upstream biofuels development. As well as within India and Australia, we are looking for solutions in coal lining. So this product for coal lining is got a very high efficiency rate, more so that we are using a lot of AI and IoT and the latest in gadgetry to be up with the world standards for these units. And of course, coal lining benefits are well known, and we need to spread this as quickly as possible so that the decarbonization sector goes as planned.
Thank you. Now I'll come back again to PLE. See, what is the alternative fuel demand supply gap in Indian maritime sector, and how this gap can be filled? But be a little brief in your answer.
Yes. So, as I was telling in the last time, that we have looked in the alternative fuels options for India. So one is towards towards short to mid-term strategy-wise towards 2035, but the GFI these targets have been given, and another is beyond 2035. What works best for Indian ships? So if we only restrict to the OGVs, so we know the numbers, and we have calculated that, and we have also seen the age of those OGVs. So going for that and alternative fuels, most of the alternative fuels except the biodiesel, and to some extent LNG, but most of the alternative fuels needs a new engine. So if we restrict only to the OGVs, this is not very good to go for the retrofitting of our old engines with these alternative fuels, where the alternative fuels scaling up should be the first target, where it is not only catering the Indian OGVs and to the coastal, but we can also calibrate, and very well we can do a dynamic assessment what is some of the nearby countries, even the Asian countries and other countries, they also has a huge need of these alternate fuels. So we can actually look forward of developing these alternative fuels, scaling up, which we can do very easily, all these fuels. Because we have this waste and those technologies is not a much problem, and the bunkering, and the certification and this. So that should be our focus, and we should start working on this. But but that is for the alternate engines. So we have done, and that can be very easily done, looking at the hydrogen and green hydrogen and the renewable energy we need for this kind of, we have done for Indian demand, but for the other countries, it can be possible even having that kind of green hydrogen and renewable energy given. But towards 2035, the base strategy, we have done different combination. We have done the best of the calculation again and again. We have checked it after this April. So we have seen that blend fuel works best. Why? When I'm saying blend fuel, definitely we know there is a blend fuel means first it comes without changing the engines. So that comes a biodiesel and diesel options, but already we are having a feedstock. Everybody knows, not only in India, Europe, that for the biodiesel, that feedstock, there is a problem. That's where these alcohols, this 10% and less, because when we go for blend fuel, your engines will not allow us until and unless we have a that dual fuel engines. But till 2035, we are going to blend fuels without changing engine, at least up to 8 to 10% of these alcohols. There again, 2G alcohols, 2G ethanol supply chain is there, cost is very effective. Yes, methanol is a problem of the cost-wise, but again, I'll come to the cost time later. So with this GHG pricing, this emission pricing, this all will fall in place by 2030 and 35, and this conventional fuel will go up, it will come down. So there is a point where it is actually crossing. So blend fuels with at least below 10% of methanol, ethanol, where the engine will not have a problem, along with biodiesel, and we have calculated for many representative ships that we can actually get the surplus unit, also the once it is below that GFI value, we can get that reward also. And this we can invest for this. So I think this is the answer for India.
Okay, thank you. Now to Everlands, Anand, what compliance regulations such as policy, regulatory and financial and regulatory frameworks are required to balance India's maritime growth ambition, aligning its commitment to net zero emissions?
It's a bit challenging question. I think we all are good at making the policies. Unfortunately, we don't follow or implement it. So what I feel is the policy structure, what we have, I mean, globally and locally is good. Certain areas, what we don't include them inside it is the inclusiveness. When we talk about the global emissions, the carbon emissions, we only concentrate on the big ship builders. But if you see the complete maritime ecosystem, there are various small boat operators, various state maritime boards. I think their inclusion is also very, very important. Financial support to the small ship and boat owners or the companies is very important. Awareness is also one of the things which I will focus on, because that particular sector is grossly unrepresented and not so collective. As Jalota Saab said, that the tugs are one of the major culprit. You know, it's not only the tug. What we feel is almost all the vessels, big or small, which are operating in the water, we have to include them in the policy. That's all. Yeah.
Thank you. Having listened to all of you, if you see maybe a small segment of vessel, maybe what we have seen, hydrogen fuel cell, etc. We had ferry constructed by Cochin Shipyard, which is operational at Varanasi, and plus, battery powered vessel, etc., which is like Kochi Metro is there. These are for small vessels. And if you go for big vessels, full sea going, maybe LNG is there, LPG is there, green methanol, green ammonia that will be there for future fuels. Having said that, we'll go to round 2. For round 2, my first question is to Navgati Marine, to Sandit. This green fuels, electrification, and digital technologies are seen at the forefront in transforming India's maritime operations. You have pioneered solar and battery-operated electric vessels in India. What lessons, please share your experience for these projects, and if it can guide the transition to larger scale green fleets also.
Yeah, I'll quickly run through the experience parts. We have about 40 solar electric boats in operation, 9 states in India, and about 35 under construction. Also exported to 4 countries, Canada, Israel, Maldives, Seychelles. So the area where at least we focused on was fundamentally driven by whether the economics work or not. So having shifting from a diesel to electric or solar electric, can you achieve the break even in the differential capex in less than 5 years? That has been the criteria what we have followed. That is fundamentally because when we started 10, 12 years, there was no policy support for any of this transition or electrification. So thankfully, we have this now. DG Shipping, Ministry of Shipping have the policy extended for these vessels. So what works today from an economics angle is the small vessels for sure, and which are medium speed and slightly lower range, 50, 100 kilometers per trip, etc. This works very well, it is economical. So if you're doing such vessels in diesel, then you're really stupid. So then the second question is what we can do on a slightly larger vessel. So there at least we started doing on the ro-ros, which can carry trucks, cars, 150, 200, 300, etc. These numbers. That is an immediate thing where the economics will work. Then some kind of fishing boats, slower cargo vessels like 1,000 tonners and also inland and maybe even in the coastal area where the range you are specifying few hundred kilometers. These are all where the economics still work today. Where it still doesn't work is the transition what we are discussing on, can we electrify on these larger vessels with pure battery or battery plus solar, or in larger vessel with fuel cell and wind technologies to add to that foray. That is where the economics today doesn't work very well, and that is where all this talk of policy support makes sense, and that is where Government of India is also trying to push support to drive this demand. So in that sense, I feel the near term, the coastal vessels will start kicking off, and then there is this green tech transition program, which is a very specific policy-driven application, and there is a mandate to go 50%, so then there it automatically will work. Economics doesn't, but it still works from a policy. So I feel the transition will slowly take to larger and larger vessels, and in the future is when the larger ships will come into play.
Okay, thank you. Now my question to you, Manish. How do you assess Indian maritime sector's readiness to adopt advanced decarbonization technologies compared with global peers?
Oh, good question. India per se, we are now getting policy aligned, which is a great thing. And the government and the various sectors, the policy is well defined, the end goals are well defined, either via the IMO or otherwise. What we need to do first is, there are still sectors which are probably fragmented. You know, we need to have, the policy is very much there, but everything should fall in place. Importantly, the technology part, you know, where we have partners from Denmark, Norway, and importantly, shipping from where we can learn is from Japan, Korea, even China for that matter. So it's a big gap that we have between the technology that we have here and what is, you know, abroad. And we have to bridge the gap. Second, there is of course, there is a big push for finance, which is a primary driver for our change in technologies that we propose. And that is also apparently, you know, being given. Importantly, the skills gap is something which is of a huge concern, whether it is shipbuilding, whether it is mentioned by Mr. Akara, the crew that is there. These are a very crucial set of elements, which are there to bridge the gap between the global standards and what we have here. And that is the major ones are these ones. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now again to you, Sandip. Do you see any need for policy reforms to encourage uptake of green technologies with respect to, let's say, smaller ship or coastal ships?
Yeah, definitely. There is a policy support. So fundamentally, we are working on a premise that the polluting solution is not taxed for the issues they cause. That's where the issue is. So if you can't tax the other side, you at least have to support this side. So you have to choose either of that. So in that sense, policy support is needed. But I reiterated that the small vessels, inland vessels and lower speed, lower range vessels, already economics work. So their policy is not really required, needed. And that is a testament that we have built all these vessels without a single policy support. But today there is something in play which is good, especially for the newer technologies. There's already a 30% subsidy given by Green Shipping program, and there are ways to improve that. But where I feel there is still a lack is we don't have any support in developing frontier technologies. So we are all talking of today's commercialization, today's application. That, yes, we are clear and that is there. But at least from our side, we try to develop these technologies because we believe that economics will work if there is largely indigenization of many of these components. So there, we don't see any support as of today. I hope that things will change. And even in yesterday's meeting, the secretary said that there is something specific. There, I think there must be support on development of technology. It works very well. In Europe, it works very well. There is grant up to 50% in many of these frontier technology applications. That should be there in that, till that handholding to develop the technology. And then the market will drive itself.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Manish, maybe to you. What you would like to advise Indian shipyards or fleet operators on course of action to take now to future-proof their assets for 2030, 2040 and 2050?
Thank you. Do you know, at this point of time, 92% of the world's gross tonnage is under conventional fuels. 8%, just about 8% is on alternate fuels. And the ships on order at this point of time is 51% on alternate fuels and 49% still on conventional fuels. Of this 51, we have close to 37 on LNG and around 10 on methanol, and the rest ammonia and follows. So for the Indian shipyards, it's important to keep abreast of the technology, be the chosen one being the methanol or ammonia, or even nuclear is of course too far down the line, but all the others. And R&D is something that we need to invest heavily on. We can take inspiration from many other R&D organizations all over the world, but indigenous R&D is something which should be very much there, and the academia and the industry should be, the gap should be bridged, both should be working very, very in a synchronous manner, and that is very key. Of course, capital is a huge thing, and public-private partnership is the way forward, possibly, and that should be encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to summarize, like if Government of India is giving a lot of push, There is a Maritime Development Fund, close to 80,000 crores. There are shipbuilding assistance policies there. There is separately to support the green shipping. There are incentives to that effect is also there. So basically, if you look at it, government is pushing very high. Even lot of public sector shipyards, now they are getting in partnership with the foreign shipyards, especially South Korean yards, etc. And so things are moving in right direction. Having said that, we'll go to round 3, that is collaboration, finance and policy pathways. So my first question will be to Anglo-Eastern and Terry. The same question to both of you. So I'll start. I mean, any of you can reply basically. Question is, India has set ambitious net zero goals. From a policy point of view, that is to Terry, an operational point of view to Anglo-Eastern perspective, what is the single biggest catalyst and biggest challenge for the Indian maritime sector to commit to and deliver on this emission-free odyssey?
I'll talk about the training activities, yeah? So, in the Anglo-Eastern perspective, we started the dual fuel journey in 2021. In 2022, we took over the first LPG dual fuel engine. So when we speak about the LPG dual fuel engine, this ship carries LPG and the fuel is taken from the cargo tank and put into the engine. In 2024, the first ammonia dual fuel four-stroke engine we managed. And in 2025, we will have the first ammonia fuel ship with a main propulsion with a two-stroke engine. So it's just coming in another 1 month. And we also got quite a few different kinds of fuel ships with, including ammonia and wind-assisted system, which we are supervising. So that's the first ammonia ship. So let me go to the training activity that we are doing here. That will be better, for the interest of the time. So that's the first ammonia fuel ship that we are going to take over the next month. It's a 210,000 bulk area. Next month, we will have the sea trial. So there's a big challenge for the crew to take over the ship and operate the ships very safely. But we have our own plans. Our crews are being trained, including the engine. The only delay that has happened is the engines are not been certified yet, but we are expecting that to be happen next month. So, Ms. Raji asked me about the different kinds of alternate fuel engines. This is a very simple thing that easily understandable. With LNG as a fuel, we got GI engine that's coming from MAN, and GA, that's LNG, but on a low pressure. We also have ethylene. We also got LPG and methanol and ammonia. These 5 different engines that you're seeing is all from MAN. And the last one is from WinGD, which was the previous Wärtsilä engine. So now they become WinGD. So we also conduct the dual fuel engine courses for both these engine manufacturers. The methanol engine training will be starting in Anglo-Eastern in 6 months' time. So the readiness with dual fuel, we must also have good industry participation. So if you look at this, Anglo-Eastern has been always in the forefront of technology transfer and setting up the standards, and also becoming a part of the world green shipping. So we also give the training for the crew on IG, of course. And the right side, if you see, that's a B-scope training for the methanol and ammonia. DG Shipping is coming out with a new non-mandatory circular on the ammonia fuel ships crew training. Maritime just transition is already come out with the standards for the top-up training for the basic and advanced. This is what we'll be following for the ammonia and the methanol crew training. So it's very important, like Jalota ji and also Josephine mentioned, we need to train the crew for the purpose. So the dual fuel engine training is not a simple thing that we say. A lot of machineries and a lot of equipments are on the ship, and they are very, very critical. If you look at this, the container ship is carrying so much of LNG in a GTT tank. So they need to know about all these kind of things. And nitrogen purging, safety aspects, you name it, it's not an easy thing. So the training is a big challenge. To get the crew on board ship, to manage this kind of a ship, is not an easy task. We also got LNG bunkering for the operational aspects. We have a LNG simulator, where we have the simulation process possible for operational training for LNG as well as methanol. That's a methanol simulator. So we already introduced this training in our academy. This training, what I'm showing, is all open for all seafarers, not only for Anglo-Eastern. So that is how our preparation is coming up. This is another big step that we have taken. We brought in the GI training to India, which was never there in this region. Earlier, people have to fly to Copenhagen or to Korea to do the course. So this year, February, we brought this training to India. So therefore, the GI training on the MAN engine, they can do in India itself. And these kinds of engines are, like I said, it is very technically advanced. So hands-on training and operation part is very important. See, the entire the carbon credit will be lost if you have a gas shutdown when the engine is running. So the crew should be competent enough to run the engine in the dual fuel mode all possible ways. And any time any small mistake happens in the operational aspect, the engine will shut down and it will change over to primary fuel. So all the saving that we have done is all gone. So therefore, the crew, the training is a big challenge. Just a second, I'll finish in 1 minute. So that's the other part of the WinCD engine, where we have got the LNG training part. And we also brought the ammonia and LNG bunkering skid, which is a real life equipment in our academy. So this is one of the kind in the entire world, where the actual bunkering skid is situated, and the people get the first-hand information and the learning on it. So that's on the right side, there's a bunkering skid that you see here. So that's the same skid that's going on a ship. So people going on a training for ammonia and LNG, they get a first-hand information and all the safety aspects, everything is taken care. So we are quite ahead with the dual fuel training in India itself. And like I said, this training is open for all the people, all the crew community.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Now, you have any views?
I'll just complement it from the fuel perspective, because he was talking about using this. So as I was telling, and just a little different way putting what Mr. Saxena also told, that if we look today, the alternative fuel use in this OGVs, so we can see at this moment alternative fuels, LNG definitely is around 76%, but on order book it is around 67%, so around 10% down. If we look at the biofuel, which is biodiesel mostly today, from the biodiesel, so it is today around 8%, but it is in the order book, it is actually coming down. Though it has, for India actually, we can use more, but it is coming down because of the supply issues. So around 2%. Methanol today is around 3%, but in the order book, it is around 17%. So it's a big jump. But if we only look from the hydrogen-derived fuels, because India is making the ecosystem for hydrogen and additional renewable electricity, so alternative fuels from hydrogen, which is based on hydrogen ecosystem, so there comes only these three. So biodiesel is out in that case. So methanol, to some extent, ELNG will come that way, and your ammonia, hydrogen. So there, today it is around 62% methanol. Only among the hydrogen-derived fuels, if we see, it is not coming, it is coming more from the fossil, but it can come from hydrogen-derived. In the order book, it is becoming almost 87%. So that is the big change. That's what it is showing, the space of methanol. LNG, definitely it is going to be there, 76 to 67%. But today it is all based on fossil methanol. As I said, Satat plant, we are making those CBGs. The moment it is LBG or the ELNG, that moment we can use that again till 2035 and beyond. So this is the scope for and there we can do a lot of collaboration for the technology upskilling.
Thank you, Piali, thank you. Now my question is there to basically Nagat Marine and Extra Tech to both. we see various pathways, e-fuels like hydrogen, methanol, electric, and efficiency technology. Where does the next 5 to 10 years investment need to be focused for Indian fleet?
See, as per the drop-in fuels, as Dr. Das just mentioned, biodiesel is the best because it's got, you don't need to have many changes. Methanol, I'm just talking about methanol because, biomethanol, because methanol as such has a higher GFI than even, the conventional fuels. Methanol would come next because it would have a minimal disruption to the vessels, as it also is a drop-in fuel with additional safety, issues put in. Third would be ammonia, in my opinion, because that requires, it's a cryogenic fuel, and it requires extra space on deck. That is the wastage of cargo carriage in many ways. So these three would be in order of preference, but again, there are challenges all the way in terms of bunkers, supply, infrastructure, ports, all that. But that would be the way out for the time being. And for the immediate, for the older vessels, biodiesels and biofuels have to be, because owners otherwise continue to pay the remedial unit costs.
Okay, thank you. Can we hear from you?
Yeah, so if you look at inland and coastal vessel, we can look at two areas. One is what defines the energy requirement, and two is what is the energy used or source of energy in the vessels. So if you look that way, in inland vessels especially, there is a huge gap in the capability of design and various equipments to reduce energy needs. That's where one area that needs to be worked across board. And in coastal, it's slightly better, but still there is a scope for a lot of design improvement to reduce the energy needs. So this is one aspect I want to say. And second is what kind of energy, for sure in inland vessel, and especially when there is a shorter range, it's clearly battery truck will work with a lot of solar usage. But when the range is long and the speeds are high, you may need a hybrid and other solutions. Coastal, clearly, battery, solar will have lesser impact, but we need some green fuel like hydrogen. But in the near term, it's difficult. The hydrogen, there must be a new way to carry the hydrogen energy. That is somewhere which I feel it may take another decade or so to get it sorted. And then it open up in the large sea-going vessels, maybe 2 decades away.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll basically opening the session. Audience can ask questions. If you have any question.
My name is Ajay Achutan. Given what's happening in IMO and I believe technology transfer has to be taking place to developing countries. So India, will it be considered as one of the developing countries, or will we get the benefit of, the technology transfer required to go to net zero?
I will just reply. See, when all this started discussion on climate change, a new, basically, chapter was introduced that is called Chapter 4 of MARPOL Annex 6. So there, when regulation was made, Regulation 19 was for EEDI. Likewise, for SIMP, Regulation 20. Regulation 22 was specially drafted to state that, like, we are accepting this because we have to look for CBDR principle. Everybody has responsibility, but common but differentiated responsibility. So looking at that, we had put one regulation, that was Regulation 22 of old Chapter 4 of MARPOL Annex 6, where it says developed country should help developing countries by way of technology transfer, by way of financial assistance and other things, so that they can meet the regulation. But this all collaboration is generally, up to the classroom only mainly, There are some kind of training in IMO, under capacity building. They run various programs. That is also, like it is like telling about what is needed for MARPOL Annex 6 with respect to pollution prevention, yeah, climate change. But nothing much substantial other than training has come out of it. But it is very much there and it has been addressed earlier. Any more questions? So if there is no more questions.
So if there is no more questions, let me take 2 minutes. Basically, everyone is talking about the biofuels, but if you see the ISO specifications 8217 or 8712, I'm not sure, it says that the blending is only allowed for the 7% of the bio blend. So what happens, basically that specification is typically for the fossil fuel. And in case, if the blend is more than 7%, automatically the fuel becomes, you can call it as, beyond the specification. So then a lot of things come into picture, like the charterer will not agree on certain things, the insurer will not agree on certain things. So, I will just give you an example of methanol. Methanol was in use for last almost 6 to 7 years, but the ISO specifications were officially come into picture only a couple of months back. So similarly, if we don't have proper ISO specifications for the blends, it is going to be a challenge. We also have a lot of issues related to that. The bio blend, what we come across, the base is not fixed. I mean, whether it is blended with residual fuel or the distilled fuel, the performance of the bio blend, it differs. If it is blended with residual fuel, the performance is different. And if it is blended with biofuel, it is, the distillate fuel, the performance is different. So whoever is doing this, he only don't have to see that whether the engine is capable or not. The engine is capable. Unfortunately, the fuel what we get, even the green fuel, for that matter, most of the time it is not green. So you have to focus more on what you are using. It's not like what the fuel supplier is saying that, okay, this is what the fuel is, this is what the properties are. There are a lot of tests which you have to do. There are a lot of technologies, especially I will say a few words about tracer technologies. Tracers are the new developments in the market which will make sure that the fuel what you are using is green. So there won't be any green fuel scam in the market. So these are the points we have to consider when we are using the biofuels.
You have to say something.
Yeah, this is regarding the point of technology transfer. I feel that in these new technologies, the gap, what we say as developing in the Indian context is less. Because they are also developing, we are also trying to develop. But what we have to, as a nation, radically change is how we work on the R&D. If you look at any of our Indian listed companies or the top companies, you see the percentage of R&D. It is all less than 1%. Whereas any top R&D country, they'll all be 5% plus. As a nation, we have to change that. And for that, the ecosystem may have a role to play, government and other things. But as a country, we have to change that. Obviously, we can develop these things in the near term is what I believe.
Okay, thank you. So with this, yeah, Das Gupta, sir. Yeah, he has to ask something. You can give the mic to him.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm J. Das Gupta from Institution of Naval Architects. My submission here is, I think we are working in silos inside the country, in the sense that there is a lot of R&D which is taking place in DRDO. A lot of R&D is taking place in BRC, that is Atomic Energy Agency. And there is a good amount of R&D initiated in the deep automation. Unfortunately, what is happening is the outcome of those R&Ds are not getting percolated to where the users are there. Say, for example, air independent propulsion, AIP, which has a solution for generation of power for ships or submarines it was initiated with. AIP developed in India is not getting accepted or percolating into the development of power plant for ships. So these are the areas where a lot of merging and kind of collaboration that can happen. And it has to happen. If it happens, then there is a lot of potential. The culture has to change. I'm sorry about my throat. The culture has to change. But the issue is that there needs to be a nodal agency which merges these and all the developments taking place in different agencies, different sectors. So who's going to do that? Whether it will be under the purview of Niti Aayog or Ministry of Industry or the Ministry of Shipping and Transport. So that's something which we need to look into. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Having said that, like obviously Ministry of Shipping has been pushing for the green shipping and agenda on green. So all the delegates and all our esteemed panelists, we had discussion on green shipping. And as you know, like India is now emerging. And as was said earlier, like SI Abul Kalam Azad sir, now a lot of foreign companies are coming, and obviously CMA CGM has given 4 ships to Indian flag, and even Musk also, like it was their first ship came to Indian flag on 13th October in Incheon, Korea. So there are a lot of things are happening, and people are looking at India, and people are talking about India. We have to keep the momentum on, and obviously, like we have to all pitch in together to take the whatever has been our Prime Minister vision, the chips to ships, that has to be basically constructed in India. With that vision, we have to at least align our vision also accordingly. So thank you very much.
All right, so a big thank you to all our panelists and our moderator. Well, of course, let me tell you that your contribution definitely guided us to a different direction. Before we proceed further, I would request Shri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Shipping, sir. May I request you to please join us on the stage and felicitate our moderator and panelist for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again a big round of applause for our moderator and our panelist for this session. Thank you so much once again, all of you. I'll request DG sir to please stay back. Of course, I'm sure this is the moment we all were waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed for the break, I'm sure we all look forward to hear from the man himself. Let me tell you, an accomplished IAS officer of the 1997 batch, Shri Jagannathan brings over 2 decades of distinguished public service across Assam and Kerala with significant contribution in finance, taxation, and export-led development. As the Director General of Shipping, he leads India's apex maritime regulatory authority, steering the sector in the alignment with the Maritime India Vision 2030 and definitely driving the nation's emergence as a global maritime hub. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's give it up for Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping.
Namaskar. On this occasion of the ongoing series of events for the 75 years celebration of the dedicated service of the Directorate General of Shipping to India, although we are thinly attended, I do believe there is quality in the sense you have heard some of the very eminent panelists today, and each one of us is essentially attempting to contribute to a national cause. It is these small steps which will culminate in an ongoing national journey where we're looking at addressing clean seas and progressive engagement for India in the maritime domain. I have a very brief presentation and I will run through it rather rapidly. This is to underline the intent of the maritime administration as we transition from the Directorate General of Shipping to the Directorate General of Maritime Administration. And also underlining the government's intent. A lot was said on policy formulation. The first phase of that has concluded. You have seen what happened in the latest session of the Parliament, where you had the Merchant Shipping Act 1958 and also the Coastal Shipping Act completely bifurcated. See, there were very focused inputs on the coastal segment. That is the kind of emphasis we are giving. So permit me to run through the presentation. India's growth story, this has been repeated by me on this pulpit n number of times, and it is something that is undeniable. It is an economy whose time of reckoning has come globally, and that growth story cannot be denied. While we will still, at this pace of nearly 7% CAGR, continue growing, we will remain the youngest, the most populous, the most diverse, and most reliable voice of sanity globally in very difficult times. Now, why are all of us important? We all are part of what we broadly call the blue economy. We may not directly relate to fisheries, but what you do in terms of technology translates also to that segment. And how important the blue economy is in terms of global supply lines. For India, more than 70% by value would essentially be on EXIM routes by maritime sector. 4.5 to 5% by rough estimates of contribution to the GDP as we grow. You can see how geostrategically India is located in the globe. Major maritime routes there, so this contribution is only going to go multifold. And of course, the government's emphasis, port-led prosperity, port-led industrialization. This is just listing out our competitiveness, basically underlining that efficiency and global competitiveness while adding value to your global competitive value chains, both for exports and also for reducing and providing a value case for cost-based manufacturing within the country. These are seminal documents by now. Each of these chapters which are there in the Maritime India vision and also the Amrit Kal vision delineate specific action agendas in the maritime domain. If you look at the investments, 20,000 crores up to 2030 is dedicated. You have seen that intent again in just a month over the cabinet's approval of close to 70,000 crores for the four-pillar approach to jumpstart shipbuilding. There was mention of 30% subsidy elements for a green build. It is in fact incidentally more than that, because India being positioned as a global destination for ship recycling, you break a vessel here, the cash component as valued will be monetized as a ship recycling credit note, which is available and tradable for a new build in India. So you have 30% for a non-conventional build, 40% of the value of the vessel you have broken in India, and yards being provided capital infusion for upgrading their own facilities under a very flexible blended finance bespoke capital infusion, which will allow yards to provide that flexibility for building in India, a value case when you're competing with nations which are way ahead of us in shipbuilding. The Amrit Kal vision multiplies this intent several fold right up to 2047, meaning it is not something as in waxes and wanes, as in just a passing transitory intent. This is a national plan backed by due deliberation and is happening. And it is a fortunate cusp that we are all part of this while it is happening. This is, of course, as listed, the current scenario. We may be a fledgling just around over 1% of the global fleet, but believe me, if you're looking at what has happened with Section 22 in the MS Act and what is now happening with Section 14, 15 in the new Act, these tonnage figures are going to change rapidly, because India is going to offer an extremely aggressive and progressive flagging regime. So owning vessels is going to be easier and competitively pitched. Proof of that is in the initial paces, you have seen certain major fleet owners registering their vessels here in India, and that will only grow further. As I mentioned, why India? What is it that we offer? We offer consistency, we offer stability, we offer you democratic and transparent decision making. And as I mentioned a slight time back, intent backed not just by mere policy, by legislation, and putting the financial resources where that growth story needs to be powered. I've just put this slide to show things changing very, very rapidly. As we speak, yesterday was a very unfortunate incident. There were 7 Indian seafarers who were basically signing on board a vessel just off the coast of Mozambique, around 13-14 kilometers off, Now look at how we may talk volumes of safe use of pilot ladder, procedures for how you basically embark, disembark from the vessel. This crew change was happening. Number one is on a very small boat. Did it have the carrying capacity for almost 21 people who were on board? Secondly, what is more surprising is, was basic life safety apparatus in the nature of a life jacket available with the seafarers? The third is, you're signing on with your bag and baggage. When the crew boat does come to the side of the vessel, how do you board the vessel? It's a pilot ladder. I don't see any other way out. How do you expect a person to cart his bag and baggage along on a pilot ladder? These are things which we need to basically rule out completely. And why I'm deviating from this is geopolitical uncertainty. Our own practices in the maritime domain, that's why I've been insisting, please do cooperate with us for the safety first for all ship management firms, for all crewing, all training establishments. We're continuing with things turning sour with global uncertainty. A lot of money was invested by the Government of India in Chabar. Now what's happened to all that capital investment? It's now become open-ended given the situation as it is emerging. So the basic thing I am trying to give as a premise is, while we are looking at sustainability, while we are looking at technology transition, uncertainty is the only certainty. But we as a collective need to address that and not disengage when things become tough or uncertain. Now, if you go back to how you're watching news in India, and not just India, globally, you will be seeing a lot of these flashpoints, sudden flash flooding, subsidence, landslides. It is all happening. Even if you're looking at the pattern of precipitation, even our own Mumbai had rains for a very extended period. This is all happening live, and these are the initial portents, the initial signals of climate change being an eventual. You can't wish it away. You can't say that I don't believe in it because you don't have, what you're doing is all scientific mumbo jumbo. It looks very simple. A global consensus to contain global temperature rise to less than 1.5% of pre-industrialized level. But the effort and the consensus building to do that and to ensure sustainability for our future generations is something where attention spans need to be continual. These, of course, are inputs on how it evolved, the UNFCCC, how the transition happened from Kyoto to Paris, and what were the differences as globally traversed through this trajectory. And what's been happening at the IMO. As we are sitting here, something very interesting is happening in the MEPC extraordinary session. There's a lot of muzzling, there's a lot of intent. As it emerges, certain nations have gone to the extent of stating that we'll impose retaliatory strikes or retaliatory measures if you en bloc agree to what is perceived as the first global carbon tax. There's one very progressive bloc which is saying that this has to be the first domain to technologically transition and comply to a globally consensus evolved methodology of a GFI based tier 1, tier 2. Somebody has to start somewhere. That's where basically this journey has been put into one slide to tell you how difficult it is globally to evolve consensus. It is not a day or basically a span of 2 or 3 years. This, of course, is a continuation of that. I am leaving this presentation and the notes that are there compiled by a very effective professional set of young individuals embedded with the DG's office for everybody to refer. This, of course, is what is being attempted to be frozen in time, and then looking at the mechanics of how we get through with the net zero fund and how it works through. My personal submission is hope it comes through. Officially, as DG Shipping, I basically have to rely on what the government decides, because as was mentioned here, the CBDRRC is one fundamental principle that India will strongly abide by in all international forums. The second is India will be a partner in any journey as long as there is a broad international consensus. Based on these two, we need to take a decision on where we stand. And it should be pretty evident in the next one day or so, and if not, in the period of the tacit acceptance, which is 10 months hence. This is what we did in '83, and this, of course, is what's going on live as we are basically discussing things here. Hectic parlays and a lot of ground to be covered. This is the national intent, because we need to work backwards from this goalpost. Your nationally declared contribution is net zero by 2070. So let's start working backwards from here to where we are and work out an year-based action plan. So I had mentioned to all our respected esteemed panelists that we will continue this equation. Some may be into actual commercialization of technologies, say for instance in the world. Some may be academia or research, which will basically provide the inputs for policy or for implementation schemes and methodologies like TERI, which incidentally houses the National Center of Excellence for Green Shipping. So how do we get all of them together and make the best decision in going forward? Some here, like the guest of honor today, Madam Josephine, has been hand-holding us, helping us for a considerable period of time, and what they have done is something we need to learn from. The key word, I believe, for green shipping and for sustainability in times where technology is changing very fast is essentially collaboration. So this slide is important because I'll spend some time on this. The core is essentially decarbonization, which for nomenclature purposes, let's say green shipping. Now this is not just shipping, but it's also land side, port side. Please understand that there's a sizable amount of carbon emissions on the port side. So as was mentioned here, cold ironing, yes, we need to provide very low cost capital so that ports gravitate to that. We have already notified the IEEE standards as applicable to India. On the vessel side, since we have lesser number of vessels, if we are able to provide capital infusion for the vessel side fitments, things could change well. We have the green shipping policy, which should actually have verticals. There are 15 to 16 verticals in a consultative draft detailed project report which we have put out. We will be consulting TERI and finalizing the paces and then actionalizing it. As I said, if you have an NDC till 2070, an aspirational goal of net zero in shipping for 2050, work backwards every year and look at what we are doing in each of these components. Ship recycling, compliant to the HKC, how do we basically project India as global destination number one? There's a lot of debate presently on in the stakeholder reiterations for the age norms, where we had also dovetailed a sustainability index. There's been a lot of push and pull with that. Mishra sir is having a nice smile on that, because there is a lot of divergence of opinion there. Some want it, some say that, what is this? But the idea here is to start with a canvas and then color it in such a way that eventually it looks at as a cosmos where we get a very effective progressive roadmap which is transparent and has everybody on board. This is something which Mishra ji had partnered us, the Swachh Sagar portal with the IRS, and it has turned out to be one of the perhaps very effective IT tool to capture real time the bunker node delivery, the actual waste discharge being done by vessels. And we need to build on these real-time data to allow you to incorporate elements of these when you are operationalizing sustainability into your commercial shipping operations. As I mentioned, TERI has to partner us. This is basically the draft which, after a due deliberation with TERI and the National Center of Excellence for Green Shipping, we share with our partners and decide on the basis of a national green shipping policy. I've already spoken on shore to ship. This has been spoken on by the panel. Now, each of these has a fuel pathway. I did reach out to Mr. Chaudhary from MAN. So much of things where policy clarity needs to be there, and what essentially is the government doing for each of these fuel lines, and how does it apply to not just Indian shipping. Please look at also the value case you have for becoming a green energy exporting and a green energy surplus nation and a major global bunkering destination for green fuels. This is broadly what IRS had partnered in the alternate fuel for maritime, and we are looking at working with IRS and with TERI to build in a year-wise, block-by-block construct of the Indian Green Shipping Initiative. And everyone's welcome to contribute to that, because it's not just institutionally correct that DG Shipping initiates it or the ministry initiates it. We will need inputs, specialized hand-holding and course correction as we go ahead. The chairman and managing director of IRS has been a strong advocate of nuclear. So I felt it was mentioned that nuclear is a long way off. There's a lot of thought in another school that thinks it is just around the corner. You've done it on defense platforms. So if you've done it on defense platforms, what's stopping you from commercializing it by insulating the technology from misuse? And even if you're not looking at on-vessel platforms, look at basically a flotilla-based nuclear energy generating establishment that is powering not just the port, actually the entire hinterland around the port. It's a technical feasibility. I mentioned this, I'll leave it on the slide. India is a net green energy exporter and bunkering destination. And these are, of course, the other side of sustainability. It's not just about your carbon emissions. Just as, and I'm not being flippant in this, India has the infamy of having the highest number of abandoned seafarers. We also have the infamy, or perhaps the infamous top-ranking nation contributing the maximum amount of plastics and pollutants into the sea. Something needs to be done about that, because one is decarbonizing, the other is basically looking at your sustainability. And that is where the London Protocol comes in, and a national intent needs to be developed on this. As I mentioned, this is also an issue where I will request all of you, when you're addressing your own active spheres, look at how you're looking at reducing your wastes, recycling your wastes, and also polluting as less as possible. Eventually, polluter to pay principle does apply, and that also extends to the CBDRRC. So if you're just saying that developing nation and the claim for CBDRRC, you also have a counterclaim from outside that you perhaps are one of the biggest polluters. That also is a concern. Now coming to the happening story in maritime, and this is where engine manufacturers and all have to come in big time, and it's all about technology and technology solutions that power the shipbuilding scenario. Government of India in the next 8 to 10 years and continued, sustained for the next 4 decades or so will push and power the shipbuilding part. And you already seeing green shoots in this. 16th position presently, we are pitching at reaching up to the 5th. And this transition window where it is being mentioned that the entire tonnage will have a major appeal in terms of propulsion systems and alternate fuels coming in big time, that is the window which India should basically optimize and leverage for being one of the build destinations for green builds as a value case. I mentioned the 4 pillars, around 69,725 crores. This is committed money not going elsewhere, including the money that is there separately shown in the Maritime India vision and in the Amrit Kal vision. Mention was made about the shipbuilding finance assistance. It's only getting better. In fact, Mr. Sandit was interacting with the secretary just yesterday. I was there present in Delhi. You could see the aggressiveness in which inputs are being taken from the industry, from the yards, firsthand, to customize and bespoke the solution. It's not a one-size-fits-all. The industry's requirement, providing them that initial push and support that is needed to bring them to a globally competitive level, and then allowing them to find their own self-worth in a competitive environment. The SBFA is in the paces of being finalized. Probably by the 24th of October we have the first cut, and then we basically seed this and see how it behaves. The idea that I am trying to mention is money is being committed. It's for us now to join together and leverage this. I had already mentioned the shipbreaking credit note. Ship recycling, as I said, not just along, we will be reaching out to all coastal states and also to all industry associations to take this forward in terms of ship recycling also being equally as critically significant as shipbuilding. This is, of course, the operational basis of how we implement the Hong Kong Convention. And of course, standards for green steel, because steel again is a major issue when you're looking at builds. Whether it comes through in terms of, because present approach as of now is that steel for load bearing and also for the requirement of what goes in primarily into vessels, new vessels and hulls, is one, imported because it is cost effective to import. 2, Indian steel has issues with the way it is rolled in terms of consistencies in thickness and basically in specifics vis-a-vis what is imported steel. Green steel is, of course, another value-added case altogether, where primarily the vessel making steel is not what green steel would be, but perhaps for the lighter elements which are not load-bearing, this is definitely an option we need to work on, specifically with the carbon footprint that it has. Much has been talked about technology demonstration. All of you are leveraging this, and the CSL has done major technology demonstration vessels, and this including even leveraging something such as wind power, which Nawalt is doing, or solar, providing hybrid solutions for propulsion, making it essentially energy efficient. This is where basically the future lies. I had mentioned age norms. It's a journey. We will be doing another 2 reiterations and then coming to how we take a decision on the age norms, because there are concerns with big investors saying that we are already there, we have put our money there, so why basically not have it as a cutoff in 2026. Smaller people basically saying, who are you to tell us how old our vessel is, and you should provide us the necessary time to transition and handhold us with funds. So all I am saying here is we are open-minded and we will do the best in terms of a balanced approach. Lastly, this is perhaps the biggest event happening here itself in Mumbai. So when you do reach out, when you do go from here, a sincere and a very humble request that please be a part of the India Maritime Week and rub shoulders with everyone, because globally we are looking at almost 100 nations participating, and make sure that you find this platform something that you grow with, and also contribute to India Maritime. Thank you so much for the opportunity and sorry for being long. Jai Hind.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we all are looking forward to refresh yourself a bit. So we're going to take a quick break. We look forward to see you all in the next, okay, 15 to 20 minutes is what we're looking forward to see you all back in so that we can continue with the next session of the day. Thank you so much.
The sea has always whispered tales.
merchant navy, but due to some personal reasons he could not. Wanting to make my dad's dream come true. So if I can do that, it will be the most successful thing I will achieve in my life.
After completing my degree, which is BSc Nautical Science, I see myself placed in a very good company, joining as a deck cadet and then obviously promoting to the upper ranks.
And it is with the help of DG Shipping that the syllabus, the curriculums of training are actually set out. And it is because of this that Indians are considered one of the best experienced and qualified seafarers in the world.
In the world ranking, we must be around third in the ranking, but our target is to go to 20%. We are currently around 12%. So we are putting in all efforts to reach there.
Shikshita Navikaha, Sashakta Samasthanam, Surakshita Samudraha. A trained mariner, an unyielding maritime institution, united, they protect the seas and the nation's honor. Ship registration is the gateway to a vessel's legal identity and the right to fly the Indian flag. It secures ownership, provides the protection of Indian law, and ensures compliance with national and international standards. Under the Merchant Shipping Act, the Directorate General of Shipping oversees this process, from verifying ownership and conducting surveys to allotting official name, numbers, signal letters, and issuing certificates of registry.
Mercantile marine departments are headed by principal officers who are also the registrar of ships.
If we see those earlier records, like especially the archives, we can see like how painstakingly the things were done. The first SS Loyalty, one of the ships of this India's, it took its first transoceanic journey, which actually marked no dominance of the Britishers in the Indian Sea.
Ship registration basically it is a very complex process. First stage is the allocation of identification. Besides that, there is a IMO number, International Maritime Organization number. The second is tonnage computation. Then certificate of survey. So after all this process, so then final certificate of registration is issued.
Every certification issued by the Directorate in compliance to international convention is more than a record. It is a mark of trust that the ship meets global standards and carries its reputation across the world.
As an institution, even the Directorate General of Shipping, with the new Merchant Shipping Act, is being redefined as the Directorate General of Maritime Administration. So earlier, if the focus of the Director General of Shipping was only on mercantile marine, that is merchant ships, today we will be changing from DGS to DGMA, which will include not just ships, will include ports, will include shipyards, will include ship recycling centers, will include offshore operations.
When chaos strikes at sea,
on ships in which Indian seafarers are involved.
From critical data exchange to crisis response, this is where India's maritime action begins.
It continuously interacts with all the agencies so that the communication flow is smooth and the communication should be transmitted swiftly.
Established in the wake of global maritime threats, the Directorate General of Shipping operates this 24/7 command center.
For all emergencies, the DG Center is the first reporting point. From this center, all the activities are initiated.
From natural disasters like cyclones to marine casualties, including oil spills and accidents, and security threats like piracy or hijacking, the DG Center coordinates swiftly with maritime rescue coordination centers, ensuring no call for help goes unheard.
Each and every minute counts in case of emergency.
In 2024 alone, responded to more than 190 incidents.
When an incident is reported, the DG Center activates instantly. Information flows seamlessly to designated authorities. Alerts are dispatched to the Indian Coast Guard's Maritime Rescue Coordination Centers, port authorities, ship owners, and other stakeholders. Collaboration is at the core, linking the Navy, Coast Guard, ports, and global partners to ensure unified maritime action. During cyclones, the DG Center tracks weather systems, warns ships in danger zones, shares alerts with ports and rescue agencies.
The center collates information from all the ports where the cyclone is likely to hit or likely to have an impact. We inform the ship, inform the company to ensure that our seafarers in our waters remain safe at all times.
In the event of an oil spill, the DG Center alerts authorities, protecting the environment and reinforcing our commitment to safety. Central to maritime security is the Ship Security Alert System. Concealed aboard vehicles, this system allows crew members to discreetly transmit distress signals during threats like piracy or hijacking. Once activated, the system sends continuous alerts to designated authorities without alerting the attackers. These alerts reach the DG Center instantly and allow swift, coordinated action, safeguarding lives and cargo.
The center is known for its efficiency in communicating, in delivering immediate response to any emergency.
Also housed alongside the DG Center, the National LRIT Data Center, a vital tool enhancing maritime safety through real-time vessel tracking.
We started in a tiny room where it was the small computer and few personnel receiving only a security alerts. Now we have integrated this DG Center with the multiple information such as national AIS data, we have a satellite AIS data, we have a weather data from Indian Meteorological Department and other agencies, and we have information from the Indian National Center for Ocean Information System.
Equipped with latest in advanced monitoring systems and satellite communication tools, the center maintains a vigilant watch over India's vast maritime domain.
So this DG Center is built and created by India, by Indians, but providing services to the entire world. The core of this DG Center is our people here.
We are here to stay strong and more prepared than ever. Simply put, India is at the forefront of maritime operations.
Our resolve is growing stronger, and DG Center is committed to ensure that our shipping lines are safe and our seafarers are safe.
Guiding with purpose and keeping every lifeline alive when it matters most. This is India's DG Center.
India's rich maritime heritage dates back to the Indus Valley civilization, where early evidence of organized shipping and trade can be found. The port city of Lothal was one of the world's earliest known dockyards, showcasing the advanced engineering skills of the Harappans. Archaeological discoveries, including well-structured docks, warehouses, and maritime artifacts, indicate the early maritime prowess that laid the foundation for India's long-standing role as a key player in global trade, influencing maritime activities for centuries to come. India's maritime sector is on a transformational journey towards sustainability, safety, and innovation. At the heart of this transformation is the Directorate General of Shipping, the apex regulatory body overseeing the Indian shipping industry. As we celebrate 75 years of excellence, we reflect on our achievements and set sail towards a smarter, greener and more secure maritime future. Since its establishment in 1949, DGS has been the backbone of India's maritime governance. From ensuring the safety and security of vessels to regulating the training and welfare of seafarers, it plays a crucial role in shaping the industry by implementing international conventions such as SOLAS, MARPOL, STCW and MLC. DGS aligns India's shipping sector with global standards. Today, it is leading the way in promoting green shipping, digital transformation and smart maritime solutions, ensuring efficiency and sustainability in operations. As India moves towards becoming a global maritime powerhouse, DGS remains steadfast in its mission to drive innovation and compliance. The transition from the Directorate General of Shipping to Directorate General of Maritime Administration marks a new era of maritime administration, bringing together multiple sectors under one unified authority. As India's maritime sector expands beyond shipping to encompass ports, shipbuilding, ship recycling, offshore operations and inland waterways, an integrated governance approach will be implemented under the revised authority granted to the Directorate by the new Merchant Shipping Bill 2024. As maritime trade continues to grow, ensuring safety, security and environmental protection is more important than ever. India ensures timely risk identification and mitigation in maritime security operations by leveraging training along with advanced monitoring and response mechanisms. Also, the Directorate collaborates with the Indian Navy, the Coast Guard, other intergovernmental, international, regional and non-governmental organizations to mitigate threats and other emergencies. For 75 years, the Directorate has played a pivotal role in shaping and regulating India's maritime sector. As we celebrate this historic milestone, we take a moment to reflect on our journey, engage with our stakeholders and chart a course for the future. The 75th anniversary of DGS is not just a commemoration, it is a reaffirmation of our commitment to a greener, smarter and safer maritime industry. As we celebrate 75 years of excellence, we look ahead to the future. DGS is committed to digital transformation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue this break as a lunch break. So we'll be seeing you in the next 45 minutes. So we'll request everybody to please proceed for the lunch. Thank you so much.
India's ambition to become a maritime superpower. Join us as we shape the future of Indian shipping.
1949, the Directorate General of Shipping was established. Training and innovation, ensuring that India's maritime sector stands resilient, sustainable, and globally connected. On the occasion of the Platinum Jubilee, the Directorate proudly presents a commemorative coffee table book, 75 Years of Sea and Service, a chronicle of legacy, progress, and vision for the future. Celebrating the past, inspiring the future. Directorate General of Shipping, 75 years of service to the nation and to the seas.
The cover of Canvas of the Seas is more than art. Conceptualized by Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor, DG Shipping, and brought to life by artist Asif Sharif Sheikh. It reflects 75 years of India's maritime journey. Through vibrant colors and bold forms, the cover becomes a story where heritage meets vision, and the Directorate General of Shipping stands as India's guiding lighthouse. At its heart, India's map, a lighthouse, and a compass, unity, tradition, and alignment with Maritime India Vision 2030. A burning vessel under rescue, the risks at sea, and India's readiness to respond. An emergency towing vessel, symbol of resilience and coordinated action. Shipyards and recycling, industry transformed into sustainability and circular economy. A merchant navy officer, discipline and training shaping global standard seafarers. Surveyors with a checklist, safeguarding seaworthiness and port security. Women seafarers in action, capability, inclusion, and strength. Satellites and RED, digital vigilance ensuring safety at sea. Aditya, the solar ferry, a landmark in green shipping. Engineers, officers, cooks, ratings, the dignity and resilience of maritime life. Together, these elements create a living canvas, a tribute to India's past, a reflection of the present, and a vision for a safer, greener maritime future.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to begin with the second session of the day. We'll request all of you to please settle down. All right, welcome back, everybody. A very good afternoon. I hope we are all charged up for the next few sessions of the day. And we look forward to actually see the same energy we all started off with. All right, so talking about the second session of the day, it's all about crew change to career change. Well, of course, navigating the human side of the maritime transition. And to moderate this session, I would request Captain Ravi Singh Sikarwar, Nautical Surveyor cum Deputy Director General, Tech, Directorate General of Shipping, to please join us on the stage and lead this discussion.
Yeah, good afternoon, all, everyone, and a very warm welcome, everyone, for our next session after a good lunch. Now we'll be having a next session on crew change to career change, on navigating human side of maritime transition. As we celebrate 75 years of this Director General of Shipping, it is fitting that we reflect not only on our profound legacy, but also journey ahead, a journey towards greener, digital, and human-centered maritime transition. So, to begin with, I had made a small PPT, and before that, just for starting up this session, I want to tell that the maritime industry today stands as a defining crossroads, as we have seen from morning, driving by decarbonization, automation, and digitalization. Shipping is evolving faster than ever before. Yet behind every new system, innovation stands a seafarer, the human link ensuring that global trade continues to move safely, efficiently, and sustainably. While we rightly focus on technology advancement, it is equally critical focus on people, their skills, welfare, adaptability, and dignity. The transition to low and zero carbon shipping must be just transition, ensuring no seafarer is left behind. Today's discussion will bring together thought leaders and practitioners from government, academia, training institutes, and industry to explore how collaboration can ensure that maritime education and training evolve with the same speed as the technology is changing. Together, we will explore how we can move from crew change to career change, empowering our seafarers not merely to adapt but also lead in this era of sustainable shipping. These are the three sectors which we have highlighted for navigating the human side of maritime transition, where maritime sector is there, which is going ahead with the transition of this change, decarbonization, and seafarers are there, where they are to be equally qualified, skilled, and competent to run those vessels. And also government in process of developing clear policies, roadmap, regulatory frameworks, and all those things are the three broad structures we have divided. And this is the approximately our share of our seafarer. Globally, it is 1.5 million seafarers globally, out of which there are more than 6 lakh, around 7 lakh seafarers, and active seafarers are more than 3 lakhs from India. And it is around 9 to 12% of global seafarer tonnage. And in that global seafarers numbers. And we have to grow up to 20%. That growth structure we have captured in our 2030 and 2047 Amrit Kal vision. Those two documents we have seen in morning, and those are also focusing on these aspects of top seafaring nation to become as India. And these are the framework where IMO net zero framework is there, coverage for the vessels more than 5,000 GT, which is covering around 65% of the tonnage. 85% globally they have to cover, and timeline is around March 27 with implementation from 2028. And these are the IMO's net zero transition timelines, where they are telling that key reward and initiative mechanism for using net zero tonnage fuel, and it is going to implement by 2027 and 2028 implementation. And here we are seeing ammonia as a fuel, hydrogen and ammonia technology, and well-to-wake life cycle assessment for new upcoming fuels. These are the future technology which are going to come for our ammonia, the fuel transition. And this is the flow of the regulatory framework from the IMO side, right from MEPC 107 till next was MEPC 80, where they have adopted GHG strategies, and then in Feb 2024 STW10, where they agreed for the training of the seafarers on alternate fuel, and in MEPC 108 they have endorsed the STW initiatives for the seafarers awareness for challenges, risk and complexity of the proposed fuel and the technology development. Now moving forward, now moving forward, we are aiming for 800,000 seafarers addition required for alternate fuel training. Those requirements are to be covered by mid-2030, developed under this Maritime Just Transition Task Force report, which we have seen in STW 12, and also going to upgrade our Chapter 5 of STCW, where top-up courses and requirement for alternate fuel, ammonia, methanol, and hydrogen are going to come, with highlighting the KPIs which are mentioned in our Maritime Just Transition Task Force report, where 552 actionable KPIs was mentioned. And these are the navigating transition for shore persons. They are requiring technical and operational expertise of shore personnel, commercial and business understanding for handling those vessels, transferable skills from fossil fuel to alternate fuel, and support from other ecosystem entrepreneurships, technology and digital competencies for those aspects. And for phasing out of training and capacity building for strategies, their awareness of basic and safety training for hazards of new emerging fuels and their response in case of emergency, specialized technical training for handling ammonia, dual fuel engine and other fuel cells are there, and advanced certification for continuous education and simulation and drill for those using of those fuel. For that, we require a collaboration with training institutes and unions, technology and providers. We have divided our key challenges into 4 parts. One is infrastructure and cost, another is safety and risk for the crew, shortage of trained seafarers, and regulatory requirement. These gaps we have to bridge in order to come up with this transition of this alternate fuel. And how to come up with this gap? We have mentioned clear regulatory framework and harmonized international standard, government support for subsidies and grant initiative for training support of infrastructures, funding and financial model for training institutes, and early pilot demonstration projects for dual fuel, ammonia and greener ships, and competent new fuel fuel training for the seafarers. And these are our focus areas: ammonia, green hydrogen, zero and net zero emission sources, well-to-wake up life cycle assessment, fuel certification scheme for the seafarer, crew welfare, their rights and skill and training, and regulatory harmonization with other adopted nations. And in conclusion, just to say, this transition is underway, significant changes required in the training, regulatory and welfare, India has an opportunity as a large supplier of seafarer, leverages this to lead to safe and inclusive transitions and close collaboration among the governments, industry, training bodies and unions are the way forward. And with this, I request we can call for our speakers also for this session.
Joining us for this session, we have a panelist. I think the first and foremost, we would like to call upon once again on stage Miss Josephine Pallison. Ma'am, can I have the pleasure of you being with us? All right, ladies and gentlemen, she is the Maritime Counselor, Royal Embassy of Denmark, bringing international experience in shipping partnerships and EU climate regulation. Next, joining up, we have Dr. Sanjeet Kanango, Principal, Tulani Maritime Institute, an experienced maritime educator and researcher specializing in ship operations and engineering. And fleet manager with almost 17 plus years of operational and academic experience in maritime training and sustainability. Last but not the least, let's give it up for Shri Rakesh Singh, President ICC Shipping Association, Master Mariner with 45 years of experience, expert in maritime law, trade and commercial operations, and a prominent consultant and an educator in the sector. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, ma'am. So thank you all for joining. And I request our esteemed and speakers, please introduce yourself and say introduction about your. Then we will start for our question and answers, panel discussions. We can start. Ma'am, we can start
with me. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to see even more people. I think the audience is growing. My name is Josephine. I'm the Maritime Counselor at the Embassy of Denmark in New Delhi. I've been here for 2.5 years, and I come with a background from the Danish Maritime Authority, where I primarily worked on international relationships and EU climate negotiations. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Sanjeet sir, please introduce.
Good afternoon. I'm a chief engineer. I've been in the field of training and education of marine engineers for the last 25 years. Currently, I am the principal of Tulani Maritime Institute. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Sandeep sir, please introduce.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sandeep Kumar here. So I've had some experience with the Indian Register of Shipping. I was senior surveyor with them, posted in Mumbai and Rotterdam. Apart from that, I was also involved in new building activities for a company called Scorpio Ship Management. I was 3 years in Korea carrying out new building projects, and I was a technical manager and a quality manager. I was also with TW Ship Management, Transworld, DPA with them, and head of bulk carriers. And previously, I was CEO with a company in Vietnam called Sea Management Joint Stock Company. I'm now in Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies as engineering HOD, and also on an academic front, basically, I'm an extra first-class engineer. I'm MS by research from Indian Maritime University. I'm postgraduate diploma in maritime management from Malmo, and currently pursuing my PhD from IMU. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And I request Captain Rakesh, sir, please.
Thank you, Ravi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This session was supposed to be pre-lunch, so bear with me. My name is Rakesh Singh. I am a ship owner, operator, and a maritime lawyer. And I am a president of Indian Coastal Ship Owner Association and also a member of National Shipping Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And as we go ahead with our session, we will have two round of question and answers, and then we'll open floor for the audience also. So first question I will ask from Josephine, madam. This is regarding how has Denmark integrated alternate fuels and green technology into maritime training for both seafarers on board ship and ashore. Thank you.
Thank you. The first disclaimer I have to make is that this specific thing is not something I've worked that much on, so I've gotten inputs from my colleagues. What I have worked on is the decarbonization agenda in general, and one of the most important things we are told is that there will be no decarbonization without the seafarers enabling it. So that's the premise for all of it, right? Now, with that said, the Danish Maritime Authority is world known. We are an acclaimed authority. But one of the few things I want to highlight here is their collaboration with not only the industry, but also academia and other ministries. So while the Danish Maritime Authority is not, is this okay? Does not really have the mandate to control our seafaring schools, they do sit in the IMO and negotiate STW conventions, etc. And they represent actual seafarers on a day-to-day basis. But what we've done from a Danish Maritime Authority perspective is that we've created a platform for cross-authority, industry, and academic collaboration. It's called the Regulatory Future Lab of the Danish Maritime Authority. And it enables the industry and academia to come forward with whatever challenge they see in terms of achieving the decarbonization goals. That could be within shipbuilding, they need approval of ships, but it could also be with regards to the seafarers. And say, well, we see an urgent training need for seafarers, because I think my colleague from Maersk also highlighted that by 2030, the skill sets needed are going to be completely new. So the maritime authorities have to be sort of proactive here. They also have to be more proactive than what the IMO actually allows them to be. And one of the things that my colleague then highlighted that they did in a collaboration across academia and industry was that they've carried out a new scheme for handling methanol. Basically, the curriculums are not fully developed yet. The guidelines at the IMO are not there yet. Hence, they had to come up with some sort of model that would allow them to actually see seafarers able to handle methanol without endangering themselves and the environment, etc. And that sort of collaboration across the segments is crucial. And I can also see it's what you're doing here and what you just highlighted in your presentation. So I think that's one of the things we've done. We have open doors from academia to industry to authority.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. And now I request Sandeep sir, if we can have next question, that what challenges do maritime institutes face in embedding sustainability and green ship skills in training with existing for STCW framework, what we are presently having right now?
Okay, thank you, sir. So, first of all, we should understand that what are the major challenges? It's, of course, decarbonization and digitalization that we are looking at. So, if you are talking about decarbonization and we are talking of sustainable fuels in the like ammonia or methanol or even hydrogen, everything is not so simple as it seems. That's my personal opinion. See, when we were looking at another revolution in terms of electronic engines, say for example, or even ballast water management systems. So if the system doesn't work or if the engine doesn't work, it's not, okay, it is a problem, but it's not such a grave problem. Just picturize yourselves over the next maybe 10 years, 12 years down the line, where you have maybe about 100 ships which are powered by hydrogen or something. One little mistake can lead to deadly consequences. So this is something we must all appreciate. Apart from that, digitalization, down the line, it will be relevant, of course, in terms of IoT or AI, machine learning. But as we speak in the current context, the more important challenge that we are looking at, which has a more potential impact, is decarbonization for sure. Needless to say, the seafarers need to be ready for it. As our question is, what is the challenges that the institutes have to have, So if we consider the aspect of India, for example, more than 80% of the institutes here are private in nature. So there is, of course, a lot of disparity in terms of, I won't use the term standards, but in terms of imparting value among the public sector and the privately owned institutes. And as one of the speakers previously underlined, the most important challenge that would be is with regards to the quality of seafarers for sure. So what needs to be done? First of all, you must have seafarers who are coming in with a proper admission procedure or something. That is one part of it. And apart from that, one very important aspect that we are looking at, which I think, ma'am, you just told, is about the industry academia, link. That's very, very important. Because if we are thinking of imparting value or some sort of education, it can be done in several ways. You can simply talk about it. You can simply show a PowerPoint presentation. You can simply show a video. You can talk about it in a classroom training. You can sort of have a simulator. You can have an actual research for that. So in terms of that, there is a very wide range of spectrum that we are looking at in terms of training. So if we are looking, so first thing is that the industry must provide a proper sort of understanding and a sort of a risk assessment. How far are we willing to go? Is it only, do we want to touch the topic of, let us say, hydrogen, or we want to go deeper into it, or we want to set up some sort of an infrastructure lab? So all this will require funds. How will the funds come in? That's another challenge. Is it, something like that? I do think that probably, eminent people must have thought about it, but we must have some sort of a fund which is both by, the government and the private entities and with the industry as a whole, and that be sort of allocated to infrastructure or, simulator training or training the seafarers in terms of the green shipping. So this is my opinion. Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Now we can move ahead from Training Institute to the ship owner's perspective. I will ask Rakesh, sir, how do the coastal shipping sector aligning with national green shipping policies in terms of technology, adaptation, and resource optimization in this sector, sir? Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. So now the ship owner's perspective, and by virtue of being a ship owner, it's a seafarer's employer's perspective. And I think that should be heard out by the training institutes, and then gear up accordingly. Thanks, Ravi. Ravi, I'm very skeptical now when I use the word coastal. There was a time we used to use term very loosely, coastal shipping. Now the coast has gone to 200 nautical mile, to up to EEZ. So that's too long a distance from the coast now to be called coastal shipping, but that's the MS Merchant Shipping Act defines coast to up to 200 nautical mile. So I'll come back to our domain, which is, I would rather term it as a domestic shipping, or what Europeans use the term as short sea shipping. And that's, I'll restrict that because I'm not in a position realistically as an industry representative to discuss about high-end fuels like methanol ammonia. Of course, academically, we are following it up. But the realistic statement is that the domestic shipping or short sea shipping today is the usage of drop-in biofuel. That has been in practice for a while. And many of our ship owners have used it very successfully, up to 50% drop down without reporting any issue. There was no issue with the engine or the class for that matter, and even the performance. Maybe it's a short sea shipping, so we don't see that difference. But unfortunately, the logistics issue related with the ethanol, that brought that to almost zero. There were a number of ships on the coast that started using, but there are hardly any ships because it's not available. So that's the reality of this drop-down biofuel, mixing with the fossil fuel. In terms of seafarers coping up with the use of biofuel in the engine or training, we did not see anything different. They were very comfortable. The administration was okay with it, with the existing training qualification arrangement, and so were classification societies. So we were fine. But there's another segment where we have a very heavy top-down policy initiative, and that's the use, production, and use of hybrid tugs. Now, this is a policy of Government of India, which is top-driven, and most of you would know that green tug transition policy is in place, and by 2047, all major ports of India are required to deploy only green tugs, or hybrid tugs, if you like to call it. This is a bit of a challenge, and this is where I'll focus. We have taken a little different approach, unlike Europeans. When I speak to my European counterparts or regulatory bodies, they have taken a system of energy storage system on board in the form of battery, which is far less in capacity. Let's say a 60-ton bollard pull tug would be using about 1,000 to 1,500 kilowatt-hour ESS, and they use it for regular movements, and when they need peak power, the generators cut in. But Government of India, the policy, the initiative is that we want entire operation of any major port in India that could extend to 2 to 2.5 hours to be carried out by ESS, that is energy storage system. And that's where the challenge comes. First of all, having on board a small tug, 5,000 kilowatt of battery system, that itself is a challenge. The battery, you all know, comes up with own risk. So, and then together with it, even more complicated is energy management system, or we call it power management system, with a multiple power intakes. So our engineers would require some training how to handle vis-a-vis operationally, optimizing the use of it, and as well as safety. So we are in discussion with administration, with Chief Surveyor, and we will work on it, that if there's anything additional required, and then training institutes can also kick in. That's the engineering side of a hybrid tug. There's an operational side. All the operators, we call them handler or masters on the ship, they've been used to conventional system. That means unlimited fuel on board. Whenever you want, you cook in the engine. But herein, they have to be very watchful, optimizing, using the battery, and use generator very sparingly. But that's an operational part of the training, which companies like us who get into this business will arrange that training through OEMs or manufacturers and makers. So that's a long and short of domestic or coastal shipping. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, we have also seen in Denmark there is a electrical ferry, battery-operated ferry, and that is being charged by the windmill. One of the windmill they have dedicated for that, and that is also having power storage for that full island. So she is going and coming in a day, and that ferry is also standby for the power storage for that island in emergency. Seeing that small setup. Similarly, we can also have these facilities in our side where western coast having a lot of wind and all, there we can have in that way.
I'll just add to what you said, I missed out that. So even having a green or hybrid truck alone is not enough. Charging system is equally important, which Indian Port Association is working with the electricity board and other agencies to have an efficient charging system. So that the work is in progress. As regard to ferries, we did the study. See, the advantage is, I'm not denying your achievement in that sense. The ferries have a dedicated route, dedicated time, dedicated point of charging, place of charging, whereas the tugs run through fluctuation of energy requirements. That's a bigger challenge. So that needs to be looked into it when you're comparing with a dedicated route vessel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Now next we can move to Captain Sanjeet, sir. My question will be, sir, how can the decarbonization of shipping be transformed into a just transition that create opportunity instead of displacement? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, decarbonizations, ships don't decarbonize, the people do. So people have to be reskilled. And the pathway for that is little bit to be thought of and calculated. Let's look at the current scenario, and the institutes are at crossroads. And why crossroads? When the administration is and the nation is going towards green, we have still 98% of the ships running under fuel, on HFO. My curriculum looks at the current requirement. When I look at the current requirement, I have to fulfill the curriculum towards HFO. But at the same time, I have to be ready for the future greens. When I look at the green fuels, there are three things which come into picture. One, the green fuels have their own systemic enhancements, which HFO didn't have. The green fuels have to switch, and they already, of course, HFO also switched over from sensory diagnostics to sensing diagnostics. Because gone are the days where people used to hear, see, and feel and diagnose the machine. From there, we have gone to sensing systems, which has gone beyond now to the level of AI tools, which can predict and give you the versions of that. The third is that when you have such an intense automation system, there will be intense data coming in. And when the data is coming in, the data cannot be left to itself. The data has to be analyzed, and data has to feed back to the system to be able to give the corrective measures. So what does this entail? My point of view here is that I cannot leave aside the curriculum for the 98% of the vessels running on HFO. I have to still stick to that because these vessels also have to run. And the Indian seafarers are mostly catering to the foreign seafarers. India has very less ships. At the same time, when we are looking forward and the ships are coming in the near future, there will be three parties involved. One, the industry gives the requirements, the administration gives the framework, and the institutes under the tutelage of the university have to issue certificates. Now, as an academician, and especially in the Indian society, there is always the desire to have degrees and certificates. So the degrees have to be now based on credit systems. Fortunately, the national education policy very clearly defines the national credit framework. So my single point answer here is that when the modules are being prepared, let it have some credits. As the seafarer comes home or in any forum, he goes for this course and earns credits. And when they earn the credits, that keeps his momentum going, that he feels to achieve something. And this is the one way of going forward. And ultimately, he can get a degree, a postgraduate diploma, or a MTech, whatever you say. So the road forward for the three people have to get together, design courses, and the institutes have to be, as Sandeep said, that little bit funded to create the infrastructure. The seafarers come in, they get trained, earn the credits, and then we move forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sanjeet, sir. Sir, I will be going ahead with next question with Rakesh sir again. This will be, what initiatives are being taken to address the shortage of qualified manpower in the coastal trade segment, which we are presently seeing in our STCW regime also, and with respect to transition in this greener fuel, how it will be addressed in our coastal trade for the manpower. Thank you.
So Ravi, we are struggling at the moment, you know. We are in a crisis situation. And there's a shortage of officers for sure, and that means there are more opportunities, which is a good thing. So opportunities in India as well as opportunities abroad. So many of the nations, we have signed now agreement, and very soon you will see Indian officers with a coastal certificate can work on the coast of Thailand. So more and more,
Coming
you know,
up that-
yeah,
yes.
it's coming up. So I mean, that's one way. It's very good that the opportunities are coming up. And but as of this moment, while I'm speaking, we are in very serious crisis. And as usual, our first reaction is to blame the administration. So we approached the administration and said that you're not passing sufficient people, you know. When I saw the record, that
We have
was...
seen in last 10 years, yes, last 10-year record, we have seen it has gone down.
I was told last year only some 24 NWKO appeared, appeared for exam. In a country like us, only 24. So I think we have, as an industry, been caught napping, I must admit, and we didn't, you know, pick up the signal that we need to do something. So forget about upgrading.
And sir, just to interrupt him, sir, and now after last exam which we have conducted, it was more than 120 per exam, and now in next year, till now we were having 3 exams for NWQ annual calendar, and from next year we have doubled 6 exams, and FC also we have conducting course every month now. Now we will be progressing in this way so that coastal seafarer manning should not be in shortage.
Yeah, so the officers, and good for them that they can serve in other countries also, so the job opportunities are good for them. And we should not curtail, I'm very much you know, in favor of that. That the question is how to tackle our own problem. It's not only about the operating cost, you know, hitting the sky roof. It is also a crisis of compliance at the moment, and also disciplinary issues are coming. People are not getting relieved in time. Every possible problem that can happen is happening in our waters at the moment. So we have taken some initiative basis on short-term, mid-term, long-term, you know, approach, as we all do. And I'm thankful to Nautical Advisor. We have introduced 1-year GP rating program for NWKO. This was started, just a few months back in coordination with ICSA. So we hope to induct more people. But we are finding that we need to market this. There are youngsters looking for jobs in this country, and they are not informed about this career opportunity. So we recently had a meeting with the Southern Naval Command officers in Cochin, and they offered us something. They said you can reach out to Agniveers now. So there are trained Agniveers, and I was told very pleasantly surprised that they are in great demand. All those fears of Agniveer remaining unemployed after 4 years is myth now. They are in great demand by all kinds of organizations. So the Southern Command has agreed that they will introduce to boys from the Naval Branch, Engineering and Nautical. Now I have to sit with our own directorate and see if the Agniveers want to join the merchant shipping, what we need to do in terms of training and examination certification. That's one thing. We are also increasing the NCV limit to 10,000 GT, upgrading the inland officer handlers course to 500 GT. So a lot of steps have been taken. The mind right now is really coping with the problem in hand to address the shortage. And of course, we have a parallel running, you know, this issue of greening the ships. So we will take that on also. But right now, running the business has become an issue.
Yes, sir. Right now, having seafarers in coastal and the domestic trade is a much bigger challenge than transiting them to the next technology in future. And also, sir has told regarding Agniveer, there is one DG order 16 of 2022 where we have mapped all the procedures, and we are having interactive meetings with Indian Navy also. They are 6 monthly meetings, and hopefully after their 4 year of period, completion of period, there are a lot of that naval sailors will be there for in our merchant fleet for this rating side and petty officer rank level working as a ship's crew. Yeah. So hopefully we will see after some time. And also lot of initiatives and reforms are being developed for the NCV. We are going to get this NCV certification also online. and dredger and other fishing grade examinations, and transition from IV certification to NCV tug holder certificates are also required, and increasing the tonnage also from 6,000 to 10,000. Those things are also in pipeline, so that more and more seafarer are encouraged to come for our NCV. Because we have seen that it is drastically reduced from last 10 years. Around 80% it has reduced, not increased, it is reduced, that NCV certification in our country.
Just to add on to what you said, NSB, National Shipping Board, has made it a top agenda item. And we are reaching out to now tier 2, tier 3 cities, to colleges, schools, explaining to them that the career opportunity exists, which is not as bad as you think. And so we hope that will pay also. But that's a long-term, plan.
Yeah, because, sir, I think they are not aware with respect to career progression and salary structures, and after that joining ashore pathways, they are not aware. That is the main thing. Because there is a job requirement and we are having a manpower, but they are not channelized in the right direction to come to this track. If they are coming in track, then within time of 10 to 12 years, they will be well established in this career. Yeah. Thank you, sir. And now I will next move with the Sandeep sir again. Yeah. As India position itself as a leader in sustainable maritime workforce development, what concrete step can you ensure that our seafarers become global champions of sustainability, and how can we benchmark success internationally? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Again, a very good question. So, basically, like India is having a population of 1.3 to 1.4 million and counting. And the amount of seafarers that we have here is, let's say, about 300,000. So somewhere there is a gap, or somewhere it does not match, So of course, the first thing what I feel is what sir already told, that there is a lack of awareness for sure. In today's generation, not many people, not many youngsters actually they do want to venture into shipping for whatever reason it might be. Do they feel that the salary or, growth or whatever, or possibly they are not, in sync with being on the ships for some periods of time. So awareness is a feature which needs to be, increased. And as we come to know that now, as sir has told and everyone that, there have been campaigns across tier 2 cities and all, and that is what is required to instill some sort of, confidence in the youngsters that please come over and join shipping. That is one thing. So this is one of the challenges regarding, of course, awareness. And apart from that, what needs to be done is that a seafarer ecosystem is something that needs to be created, Like for simple things, let's say that you have a port, so it should cater to requirements of the seafarer if they are going for shore leave. So some smaller ports may not actually cater to those requirements. So simple things, and something like gratuity, provident fund, taking care of each and every part of the requirement which otherwise we seem to be as mandatory. All these things needs to be imbibed, and over a period of time there will be a growth in the number of seafarers, and this is what is required. I think also there are so many esteemed people, they can actually try to venture out into countries or nations which are supplying manpower, let us say, or they have ships, something like that, Russia or Korea, and then sort of instill confidence in them that, they can take in Indian seafarers. Also, possibly, foreign flag ships, they need to take care of our seafarers as well. We had that Indian tonnage tax scheme and all, but because there are limited Indian ships, which are of course increasing as we speak, so that can be done, and they can be sort of employed. More opportunities can be created. I've seen that, when representatives come over from World Maritime University, Malmö, they are coming over to universities or our colleges. They go and have a look at the campuses. That's a very good initiative, and that's being appreciated. So somehow we have to create some sort of awareness, not within the country, not within the within ourselves and the cities, but also worldwide. And that's where we can increase the intake. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Also, we should have a right direction for the seafarers, not going to the right channel only, because we have seen in past they are misleaded and they are going in wrong direction. That word of mouth also spread that don't join this sea carrier. And we can have a model which is already being used by the maritime nation, which is top manpower supply like Philippines. How they are giving importance to the existing seafarer, and that is encouraged to the new one to join this field, because they see the encouragement and importance in their profession. That is there, that seafarer has to then also showcase to others in the society, that they will encourage to come here then. But when they see the seafarer, he is not able to get a job properly, or he is being ill-treated, or he is being wrong framed by the wrong people, then they will also think that this is what this profession is. That this way we have to also develop. Yes, sir. Please. Yes, sir. Please.
I was with Mitsui USK Lines during my sailing days. I don't know, it's very difficult to implement, but I was very happy to note, you sail for 3 years, then you go back to the office for 3 years to any department, then you go back to sea again. The continuity remains, the belongingness to the company remains, they become more astute, they become more literate, they become more educated and technically sound. If our fraternity can do this in India somehow, probably we'll have very able people manning our vessels, manning our offices, and the feeling for the vessel and the office and the system goes up. The experiences can be plowed back to the administration, and the administration can increase the scope of work and the frameworks. This is what I wanted to add.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for this point. Now we can move on to Josephine ma'am for second question. This question is, what lessons can be drawn from Denmark's collaborative model between government, academia and industry in developing future-ready maritime training systems? We can have some insight on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will also maybe expand the question a little bit and also try to make a reference to our bilateral government-to-government collaboration. I think that's the outset here. But first of all, I think the cross-institutional, cross-industry approach that we have in Denmark is obviously something, it seems like you're already doing it in India, so I don't know how many lessons there are to be learned in that regard. But it is obviously a good tool to talk with the industry and academia. I think I want to elaborate maybe a little bit more on what we can do together. Denmark is a big shipping nation. We have a lot of ships. We do not have that many seafarers. And we also, like you, we actually also struggle with recruiting them. For reasons I don't know, because if you're a seafarer, you automatically, in most cases at least, have an international career. You learn the practical implementation of, for example, decarbonization. You're guaranteed a job because the shipping will only increase. So it should be very attractive as a job, I would say, for many young people, men and women across. But what can we do together? One of the pillars in our Center of Excellence in Green Shipping, our bilateral government-to-government collaboration here, focuses exactly on seafarers and their skilling. We've not yet opened that door. It's something that we'll do in 2026. But the reason for digging into that is obviously because we have that many ships and you have a lot of seafarers. There's an obvious interest in collaborating on that. Our governments, our authorities should do it both when it comes to the IMO and setting the right criteria there, working top down, but it should also be bringing the industry together and also talking directly industry to government, government to industry. And then one of the things that, a very practical example, I think, of what we intend and hope to do next year is also these train-the-trainer courses, because we do have an industry in Denmark that is quite advanced. Hence, they also have a lot of practical examples of how to handle all the new equipment, the new technologies that they want on board their ships. That training that they've already done, obviously, through a government-to-government lens, we should try to promote that also with our Indian counterparts. So we see that the Indian seafarers get the skills so they can operate, for example, or sail on a Maersk ship. One example, go back to the concrete example, is that we have a Danish Fire Institute, which is new to me, this institute, but they basically teach they do courses on how to handle alternative fuels that have invisible flames. You can't see when it burns. So how do you, as a seafarer, handle something that you can't see? Well, exactly that is something they work on. And we should spread out these things because it's what we're going to need in the future. So that's a very concrete example of how we can collaborate, train-to-trainer courses, bring in Danish stakeholders, Indian stakeholders, come together and promote it via the government-to-government collaboration.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And I think we have seen there are 6 elements, and 2 elements we have already seen. One is with the alternate fuel and this digitalization of port and efficiency sectors. And third is this regarding this training of the training and maritime training aspects. And what I have seen in Denmark, there are some limited institutes, 4 or 5 academia only. They are only governed by the government, and they're in that structure. Yeah. Okay, sir, we will move on further, and last question I will ask from Dr. Sanjeet, sir. Sir, what institutional reform are most urgent to prepare cadets and officers for multi-fuel and automation in this regard? Can you just please show some light?
Correct. So it's very clear. We have to be prepared, and we have to make a beginning. The institutes, as Sandeep said, that all institutes don't have that financial capability. The other threat which comes along with the alternative fuels, what has been proposed, like say methanol or ammonia, they have some latent dangers, very explosive in nature, and so the institutes have to be prepared to gear up for that. Having said all these things, how do we go ahead? The first beginning is to have simulators. The second thing is that have a prototypes. So I think just for information here, Tulani Maritime Institute is also developing a prototype for the methanol. The point here still remains that by having these prototypes, you can merely show the bunkering, storage, and the process flow. You cannot combust the fuel because the engines which are available in India for methanol, they only can be a adjunct fuel with 15% capability. And there is no engine in India as on date which will be able to burn ammonia with regards to laboratory facilities. I'm not talking of propulsion engines. Because the concept has to be shown. If the concept has to be shown, I think there are ways and means to do it. And necessarily, the fuel should be burnt. The way it is burned in the marine engines is not necessary. The concept is to be delivered. But however, what is important is that how you bunker them, how you store them, and how you transport them to the engine. This can be easily done to the extent that some money is definitely required. if the government, along with the universities, can develop infrastructures where not all institutes can need to have that, but the sharing can be done, then it will be a good move at the earliest.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, as you rightly said, we should have a prototype for this transition, and that can train our future seafarers for this transition, right? So now I can open the floor for audience for your any questions, if any, with respect to seafarers, training, transition, and this element. Mike.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Captain Rakesh, for you. When we talk of coastal shipping, the concept everyone has in their mind is near coastal vessel, etc., are all small vessels, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 tons. Can you shatter that myth and say that, yes, coastal vessel or domestic vessel actually can even be a Panamax or bigger size? And if so, do we expect our seafarers with having a near coastal vessel certificate, serve on those big ships as well?
There are, two different things. I'll put it in two different compartments. One is a pure domestic or coastal, and one is near coastal. So these are two different segments, first of all. Near coastal is a regional treaty, and it covers many other countries as well. And if you look at the manning scale prescribed by the administration, is also different for the two. But the larger question you asked, a 75,000-ton bulk carrier going from Kandla to Haldia, that's not the policy intent. That has been happening for years before we started discussing coastal ship. The policy intent was modal shift from railways to roadways to waterways. And that kind of a parcel size, more like a hub and spoke system, one major port serving nearby ports to reduce the congestion from the roadways and railways. So this is the modal shift concept, but in both the types of vessels, whether domestic coastal or near coastal, certification requirements are same. Certification requirements are same, so a person is fully qualified. In fact, NWK has not even a GT restriction. NWK officers can go on any GT vessel. And we are extending the mate and master now to 10,000 GT. Captain Anish is sitting there. We are working with him. Take it to 10,000 to make it more attractive. That you will not be limited to 2,000 or 3,000 ton vessel. You can go. And in future, maybe more. So this exercise is being undertaken. I hope I have answered.
Yeah, sure. To breach that 10,000 limit, we got to go further. That's what I'm saying. We compare that with Brazil. Coastline of Brazil is 7,400 kilometers. Doesn't that sound very close to Indian coastline? 7,500, not counting the 11,000. And their fleet has, dry cargo fleet and tanker fleet has very, very big ships. I've worked with some of them, so I know. They don't, fall in that category of small ship operators.
So there's another myth here. We talk about coastal ship and we try to paint the coastal ship with one stroke of brush. Coastal, Whereas if you look at it a little more seriously, the peninsular coastline is not very conducive to coastal shipping business. Look at straight line like China or Brazil you mentioned, and even a half circle like Australia. Can you imagine a small 10,000 tonner vessel from Kandla to Haldia? Can it ever compete with roadways or railways covering such a big distance? So that's why in number of presentation, we have tried to explain what is the policy intent and what we should try and achieve instead of just talking about coastal shipping, as a term that we use.
Yeah, the question is, general question is all, can we or IMO say with guarantee that we have identified all the hazards connected with the alternative fuels and even operationally, what else could come in? There's a term called risk homeostasis, which says that there's so many unknown risks because so many hazards have not been identified. And if that has not been done, by when do you think it can be done?
I will give my feedback on the fuel based on the Indian risks, what the Indian organizations have. We have gone to ARI, we have gone to the Ministry of Explosives. So they have defined to some extent, but we are scouting more into it. And I have not got any literature from the maritime world, but certainly these are being handled for a long time in India. Ammonia is being handled for a long time. If you have to have an ammonia setup, you cannot have inside a tank. It has to be open always. In the same likes, if you look at the methanol, where we gave a demonstration to Kandla Port Trust for how to handle the methanol fire. So we have got the guidelines from the Indian regulatory bodies, not from the maritime world, sir. That's the only information I have for you.
Good afternoon for the wonderful.
It's a very difficult question. Also for the very basic reason that I don't think we actually know what the future fuel will be, definitely. Hence, it's difficult to know what the safety and security issues will be with it. It varies. I'm happy I'm not the one who's going to find all the problems and how to solve them, because it is complex. And we need, and that's again why we also need the cross-sectoral, cross-ministerial, cross-industry, ministry collaboration, right? Because we need the seafarers with actual experiences on board a ship who've sailed the oceans to tell us the realities. So we don't only have someone like me who's a trained bureaucrat and policymaker sit and define the things, right? But we need to think together.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My question is to Captain Rakesh Singh. See, in your presentation, you said that you are facing shortage of manpower for the coastal vessels and the other vessels plying in India. As far as the presentation goes, which was given to you by DDG training few days ago in the course of these celebrations, it was pointed out that just about 43% of the GP ratings coming out of the institutes are employed. So that means there is a huge gap between those employed and unemployed. My first thing is, why aren't these guys tapped for the NCV region? Second thing is, I have observed that there is a huge, though we are increasing the tonnage from 3,000 to 10,000 and whatever, the wage, there is a wage differential between NCV and foreign going, and as the tonnage is being increased, I'm sure their competency levels expected by the administration would also slightly or be modified. So I think why we are not able to attract these GP ratings or something who are looking obviously for foreign going vessels is that there is a huge difference in the wage scales offered to these seafarers. So I think maybe you can think about something. You may be already doing something. I'm not saying no. You may be already talking at a lot of forums that you will be giving them opportunities and all that. So another aspect during your discussion which came out is you were saying, of course, today also all the GP ratings are not aspiring to be NCV. Most of them are trying to go. The problem is many of them are going to UK to appear for exams because I believe it is easier for them to appear from there. And many of the better training institutes are taking, they are not taking 10 standard pass, they are taking much higher, either ITI passed or something like that. Now, somebody also mentioned that our officers are not so good or they are having some attitude problems. But yes, that need to be addressed and I'm sure everybody is addressing it. But having said that, still our numbers are globally on the rise. And there are many, many companies also coming into India looking for seafarers. So that doesn't talk about the bulk of the seafarers, I would say. Maybe a small portion is having undesirable qualities, which we have to, of course, definitely address. And similarly, when you say that Indians coming ashore for shore management, I think Indians are doing excellent or very well in shore management also. So how do you address this? Thank you.
All these questions I have to answer? There are so many. First, let me understand one by one. So I'll pick up the easiest one. Whether the NCV certificate holders are competent to serve on higher tonnage or higher power vessel, that question he, Gopi Krishna and Anish will answer. Okay? They have done the risk assessment and they have upgraded the syllabus also. So I'm sure they are very mindful of the fact. That was the easiest thing to answer. The second thing that you said is a human issue. A crew member working on my ship, smaller ship, and looking at a bigger ship berth other side, and he aspires to be one day on that ship. So unfortunately, we have become a stepping stone, and I don't blame them. We all did that, and will continue to do so. So that's an issue that we have. So they have come to this career because of, this reason. They all are using as a stepping stone. You are right that when I talked about the serious supply gap, that's in an officer's cadre, not in the rating. In fact, it's a reverse in rating sector. Ratings are many, 50% of them or maybe less are unemployed at any given time. And that is why we have developed this course with BES and DG and ICSA, that you can do GP rating in 1 year and go for. But then again, that choice is of that person. The thing is, it's again a human issue that he thinks I would do 6 months and get my watch keeping and sail as an AB oiler here. Why should I struggle to 1 year as a cadet, then again appear for exam, and I don't know whether I'll pass or not. Unfortunately, the past record of passing has not been very encouraging. So these are the challenges for sure. The reaching out, at least that's the first intent now, to reach out to the farthest corner, hinterland of India, and try and explain them, and at least bring them in on board. And then let's see how many of them continue or in the coastal or switch over to foreign. That we will see. We are happy as long as they are inducted, and start appearing for training, doing their training and appearing for the exams. All are answered or anything is left?
Wages.
You come with me, I'll show you the wage sheet and compare it with the Indian, I'm not talking about FOSMA Masa here, INSA vessels, the wage scale, and ICSA vessel. It's all become same, all same now. So I think that debate is for some other time, Philip. Don't push me.
Sir, I have a question. I have a statement to make also to the technical experts on the panel. Sir. That we are discussing about green shipping and the net objective is to have net zero emissions, right, from ships. So recently I came across a paper submitted by IAX, which is trying to promote nuclear energy. And there are discussions between IMO and IAEA towards various aspects to consider specially built reactors in order to get nuclear propulsion on board commercial shipping. So any of you can answer whether you have gone into this aspect and is it commercially viable? I heard today Dr. Jagannathan mentioning this in passing, that nuclear fuel is being thought about, but it is very far away. So can you give us some insight into this?
Sir, I think, sir, it is currently being used in polar region for those tugboat and those vessels also. They are nuclear powered vessels, and this technology also being used in our submarines in India. They are domestically, indigenously built only submarines are there. They are using it. And also, we can, the pilot has to be there, and that study has to be done, whether this can be used in our inland vessels or some small vessels, a small reactor, and that technology is not hampered and used in the right way. So, technology is there, and it is being used also. That has to be given thought, and that can be, sir, you want to add?
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for your question. So, as DG sir had told that, they are still trying to think about it. But as of date, nothing much has been frankly done about it, as far as I know. But it's always, anyone can counter this by asking that why we are having nuclear-powered submarines. Why can't we have this? Because if you consider the nuclear-powered submarine, she goes inside and then maybe for the next 60 days or something, she doesn't need to come out, and she doesn't need to actually refuel, let's say, for the next 50 years. So the concept is actually very, very encouraging, but sadly, I think, sir, Nothing much is in my knowledge so far, sir. That's all I can say.
For the commercial shipping, yeah.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd just like to enlighten the audience here. We recently had our extra master's course, that's about a year, 2 years back. Dr. Chidambaram, who was a Padma Vibhushan, he coincidentally is my neighbor also, and he was, we lost him recently, but he gave a very enlightening session for the boys. And he was strongly promoting nuclear fusion instead of this nuclear fission technology, which is, and he says if the DG Shipping and others could work along with BRC, he would have promoted that channel, but I think it is worth considering this, especially since a good amount has been put into research and development. I saw in the shipping development, the budget over there. This should be considered.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. I don't have any question, particularly. I have this observation, as Mr. Sandeep also pointed out, Captain Rakesh Singh also pointed out. There's a huge gap in supply chain. Okay, number of ships are increasing, but the number of right talent is reducing. In spite of having a country of 1.4 billion people, we are still struggling with 3.18 lakh seafarer. Probably reason we all are responsible for this, because shipping, whenever you talk about shipping, shipping is in the news for always for the wrong reason. Whether there's a grounding of the ship, whether there's an attack on by Houthis, whether there's a oil pollution. So mostly, I think all of us will agree, shipping is in the news only for the wrong reason. How do we attract these young boys who are, if my knowledge is correct, almost 30% Indian population is youth population. How do we channelize? How do we make it attractive? So we need to think as an industry, not only it's a job of administration, I think it is job of each and every one of us to send the right signal to the youth, to the talent. Maybe instead of concentrating only in metro cities, we should reach out to tier 2, tier 3 cities. Maybe we should reach out to villages where there is a hunger to do something, so that we get long-term serving seafarers on board. So I just wanted to share this. Boys and girls.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. So with this, we will close our session. I will thank you very much for our distinguished speakers for your insightful contribution and sharing this perspective on how maritime sectors can have transition for the seafarers from this new innovative technology. And let us continue prepare our future-ready maritime workforce, resilient, skilled and deeply rooted to values of safety, sustainability and service to our nation. Thank you once again, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much for such an interactive session. I'll request you to please stay back. I'll request Captain Anish Joseph to please join us on the stage to present memento to our moderator and our panelist for this session. Thank you so much once again to our moderators and our panelists. I'll request all the panelists to please join us for a group picture. Thank you so much once again. All right, everybody, without wasting any time out there, it's time to jump directly to the third session of the day, which is all about waste to wealth. I'm sure we all are looking forward for this one. To moderate this session, I would request Shri Gopi Krishna C, Engineer and Ship Surveyor, come Deputy Director General Tech, Directorate General of Shipping, to please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with over 32 years of experience, including 14 years at sea and extensive shore-based roles, well, Shri Gopi Krishna brings deep expertise in ISM, ship recycling, casualty investigations, and international maritime conventions. Let's have a big round of applause and welcome him on the stage with us. It's time to welcome our panelists for this session. First and foremost, we have Shri Shobhit Kapoor, Manager, Southeast Asia, Lloyd's Register, a seasoned marine surveyor and auditor with definitely hands-on experience in vessel inspection, ship recycling consultancy, and regulatory compliance. Let's have him with us on the stage. Joining us next, we have Captain Prashant S, of course, Head of ESG and Public Affairs, South Asia. AP Moller Marsk, a former gas tanker master and ESG leader driving sustainable ship recycling and circular economy initiatives across South Asia. I think we definitely need to increase the energy in the room. Give on a round of applause and let's welcome our next panelist on the stage. The next one, we have Shri Harish Parmar, Honorable Secretary, Ship Recycling Industries Association, India, with 3 decades of experience in ship recycling. Well, he has led industry initiatives for work welfare, environmental compliances, and international standard adoptions at ALING. Can we request him? He's right here. A round of applause for him, everybody. Next one, we have Dr. Anand Hiramat, Chief Sustainability Officer, GMS, and expert in sustainable ship recycling, environmental engineering, and work safety. Of course, leading an innovative program in compliance, IHM, and safe ship disposable globally. Let's have him as well on the stage with us. The last one, joining us in this panel is Shri Amol Bandhe, Senior Surveyor, Indian Register of Shipping. He's a mechanical engineer with 20+ years of experience, heading IHM and ship recycling services, contributing to policy, facility certification, and global standard implementations. I'm sure we all look forward for this session. We request our moderator to please take over.
Good afternoon to all. Always this session, ship recycling session, takes place only after the lunch hour. And okay, we'll make it energetic, not an issue. So, to start with, I'll give a brief background of ship recycling in India. As far as ship recycling is concerned, India is the forerunner, and it has carved its own position in adherence to Hong Kong Convention, having about 115 HKC compliant yachts, which no other country in the world has. With a capacity of around 4.5 million LDT, there's a huge capacity. This capacity can recycle at least 400 ships a year. Not less than that. I said 400 ships. And in 2012, we have recycled a maximum of 415 ships, if I'm not wrong. Yes. So that is the statistics. Having said that, today's theme is about the circular economy. How ship recycling is contributing to the circular economy goals that we would like to take up today. So we have eminent panelists who are veterans in this field, who has come forward to discuss the circular economy, how we can adhere to the circular economy. Due to the reason that in manufacture of 1 ton of steel, it requires 1.4 tons of steel ore, iron ore, 0.7 tons of coking coal, 0.05 tons of limestone, besides 60 to 70% of energy savings. So we can understand how much it is contributing. 1 ton of steel production, how much it can contribute, how much depletion of resources takes place. So therefore, it is a time that we need to grow at the same time with circular economy in our mind. So to discuss all those things, so today we will have these panel discussions and we'll try to see how we can reach out to the goals of the country. So to start with, so I would request our panelists in general to give their views about how much this ship recycling sector is contributing to the broader circular economy goals of the country. I will start with Shriya, one of the Ship Recycling Industries Association is doing immense service to the, not only to the ship recyclers, but also to the country. So as a honorary secretary of that association, I would request Sri Harish Paramarji to start with your views.
First of all, I would like to thank you very much to DG Shipping to give us the opportunity in a various platform through over the India, like Mumbai, Delhi, or Cochin, Chennai, everywhere. First of all, we all are lucky as far as the shipping is concerned, shipbuilding is concerned, or ship recycling is concerned. Our Honorable Prime Minister is taking very keen interest in all three factors. That we are very much lucky of that. Each and every problem has been resolved very quickly, and we get a very good response from our government side as far as the Gujarat Maritime Board or DG Shipping or Shipping Ministry is concerned. As Sir said that our ship recycling is a 35 years old industries, and we have somewhere around 131 yard. Out of them, 115 are certificate of compliance they are getting from the various classification society. So in 2015, we adopted a voluntary Hong Kong Convention. As Hong Kong Convention is adopted at present now in June 2025, but in India, as far as the Alang is concerned, the first yard is coming to the 2015, yeah? Anand, 2015. So voluntary, we adopted the Hong Kong Convention. We upgraded our yard up to the Hong Kong Convention level, and now up to more than Hong Kong Convention, up to EU facilities. As far as the facility is concerned, the government is also taking very keen interest as far as the now Hong Kong Convention is, we are already at par with that. But now we are looking towards the EU at that time. Our many other facilities like our hospital or TSDF side, the downstream waste management and safety and environment concern, we are almost solve all the, whatever the gap was that in between the EU and our local regulation. Some is also there that we are looking into that as far as the TF side, TSDF side upgradation and hospital upgradation is there. So India's journey is very good as far as the safety and environment concerned. But once you know that once you comes into the developing country, at that time you have to face many more problems also over there. Because of this Hong Kong Convention and EU recognition of our yard, we invest millions of rupees into our yard to upgradation in that. So at present, if I can say, we are on a crossroad. We are, from last 5-10 years, we are getting very less business due to so many reasons. Shipping lines also know that there is a very booming in the shipping line. And when the shipping line is in a booming time, at that time we are always in a lower side. So that is also one big problem in our ship recycling business. But as far as the government and the many more other parties also over here, like a Class NK or other many classification society and the other companies from all over the world, they are now looking towards the India because we are ready to adopt the change. Whatever the change they are suggesting us, India is ready to adopt it. We are upgrading our yard. Lots of machineries, impermeable floor, then hospital, ambulances, and everything is there now. As far as labor training is concerned, labor housing is concerned. So there is a very big path for the Indian ship recycling is there, and we are also seeing that. It's an always changing industry. So we are always there. Our association is always ready to adopt the changes as far as the government is concerned or classification society or ship owners is concerned. So this is our travel history, and we are looking a very good time in the near future, sir. Thank you.
I think Maersk, you can give your views on that.
Happy to do that. Thank you. I think in the last 11 years that Maersk has been recycling our ships in India, I think it's one of the best decisions that we made. And I was very fortunate that for a Danish shipping company to come into India. And over the last decade, we've recycled about close to 20 ships in several yards. And what's interesting is that everyone on this panel that is there, I've worked very directly with them in certain shapes or forms, right? And a lot of those who are also in the audience, having recycled our vessels and so on. What we've seen is, from being one of the first European ship owners, and Hareshji just spoke about 4 yards that got Hong Kong Convention Statement of Compliance back in 2015. That was when Maersk put the first vessel. One of the main drivers that we have seen in Alang has been where they are today as leaders is been their attitude, their willingness to really adapt. When we came in with very high standards, but never have we had that pushback from the yards in terms of actually embracing the standards, as well as the association. I think one of the reasons why India today is leading or as part of HKC compliance entering into force amongst the neighbors and beyond is simply because the ripple that we had with the standards that we came in with, hoping that it will create a wave and the transformation, is exactly what happened. And I think each of those who are on the panel here, a classification society, a cash buyer, the regulator playing a very important role, and of course the association holding all of this together, has played their part. But I think where we have to go further is, and this is always the chicken and egg situation, right? India is ready, while of course I can talk on behalf of Maersk, but broadly in terms of container shipping and global shipping, at this point in time with the Suez being shut, a lot of vessels are going around the Cape, which means that a lot of old vessels are still out there in the waters trading because our customers need them. But as Harishji said, that when shipping booms, then ship recycling dooms, right? And that's basically what the irony of this industry is, right? But in the last decade, we've always had our vessels, except for the last 18 months where container shipping has been booming, and we are a part of that and continue to trade our vessels. Like all good things come to an end, probably the good container markets will also come to an end, and then of course the ship recycling industry will be very busy. In terms of how we connect this to circularity, I think one of the reasons, and a lot of myth has been there around this, one of the reasons why India can offer the highest prices, which is important for a ship owner, and I have to be conscious and very open about it, is because they have a very strong downstream market. When we talk about the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, we talk about reducing, reusing, refurbishing, and recycling. And recycling is right at the bottom of that pyramid. What we see is, at Alang, we can see that the refurbishment of the spare parts and the entire ecosystem around that, as well as the ability to reuse a lot of the spares, air conditioners and so on, as well as, of course, use the scrap which is coming out from this into the downstream mills which are around Bhavnagar area, which means there's very little last mile cost, is what actually drives the prices high. So if there was a certain side of the ecosystem that actually says it's lower standards, as Maersk we can stand up and say that our standards, which are best in class, are something which are achieved at Alang. And this is also why EU SRR that has been coming into Alang are basically also knocking at the door in terms of when do we actually put the Alang yards on the EU list. And that will open the next big wave of developments, similar to what happened with HKC back in 2015, where there were 4 yards and today there are 115 yards. And similarly, when EU SRR happens, the same wave will open. So I think we have the right instruments, we have the right ingredients. Geopolitics, and I won't get into that at this point, and there are certain external factors as well that go into some of these decision makings. I think India is ready, and broadly speaking, the Maritime Amritkal vision, the Maritime India vision, and where I have to commend the Office of the DG Shipping as well as the Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways, the ambition for Alang to grow its capacity further, as well as what is in the Maritime India vision to do new yards on the east coast or the west coast to grow the capacity of ship recycling in India, will help in a big way to bridge the scrap deficit that the country has. Ship recycling is a very natural way to bring scrap in the country, creating jobs as well as preventing imports in containers and losing foreign exchange. So there are a lot of those incentives as well that the government is working upon. As Maersk, we are a very strong proponent of this, and we are throwing our weight behind. And usually when we come in, we also see a lot of European ship owners that follow suit. So we just truly believe that the consultation process that is happening, and we are very much a part of that, is a very inclusive system that has been created, which we very much strongly support.
Thanks, Captain Prashant, for giving not only the views of, Maersk, but also relating to the country. Now I would request Dr. Anand Hairmath to give his views on this question.
Well, so you want me to cover on the experience in the last 10 years on this, or how the circular economy is creating an impact in?
I would like to touch upon the circular economy because today that is our theme.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much, DG Shipping, and special thanks to Gopi Krishna sir for inviting and giving an opportunity. Happy Diwali to everyone, because this event has been scheduled just before the Diwali. Circular economy, say, being a Chief Sustainability Officer and as well as the CEO of Sustainable Ship and Offshore Recycling Program, and having a PhD on this subject, on ship recycling, this is where I bring in the facts. If you look at, as Captain Prashant rightly said, that recycling is just a part of circular economy. It's the last stage, but before that it comes the refurbishment, reusing it to the extent as much as possible. The ship owners are very good at it when it comes to using the ships to the maximum extent. And when the ships comes to recycling, that's where the part starts. If you look at only the refurbishment and reuse part of it, in Alang around there are about 700 second-hand shops whose job is to buy each and every material coming out from the ship and sell it in the local market. So those 700 shops are giving an employment, if you look at it, is about 20,000 plus people, directly or indirectly. These 20,000 is a pure green job, I could say. Apart from that, if you look at the percentage-wise, so it brings about the refurbishment of machinery and everything is about 5%. The remaining part is all about is steel, right? So the steel again comes under the recycling part, though it's not directly to the circular economy, but if you include that one as the circular economy as well. If you look at the past, the ship recycling has been there in India from last 4 decades. It started in 1982. As on today, over 9,100 ships of all types in the world has been recycled in Alang alone. If you equate that one with the amount of steel it has recovered 67 million tons of steel. So, it is very difficult to imagine 60 million tons of steel, right? So everybody might have seen Eiffel Towers. You can easily build 9,000 Eiffel Towers. So forget about Eiffel Towers, we have our own Sardar Vallabhbhai Ji Patel's statue now, Statue of Unity. We can build easily 8,000 statues with the recycled steel. Look at the amount of circular economy this industry has been putting. Now the word circular economy, the concept, everything people are talking is last decade, right? When Ellen MacArthur Foundation came in, it started in 2000. But as a developing country, as an Indian, reusing principle has been there in our DNA from our childhood, right? We extend the products, whatever we buy, we extract the materials. One more point which Mr. Prashant has brought in, and very appropriate point, like why these 9,000 ships have come to India, they would have went to other places in the world. And the reason is we are offering more prices, because as a developing country, we need more steel, and this industry has been providing 1 to 2% of the steel, secondary steel, of the total demand that we have in India. But the thing is, this steel value, we Indians are very good in deriving the value from it. How is that value derived? If you compare the 10,000 ton of steel, so there is the container ship, you can say, there's a container ship which has been recycled in India versus the same container ship recycled in Europe, in EU listed yard in Turkey. The steel which is derived here in India, out of the 75% of the steel we are going to, out of the 85+% of the steel which we extract from ship, the 75% goes for re-rolling, whereas the remaining 10% goes for upcycling. Upcycling means we make the direct flanges and everything out from it. So we take a ready-made steel block, cut block, and we carve the shapes we want. And if I buy a steel plate at say some X price, if I make gaskets out of it, flanges out of it, I can sell it for 10x price, right? So that 10x is something which a developing country India can extract the value. And if you look at the melting part, we have a very less melting part. So we might be sending from, sir, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe 10 to 15% of the ship, depending on a type of ship, goes for melting. So up to 30%. But if the same ship recycled in Turkey, for example, same container ship, 80% is going in electric arc furnace. They are not reusing anything. They are not upcycling anything. They are not making what we make out of it is the steel bars, which we are using in construction purpose. If you go to the same steel, it's directly going in melting in electric arc furnace, huge emissions taking place. So when the scrap is going in electric arc furnace, there is no value for it, right? So that's why the difference in the price we offer with India and the Turkey is almost double. So India offers, as on today, maybe 450, 500 tons a ton of steel, whereas the Turkey might be offering $200. So that $300 is not the environmental cost or the cheap labor cost. It's only pure the way the circular economy is treated in this country. The way we know how to extract the value from the same steel, which the other part of the world were not utilizing it. Look at the refurbishment part, where the 5% I was talking about, the machineries, in the 1-2% we get about the furnitures, the galley material, whatever it is, we have a second-hand shops. People love it as an imported material. They buy it at a higher cost. Where the same material in Turkey and Europe directly goes to a dump yard, right? They see these as a waste. We see it as a value. That's why the waste to value concept in our country is very, very, very high. So now the question which sir was asking, how this circular economy, experience and how we can make it better, right? We are all sitting here to make it better. We are already doing with refurbishment, recycling more than 97%, sir. Only the waste, the hazardous waste which is coming out from the ships, we are sending it to the landfill. But if there is any technology comes in tomorrow that if I can convert the hazardous waste again to something useful, like glass wool, we are using it and sending it. Absolutely, yes. So it's like an RDF, refuse derived fuel. So there are certain things which are progressing now, but hopefully we will be able to exceed that 97% to a very good percent. Looking at the ships coming in for recycling now we are in 2025. The ships which might come here is about 2,000 built, and by 2010 onwards we have seen that the hazardous material used on board the vessel, like asbestos, PCB, and so many things has been forbidden. Now the ships which will come will have very less hazardous waste, and the reuse and recycling potential is going to be very, very high. Yeah, thank you.
To Anand, you have said like that, this rubber and this puff that comes into the reefer ships. Association also working with the 3-4 cement company, which is within the Gujarat coastal road. They are sitting with us, and they want to use this as their fuel. So I think our dump yard also be getting very down in near future. So it is, I can say it's a not recycling, I can say it's a reincarnation. Each and everything is being a newborn from the ship recycling.
Thanks a lot for the views of Dr. Anand. You have given a very detailed, picture of what happens from the ship recycling, and also followed by, Shriya. Now, I would like to see the reflections from the classification societies. I'll start with the Lloyd's Register and then to IRS.
Good afternoon, everyone, and happy Diwali in advance. First of all, I would like to thank DG Shipping and Gopi sir for inviting us in this event. It had been more than a decade I have been going to Alang, and there are certain things we also learned by the way things are. The best thing I liked about the location was they rarely ever, any of the facilities where I have been, they have said no. We had found a solution, and we were able to achieve health, safety, and environment objectives. Now regarding circular economy, I think everybody has explained there are 4 R's involved in this. Reuse, repair, refurbish, last but not and the least preferable approach is recycling. As we compare to other recycling countries, I totally agree that the amount of reuse we do, I will put a figure to it, 60% of material in Alang gets reused, 30% of the material gets melted, and 10% is people are not very clear about it. So we are more clear about 90%. For 60% we reuse, the carbon footprint is 0.25 tons of CO2 for 1 ton of steel used. And similarly, a lot of electric arc furnaces are there in the West Coast. So even for the steel, we are having around 0.3 to 0.6 tons of CO2 for per ton steel prepared. Compare this to Turkey, it's about 0.8 there or anywhere in the world. So clearly, the carbon footprint is something which we have to be proud of. But I will take a contrarian view here. I think there's a lot more which can be achieved in circularity. We should not be comparing ourselves with other recycling countries. We should be comparing ourselves with automotive sectors, other sectors. That's what we should be looking at. We should get, unfortunately, there is mostly a one single scrap value. We should not have a single scrap value. We have multiple scrap values. So there is a lot of potential to be even more greener. There is a lot of potential of collaborating with shipping companies, shipyards, manufacturers, and upgrade the value we are getting for the recyclers.
So yes, we are best in the world, but in our own industry. We should be comparing ourselves not with other industries, but the other sectors. And that's where we should move forward. Excellent view, especially differentiated value and with our own sectors, other sectors, not only within the sector. Excellent points. Now I would request IRS to give your views.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I personally thank Mr. Gopi Krishna for inviting IRS in this session. And tomorrow being one of the day of Dhanatrayadashi, where the wealth and health is being most sought after, I think this is the good day to discuss the wealth due to recycling here. I wish you all a very happy Diwali in advance. Going back to ship recycling, we as an IRS, we started our journey somewhere around 2010. And right from the early days of resistance to acceptance, we have seen a sea change in the attitude or the approach of the ship recyclers. And that's why where in 2016, 2015-16, we did certification for EU ship recycling compliance for 4 yards in Alang. So I think that is the pivotal point from which the transition has started in Alang. And rightly said by Dr. Anand, that the past 10 years, the word circular economy has started coming up in the various sessions and discussions. So as far as circular economy is concerned, I think much of the being said by all colleagues here, there is still more potential available in the recycling, or I will say upcycling. So there are what Mr. Gopi Krishna said or Dr. Anand said, our discussion was primarily focused on the recovery of steel or the saving of CO2 emissions from the steel. But there are different other materials, right from the perspective of convention. Convention has given some around 75 materials under table C. Those are the various classified as a waste, but there is a potential in the waste, for example, the fuel oil, the bilge, sludges, which are going into incinerator. Then there are certain other various gases, those are existing in the ship that can be recovered and maybe reused or repurposed in some other industry. Apart from that, there are machinery equipments. There are so many machinery equipments, right from the, say, STP, oily water separator, and DG sets. They are going into the different industries. But currently, I think, correct me if wrong, Harishji, the usage is, I think, unregulated, or there is no actually legal framework available for use of all those equipment. So probably in future, if our government authorities or the concerned departments, they come up with the acceptable usage policy for the recovered machinery or recovered items from the ship, I think there will be much more demand from the formal sector, because currently these items are going into the private sector or maybe individual responsibility, but probably their use in other industry which is operating under some regulatory framework that could add more value to the wealth of the recycling. And I think one should look forward for that. Having said this, rest of the things my colleagues have already covered. So probably this is the one area where there is a more potential exists for creating wealth and adding a potential to the circular economy. Thank you.
Thanks for your excellent view, Samolji. So I think enough has been said how much it is being contributed especially from ship recycling. And nowadays we are talking much about green steel. So how much exactly is the figure in which the ship recycling steel that is getting into the green steel manufacturing? Is there any data on that? And presently, how the ship recyclers are collaborating with the re-rolling mills or the green steel producers? Can Shriya, can you please provide some inputs on that?
Actually, from last 2 years, our Honorable Prime Minister have been said that we should concentrate to producing the green steel. I think before 2 years in Delhi, our seminar, there was a issue is upcoming, and now I'm very happy to hear that this green steel is now a big concern in our country. If I can say ship recycling is concerned, we are 100% green steel producer because we are not using a single metric ton of iron ore, not using a single metric ton of chemical or coal or electricity, only negligible of water for our labors only, not for the use purpose of to manufacturing the steel. So I can say as far as this figure is concerned, I can say we are producing somewhere around 2 million metric ton of steel. We need somewhere around 3.5 million metric ton of iron ore, 3.09 metric ton of fuel, somewhere around 80,000 of process chemical, huge liters of waters, and somewhere around we produce making the steel from the steel plant. It will be 8,78,000 metric ton of solid waste we are producing by this in our steel plant. While in ship recycling, we are not using a single metric ton of iron ore, not using any fuel, not any tonnage of chemical process, nothing. As far as the solid waste is concerned, only 12,500 metric ton, that is in terms of glass wool or little bit other this chemical or something, that the residue of the ship, whatever they are coming while they are coming for the recycling, that only there is that. So I can say as far as the ship recycling is concerned, it's 100% green steel. 60% of the steel we are using directly as a re-rollable. So if we making from steel plate to our TMT bar, we can say we are saving somewhere around 1.5 metric ton of carbon by producing a 1 metric ton of steel. So if we consider 60%, so 1.87 million metric ton of steel we can use directly. So somewhere around 2.5 million metric ton carbon emission we are saving our ship recycling directly. That is the big amount for the green steel. So I would like to ask you, over all dais we are sitting over here, what is the procedure to get the carbon credit? If we are consider this 2.25 million metric ton carbon, the carbon credit is there. So if we consider somewhere around $10 to $50 per carbon credit, price is there. So how much amount will be there? So I think government should think about that, how to credit this carbon credit, and we can upgrade the ship recycling yard. We can use that amount to upgrade the ship recycling yard and can make the more and more green steel from that, sir.
Excellent, sir. Actually, I wanted you to give those inputs for the reason that it must be traceable as well as for the purpose of certification, so that the classification societies are also here, all other stakeholders also here.
As an association, we need some way to recover this carbon credit from our ship, use of our upgrading our ship recycling. Yeah,
yes, I fully agree with you. There should be a mechanism for traceability and certification also, which can help, in getting the carbon credits or whatever, because the whole world is now going towards the carbon credits only. Either how to avoid the emissions or how to earn carbon credits. Even now also IMO, MEPC is going on. A lot of discussion is taking place for all these decarbonization strategy only.
Sir, we are producing somewhere around 10,000 metric ton of wood every year by the terms of furniture or ply or something like that. We are saving 10,000 metric ton of wood per annum for our country. That can be used directly to our local market. So this is also one point should be considered. But association are very eager how to do that. So we are requesting our government as well as this classification society and all, what is the way we sit together and can do something for the ship recycling for the green steel?
Yeah, definitely. Now I will pose this question to Lloyd's Register. Being a global standard perspective of green steel, how this ship recycling steel can help in achieving net zero steel making targets?
Thank you for this question. Probably what I will do, I will segregate reuse and refurbish from the steel manufacturing for ease of understanding. So for most 70% of steel is made, as Gopi sir said earlier, through blast furnace and BOC process, which means you take iron ore, you add coal and lime to it, generate CO2, and then what you get is a pig iron, and from the pig iron you use LD converter or different converters, put the pure oxygen in it, and do the reduction process, add some refining elements, add some alloying elements, and what you get finally is steel. 70% of steel globally is made as per that. Amount of CO2 generated by this mechanism is between 140 to 225. Indian steel mills, I'm sorry to say, are worse performers. They are roughly giving 225 tons of CO2 per ton of steel. The 30% balance is made through electric arc furnace. On both the processes, scrap can be used. For electric arc furnace, there are two ways we can make, I will later define what is green steel, but a steel which has got low carbon impact. One way is use scrap 100% in furnace. The challenge in that methodology would be that there are a lot of impurities that has to be removed. The old steel comes with corrosion, paints, so we have to make sure there are no impurities. The other method is called DRI method. Instead of using carbon for reduction process, we use hydrogen. Those are the challenge with this methodology is that we need very high grade of iron ore. So we need both type of steel making for green steel. Now, how do you define a green steel? There are many definitions and many industry standards. The most common one is a steel zero, which is used by Maersk and many other automotive sectors. It combines two elements. Element one is obviously reduction in greenhouse gases. The element two is ESG requirement, environmental, social, and governance issues. So we need to have both to be steel zero. The target of this group of companies is that 2030, 50% of what they are manufacturing has to be a net zero steel. And by 2050, 100% would be net zero. So obviously there will be a big demand. The calculation they use is, there is a formula X and Y. X is 0.2 tons per tons of steel made, and Y is 1.4. And I will not go into detailed formulas of that. But bottom line is that as per that formula, it should meet net zero criteria. There are other criteria like responsible steel, where they have got 13 ESG parameters, as well as they have got level 1, 2, 3, 4 standards. Level 4 means that you have to achieve 0.05 tons of CO2 for making 1 ton of steel. Very high standards. EU has got their own requirement, EBAH, which essentially means that if you want to export steel to EU and you are taking more than 0.352 tons of CO2 per ton of steel carbon, then you have to pay certain market-based measure taxes. So this is how we define green steel, based on ESG measures as well as based on amount of the CO2 which goes into it.
there are two ways we can close the loop. One way is that we can use the green steel which is produced back to the shipping industry. That is very challenging because most of the shipbuilding is happening in East Asia, 95% of it. On the other hand, most of the recycling is happening in our part of the world, India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. So there will be also a carbon footprint in taking that scrap to those locations. So what we should be looking at is net zero economy, which means that this steel should be used in other industries for the similar purpose. But most important thing is that we have to address two challenges. First challenge is make sure that the energy which goes into steel making process is renewable energy. Second is we have to take care of paints and corrosion and all those impurities to get the grade of steel which industry demands. Like for example, in shipping, the classification society has got their own rules what grade of steel ship should be made of. It has got certain mechanical properties, chemical properties, certain heat treatment requirement, and that has to be met. Because environment is very important, but probably second to safety. What we cannot do is play with safety of our seafarers. Unfortunately, that's how it is. Thank you.
Thanks for the excellent views. Mixing all the requirements which are there, not only to the standard with respect to the green certification and lowering the carbon footprint. So now I would take this opportunity to pose a question to the Musk, towards the lowering the carbon footprint and maximizing the recovery of steel. That is possible even the design stage also, So how Maersk is integrating that into the responsible standards? Are you doing it?
Thank you very much, and I'll answer that very pointed question. The answer to that is no, but I'll explain a little bit about what are we doing in the journey to convert that answer to a yes. And just before we get into this part, I think Shobhit has given a very good rundown on green steel, right? From a ship owner's lens, Maersk has a net zero target to be achieved by 2040. And we are the first in shipping to have SBTI, Science-Based Targets Initiative, validated targets by 2030, the near-term targets as well, which means that we are holding ourselves accountable to the ecosystem, but also to our customers and the planet in terms of our contribution to making sure that the climate crisis is abated to the best possible extent. When we talk about this, and we've spoken about green steel, but just a step back, the steel industry globally is contributing to 10% of greenhouse gas emissions. And as it has been said, that 70% of that is today with blast furnace way of steel producing, which means it's virgin iron ore that is being used, which is natural resources, which eventually are getting depleted. And this is where the scrap which comes from ship recycling needs to be made meaningful use of in the electric arc furnace route that Shobhit explained going forward, right? Now, when we go deeper into this, as Maersk, what we are doing is our new vessels that are being designed are taking into account aspects of not net zero steel, but near zero steel. We have to be real. This is a journey that we are on. It's not a on-off switch for a light So I think what's important is we are one of the first ones speaking with Hyundai in South Korea or Zhangjiang in China and others that are building our dual fuel methanol ships and other fuel vessels today, that we need green steel. As Maersk, as a logistics company, we are not just into shipping. We are also looking at having our own containers. We are into terminals businesses and so on. So we want to make sure that across the businesses that we are, how can we slowly but surely bring in more near zero steel, which means lower carbon steel into the system, right? And that is something which we are working on. Now again, we need to understand that Hyundai builds 150 ships in a year. They cannot build 5 ships for Maersk with green steel and 145 ships from the rest of the ship owners with black steel. Let's just be very binary about it. So the ecosystem has to change, their production pipelines has to change, it's much more complex. There has to be more demand from ship owners like us, and this is exactly why we were the first ones, and we still are actually the only ones that have joined the Climate Group's Steel Zero initiative, which Shobhit referred to. And one more thing that we are very clear about is that we must not be trying to chase the physical loop of scrap going back to my new ships, because that's not going to be possible. Given we will recycle in Alang and we'll build our ships. For the moment, we are doing that. We are very hopeful, and as Maersk, we can also say that we are hopeful that we will repair and build our ships in India as well. But that's again something which is in the pipeline, right? And that's again a journey that we are very much committed to. But what we are working towards is driving the demand. And the demand can only happen for us to be pushed further with our customers, our investors, our shareholders pushing us through this, right? So it's a little bit about this. It's very important for us to understand the dynamics around all of this, because at the end of the day, each one of us are a part of the stakeholders, and we all have our shareholders, right? And we cannot risk ESG and sustainability at the risk of our own existence, right? But we have to be very pragmatic, and at the same time, leadership, as what we believe as Maersk, leadership is about continuing to propel further. That's why we were the first ones putting dual fuel methanol vessels. That's why we were the first ones with the SBTi validation. That's why we are the first ones with the Climate Group's Steel Zero initiative. So we will continue to propel further and keep pushing the rest of the industry. And of course, we need stakeholders, entire ecosystem, from the regulators to the classification societies to the ship recycling associations and the rest in the room here to be able to propel further.
The reason for posing this question to you, that is the reason, you know, because Maersk is responsible. So it is Maersk is one of the company leading ship owner who has given the standard itself for the recycling, unlike other shipping companies. So coming to the next question, we will move on to the next segment of this discussions. Now, as we see that IRS is involved, maximum survey and certification part in Alang, in ship recycling yards. Now, besides HKC, how do you look at enhancing the greener recycling practices? Is there any methodology you are following, or would you suggest something from your end?
Sure. IRS is being involved in certification of the ship recycling facilities. So we have derived a rich experience from our engagement with the ship recycling facility. In terms of the new methods or the change of methodology for recycling, we see there is a scope for including more automation and digitalized platforms for, as you, in your previous session on the green steel, you said the traceability. So that is one important aspect, the traceability, where the recovered material and the waste, including the hazardous materials, are going out of the ship recycling facility. So probably greater use of automation. Then one unique practice followed by all ship recycling facilities is that they have a ship to their shore, and in the traditional setup, there is a primary cutting area, followed by secondary cutting area, and then the tertiary area and the storage area. So probably very cost saving or the productivity enhancing option is to carry out the secondary cutting of the blocks in a common facility, which will be operating on a sharing basis with a sharing infrastructure or some kind of formulation which is being done by association or the concerned port authority. For instance, Gujarat, it's a GMB. So probably a use of sharing infrastructure, sharing platform, and sharing cutting facilities. There is a potential to reduce the cost, recycling cost. And by reducing the potential cost, I think everybody knows the benefit that you can have more value in the recycling. So that one area we are looking after, that somehow if the secondary cutting and tertiary cutting, which are the very common operations across all the facilities, because what has happened is now, since the certification has started somewhere around 2015, we can see that standardization is taking place. Standardization in terms of operation, in terms of procedures, in terms of actual onboard as well as the on the plot facility operations that has been taking place. So this standardization, this should be exploited by the recyclers and bring down the cost. And I was discussing just before Bangladesh, the size of Bangladesh yard and the size of Indian yard. There is a huge difference. So one Bangladesh yard is equal to around 3 Indian ship recycling facilities. So probably we can have a more area for recycling and use that to increase our productivity and improve the working conditions by giving shaded work conditions to the workers who are working in the ship recycling facility. This will not only enhance the image of the ship recyclers of India, but also it will be seen as a good, I will say, a good point of providing work conditions to the workers in a shaded conditions. Thank you.
Thanks for your excellent views. So now, he has started about value. So now I would request Dr. Anand to suggest how this can be made into an ecosystem, value-added ecosystem, how it can be developed. Because this steel is, recycling steel is coming into the circular economy, how it can be.
First of all, thank you so much for this question and bringing this topic. I just want to go one step back so that we can connect it with this value addition. One step back is like Parmar sir said that he is looking after an opportunity where he can convert the existing steel recovered into a carbon credit, right? I have been doing that from last 15 years. I have approached all the big fours, KPMG, Deloitte, EY and everything, because my PhD's one part was on doing the carbon footprint of ship recycling. Back in 2012, when I came back, when I went to ship recycling yards for doing my research, I stayed in Nalang for 2 years, recycled 5 ships to know exactly what is the carbon footprint. At that time, when we were cutting a ship using oxygen and LPG, there was no emission factor. So we literally need to collect the data by cutting different part of a ship or different ships. Like in one ship, one yard there is an oil tanker cutting, in another yard there is a bulker, another yard there is a container, and one yard is wasting the fuel and all, right? So 8 hours of job in which only 4 hours goes in preparation and 4 hours is actual cutting. So we developed an emission factor, tried to publish it, the emission factors back in American Journal back then. And tried to publish my paper also. At that time, the emission which was coming is 0.44 tons. Even till date, with the 132 ships which I have supervised in Nalang, in other part of the India world, all 132 ships carbon footprint I have. And even for one of the ship owners, I even got a class approval on the reasonable assurance. When we do an assurance for carbon credits, there is a reasonable and limited assurance. Reasonable is the highest level of assurance that when we are doing this estimation, this estimation includes everything. I mean, the data collection has a consistency, transparency, and comprehensive. So how you can add a value, say in the 2.5 million tons, it's a big one. Now currently the carbon credit per ton might be $5 to $8, which is expected to increase $60 to $70 per carbon credit. One carbon credit is 1 ton of steel CO2 saved. So how I can add a value and show that, get a return for my circular economy? Can I please ask you to please, because I'm not able to hear myself. Yeah. So what happens is that when you are converting that $5 per ton of steel saved into $50, you are making $45 per ton of CO2 saved. So how to achieve that? So now I'll tell that in Alang we have 10 yards which are HKC compliant. We have 17 yards in Bangladesh, we have few yards in Pakistan, and about 22 yards in Turkey. If you do the ship recycling in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, irrespective whether it is a green or non-green yard, your carbon emissions are same. Why? The fuel used is same. There is no technology development when it comes to fuel consumption. And when I did this study and I divided it, saying that what is an exact emission coming from a ship recycling yard? From 0.44 ton of CO2 equivalent we're talking about, only 4% is coming from ship recycling yard. So we are dismantling and sending it to a re-rolling mill. So our dismantling is happening with a pure fuel, which is oxygen and LPG, which is not generating anything. So when we are burning it, there is a burning of paint. That emission is taking place. So we consider that, and we are using a DJ generator whenever there is no electricity. Our winches and cranes are using the diesel for that, right? So only 4%. 1% of emission is going in the transportation, because we have a re-rolling mill, for an example, considered in 50 kilometers away from Alang, right? So 1% is transportation. Remaining 95% of emission of GHG is coming from re-rolling mills. So where are these re-rolling mills now? Because the current market is not good. When I was doing my PhD 2012, I used to visit Seoul to see what kind of technology they are using. 130, 40 re-rolling mills were there. Currently, we have hardly 30. 40, not that. See, the industry which is emitting 95% of the emissions is no more. It means this steel is going somewhere. Again, that is 95% emission is there, but this steel is going somewhere. The steel number of ships recycled is less, but this 95% emission is taking place. Now I want to connect these dots and see 95% of emission, how I can minimize it, is not in my yard. I have to have a joint venture with a re-rolling mill. Say that I will select, just like we are selecting subcontractor for a waste management, I will select 10 re-rolling mills. And I will have a contract, and I will tell the ship owner, see, I am going to sell all my scrap to one among the 10 re-rolling mills, provided you give me a discount, or provided we get a carbon credit out of it. How I will get it? These 10 re-rolling mills will be employing a state-of-the-art technology, where the government can fund it, there will be a public-private partnership, where they will upgrade their facility. When 2012 there was a study made, in 2008 there was a study made by ministry, MSME ministries long back. When they did this re-rolling study, they came up with 18 technologies just for an furnace. So right from crushing the coal, because in furnace we are using the crushing coal still for re-rolling. In re-rolling, if I crush the coal, the surface area will increase. That coal is called a pulverized coal. That itself will minimize the emissions by 15%. So there are 18 different technologies which were there back in 2012. We're now in 2025. There might be a well in advanced technology. We are talking about green steel now. So if we convert that dot with the re-rolling mills, then only we can add more value of what we are talking about. So now the green steel has come up, as Shobhit sir has said, there are different definitions. This government of India came it very clearly. So Ministry of Steel in 2024 gave a definition, what is the green steel in India? If your per ton of finished steel, not the raw steel, finished steel per ton emission of manufacturing is less than 2.2, you come under a green steel. They made a three category, 5-star, 4-star and 3-star category. What is 4-star? What is 5-star? If your emission is below 1.6 ton of CO2 equivalent of finished product, you are the 5-star rated steel producer, green steel producer. If it comes between 1.6 to 2 ton of CO2 equivalent per ton of finished product, then you are a 3-star one. So then again there is a 2-star. But if your emissions are more than 2.2 tons of CO2 equivalent, then you are not called as a green steel. Now I'll come back with ship recycling. Shobhit sir said it's about 0.25. It might be basic recent study. My study is a bit long, where I came up with 0.44 ton CO2 equivalent. See, 0.4 ton and 1.6, there is a 4 times difference. So if I am giving a 5-star for a 1.6, then green steel recycling should get 20-star, right? So ship recycling is a 20-star steel, as per the definition of Government of India. Now, I'm talking about how I can make more green steel out of the ship recycling. I cannot do that in a yard. I can do it, but I will not get a carbon credit because the contribution is only 4% from the recycling yard. Now people are trying with PNG, we have PNG. We can do an experiment saying that, okay, one ship is completely recycled with PNG, another one with LNG, LPG. Then I see the difference. Then I say my PNG is consumed less with emission factors. I say, if I do this difference, if you sell ship to me, I am going to recycle it using PNG. Yeah, the liquid oxygen is also there. Now liquid oxygen with PNG or liquid oxygen with LPG, if I do a study, then I say the carbon footprint difference is I saved 50 tons. For that 50 tons only, I can claim the carbon credit. So recycling wherever you go in the world, getting the carbon credit is very, very challenging until and unless I prove my recycling is the best recycling in the world, having a best technology. So in a nutshell, to connect with value, with GHG emissions, with circular economy, we need to clearly focus on re-rolling mills now. Because we have all HKC certificates and everything. Go back one step where this 80% of the steel is going. That's where if you want to achieve the USRR compliance and all, where they talk about downstream, let's look beyond the ship recycling yard, not just the waste management. Now, day before yesterday, 2 days back, the Government of India has started with the carbon credit things where 220 sectors have been identified, even the steel industry, where target has been given that they need to minimize certain extent. Because as a country, we also have a net zero target, right? As a country, we also have a climate Paris agreement. So there are a lot of dots which needs to be connected. Things needs to be seen not just at the ship recycling yard, but with a complete life cycle perspective. Then only we will be able to demonstrate with the data, go to the auditors, evaluators, and we can call for a debate, call people from Turkey, let them do their studies, and let's talk about what exactly is the green. Green is not about having a white skin with black skin, right? So if somebody is doing that same PP, but now he's doing in India, you're bad. Because you are not looking good, you're bad. But if you are doing with the same thing with white skin and everything, oh, it's fantastic, everything is green. No, it's not that. Let's talk with data, and I'll request that let's have more discussions on this from the studies done by other part of the world. Then what we are doing now, we are doing studies inside. Those studies come up, and let's put this data as a scientific paper, and then that people will not say that ours is a UV listed green and all. Because we have seen cases, sorry for taking more time, extremely sorry for that. If I have 1 minute. We have seen a case where there was a Navy vessel or some vessel which went all the way from some country from Australia, New Zealand to some European yard. Again, they faced a backlash because the news it came that the local communities are creating a problem because there is some lead or chromium-6 emission in their nearby water body. It means that when the decision was taken, when we talk about greenhouse gas emissions, think about a vessel going all the way from New Zealand to some Europe. That vessel would have to easily come to a Nalang and save 50% of the emissions there itself, right? Then what regulatory people are thinking and how the decision is being made is that I don't want any headline risk. Nobody is asking me the emissions. I don't want to follow the true circular economy and come boldly with the stats and fight, but I just want to be on a safer side. Let's send it because nobody, if it is in Europe, it's EU listed, I'm safer side, let's send it. I don't mind even, we have cases where people paid for recycling, It was a $1 case. The deal was done on $1, where the worth of that same ship in India would have been about 120, 130 crore rupees. So somewhere we need to connect that dots. That's where I'm really glad the government is taking so much of initiatives, trying to understand the gaps, bridging those gaps. And there's a good participation from the association as well, that they are keen to work on such new areas and to develop it. Thank you so much, sir.
thanks for the interesting statistics which are provided, Dr. Anand. I don't think anybody will give us 20 stars. They will limit up to only those 4 stars only. So anyhow, there is a need for the developing, having a value-added ecosystem. There is no doubt in that. So we are all working for that in that direction. Having said that, now I will move to the next, the agenda of this session. That is related to the infrastructure, how the infrastructure development is taking place now. So I would like to pose this question to Shreya, that, see, we are all working for the development of the infrastructure, fine. In the yard, inside the yard, what are all the developments which are being planned or taking place right now in line with the international safety and environmental standards?
Good question, sir. As you, everybody said that some around 115 yards are now complies with they have got a certificate for compliance. So we getting the certificate after only our yard have been upgraded for the safety and environment is concerned. As far as the infrastructure development is concerned, now most of the yard now impermeable floor, all have a separate oily area, then drainage line, then pipeline for the gases and waste management system, because before that we have only 5 to 7 rooms are there for the waste, but now as shipping lines are more concerned about the environment, than classification society are more concerned about that. So it's always upgrading. So whatever they are asking for the upgradation, we are ship recycler always being adopting it and making changes on that. Basically, all are at par with as far as the Hong Kong Convention is concerned. But most of the, some around 31 yard have been applied for the EU certification, so they need some development in their yard, like no block fall on the sea, then oily separate area and everything is there. So you can say our infrastructure development is very well inside the yard, not only the inside the yard, but our Gujarat Maritime Board, Shipping Ministry and Shreya are working well about the EU also. So in EU, there is lots of gap before 3 years regarding the EU requirement and whatever the facility we have, common facility as far as the concern. So now we have a level 3 trauma center in Alang with the full facility like a CT scan, MRI, everything in a small. We have only 15,000 labor, but you can see the facility of as far as the hospital is concerned, it's very good facility. Our ambulance response time from any yard is only 7 to 8 minutes, because we have somewhere around 15 ambulance in our yard. Association and Merck's also giving many association have given somewhere around 3 to 4 ambulance, and Merck's also is running one ambulance with their doctors to each and every yard for the labor's health and their records. As far as the environment is concerned, there is a big gap once the EU came for their first visit, and now almost we are in a position that we can come up with that gap. Whatever somewhere around they have stated somewhere around 17 to 18 waste is there, which can not be recycled, or it can be not sent to our TSDF side. For that, our government and Gujarat Maritime Board and Shreya have recognized somewhere around 5 to 7 facilities all over the India, and we made a contract with them. Shreya had made a contract with them, and we take a responsibility to collect their all waste as per the EU norms, and we will send it to the TSDF site. By some site is in Bangalore, some in UP, some in Delhi, but we have made a contract. And as far as this all gap is there, we have almost nearby that. So upgradation for the safety, environment and workers, we are always there. You can see that before 5-7 years, there was only few housing colony ship recyclers have, but nowadays somewhere around 30% ship recyclers have their own housing facility. Because common housing facility is there, but it is not workable because all the laborers don't want to go over there. They don't want to stay with the different states together. So now each and every ship recycler have building their own housing facility as per the labor's requirement, as per the classification society requirement, as per the ship owner's requirement. We, Shriya, also working hardly on that. We are asking government to give the land in front of the yard to all ship recycler. We have already collected 100 crore rupees for our labor housing colony for all the laborers in Alang. We have money for that. We are asking the land in front of the yard so that again our housing colony should not be failed like before. So as far as the upgradation and safety for the environment and safety in our labor is concerned, no labor is working in our yard without ESIC, their insurance, all or their family are insured well in that. So all training, as far as the training is concerned, I think training must be over there once the ship recycling topic is over there, because training is must. So we, till today, our training institutes given somewhere around more than 2 lakhs people trained over there. But the nature of ship recycling, our laborers are migrating type of nature, so we have to give the training again and again. And we always welcome all classification society and owners to give their own training also. And we are always open hand for that. So we are always open, and we are adopting the new training facility, as well as the upgradation is there. Norms, so many norms is also changing day by day because of the EU, and HKC is now coming to the force. EU is coming in near future. So Shriya is working hard on that. And government also giving a very good hands to their upgradation of our ship recycling yard. You all well aware that our government of India, I mean shipping ministry, gave the 50 lakhs rupees to each yard to upgrading their facility up to Hong Kong Convention. So this is the first time in history that each and every yard have been awarded by the government 50 lakhs rupees to upgrading our yard. This is a very good steps towards the sustainability of our ship recycling yard, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for acknowledging the factor that the government is, normally the industries will, always may raise complaint about, any industry. Normally, most of the industries, they do that. But when industry is really coming and pricing in an open forum, really, it's a great, the Ship Recycling Industry Association, I really appreciate. So now, coming to the same training aspects. So what way, like classification societies, get into the role of training? So can IRS provide some views about that?
Good question, sir. Just going back to Harish ji, when we talk about infrastructure, so normally the idea, the visualization which comes into our mind is the hard infrastructure in terms of buildings, in terms of equipment or the lifting machineries. But there is another set of requirement which is soft infrastructure. This soft infrastructure, it includes your waste disposal facilities or waste recyclers, handlers, as well as the training. So these two are the important part of an infrastructure we can classify. So out of that, rightly, the current setup, the ship recycling facilities are regulated under GMB, while there are the ship waste disposable facilities are there, except I think TSDF, the other private parties, they are not covered under GMB. So there is a gap. Now this gap has to be bridged by means of some assessment and certification. So this will ensure that the end-to-end responsibility and the important criteria which is required by EU, that the waste which is coming out of the ship has been properly disposed or not. So this aspect needs to be closed to go further. And as far as training is concerned, current training is given to the bottom or the lowermost workers which are working in the facilities. But I think paradigm shift is required and training is required right from the top management. And the approach from top to bottom, that is more crucial, and especially to the top management and the safety officer, environmental officer, and those engaged in the first aid facilities. So herein our classification expertise which we normally provide to our surveyors through the IMO regulatory requirements for the onboard safety. We can definitely pass that experience and knowledge to our fellow ship recycling fraternity people, wherein the safety officer and all those supervisory level staff and above, they can be given a safety training for onboard practices. If you see most of the incidents which are happening across the world, the most accidents are taken place on board. In any ship recycling facility, you take a newspaper, read that particular news, and you will find that the accident or incident has taken on board ship. It may be primarily maybe a confined space entry or it may be due to hot work, or it may be a fall from height. So these three are paramount safety aspects that a class can add value to ship recycling facilities. And on the ground level, there is another important dimension which we can add is on the emergency preparedness and response. So this can include yard level EPRP demonstrations and practices, and even the gap analysis in existing emergency practices which are followed. And this can be further collaborated with a bigger cluster level approach where the disaster management practices is being followed. I believe GMB has prepared a disaster management plan for the Alang sector, but the yard emergencies and the disaster emergencies. So this needs to be closed, and this can be closed by having particular sessions to the address to the top level management, and then increase the safety record of our ship recycling activities. Thank you.
Thanks for your views. I think most of the items which he referred to, it is already there in the training aspects. If I'm not wrong, it is there in the the training curriculum, I believe. The fall from height, confined space, and
everything is not only from Gujarat Maritime Board. We are inviting our Ahmedabad Labour Institute professor and other also. They are regularly coming to the training institute and giving the training to the laborers, as well as the classification society and ship owners also. They are sending their own technician and giving the training before sending their vessel to India, if I'm not wrong, right?
Absolutely correct. It's well covered in the way we see it, yes.
Okay. I think we are having shortage of time because the earlier session has exceeded its time, and now we have to reduce our time. Therefore, due to the paucity of time, I would reduce our discussions and I will limit to some more, another 10 minutes. So now, as already you have said about the policy and financial incentives which are being provided by the government, so that sector, that agenda I will remove from the discussions. So now, looking ahead, how do you envision the collaboration between ship owners, ship recyclers, and regulators in driving a true circular maritime ecosystem? This I would request Captain Prashant to throw some light on that.
Thank you. A very good question, a very pointed one also. I think it starts with having the right growth mindset. We can only do this if we have a collaborative approach where each ecosystem stakeholder comes together and wants to think about how can ship recycling be kept in the center, and how can each one of us contribute towards uplifting and transforming it, right? And each one of us then has to go back and make sure that we do our part. We cannot do the part as a ship owner for what a ship recycler is supposed to do, or a ship recycler cannot do a part of what the classification society can do. In the way we are approaching this looking ahead, we think that there's a lot more transparency that is needed in this in this ecosystem. There are a lot of questions that there are not answers to, and it's perfectly fine. But what's very important is self-awareness that there are questions for which we don't have answers, because only when we are accepting and acknowledging that we don't have answers to those questions is when we start to look out for answers. So we know as a ship owner where are those questions that we don't have answers for, and we are looking out. And that is where I will probably give you a bit more insight on how we are looking at as Maersk on the future, right? And I'll put this in two parts. One is the global, and then second is the India. Globally, we see that our post-Panamax ships, which are the large box-shaped vessels, are going to have a challenge to be recycled in a responsible way, globally, right? And when I say this, we can say that about 60% of container ships are post-Panamax ships, which are more than 4,500, 5,000 TEU vessels out there that need to be recycled responsibly. And I will not go into other box-shaped vessels, which are car carriers and others, right? So there has to be a solution that needs to be provided for that. When I look at, okay, how can we as Maersk and the ship owner play our part? We have put that out, saying that this is a challenge, and where to come into the Indian landscape, we think that the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047 and the Maritime India Vision 2030, in the way it defines the ambitions for India to be, one, the global leader, to be second, doubling their throughput, and third, to creating jobs, and very objectively, there is a mention of yards to be created in rest of the Indian coast. Now, it's very important for us that Alang is where we have entered and will continue. So we are also very clear that we will continue to send our ships into Alang. But at the same time, we will wholeheartedly support if there are new yards that are being built where post-Panamax vessels can also be done. We have to grow Alang's capacity, but there is also a limit to how much Alang can be grown. And if the government has already thought about other yards along the Indian coast where recyclers could also set up these yards and play a role, as Maersk, we would very strongly looking ahead say that we can be counted as captive customers to these greenfield, brownfield, either shipyards or dry docks or alongside recycling that it happens in China to be customers of this. So we know ship recycling is a capex intensive business. As Maersk, we can say that if there are yards that are coming up, talking about some of this, helping the government achieve the ambitions, as Maersk, as a ship owner, we will then be able to also come together. Of course, it goes without saying, but still important to put it on record. It has to be compliant to the highest standards, including ours, and it has to be commercially competitive. That's basically how we see it.
Fantastic. The country has to grow, in all directions. Okay. So now we'll come to the closing question. This I will pose to all our panelists here. So we have a vision, Maritime India Vision. We have a vision 2030. So what is your vision, especially related to the sustainability, innovation, and how the ship recycling industry has to move in the direction for the 2030? We'll start with the LR.
First of all, just a clarification. The data of 0.25 came from a SSI study, of which LR and Maersk is member of, based on World Steel Association data. It's a 2019 study. So my vision would be that by 2030, India's ship recycling industry will be a global model for safe, smart, circular recycling, integrating digital traceability, ESG compliance, green steel recovery to anchor the country leadership in global circular economy. Now, this is based on the information on various studies Lloyds have done. My personal take, this is not Lloyd's take, is India is a culture where we always believed in circular things, not straight things. So let's not talk about cradle to grave, talk about cradle to cradle. Let's stop talking about end of life, but beginning of new frontiers.
Our vision for our ship recycling facility will be preferred choice of the worldwide ship owners for their recycling needs, which are having a proven track record on safety and environment without any major accidents or even minor accidents, and using automated and digital technologies for the safer and greener recycling of ships.
Yeah, thank you, sir. First of all, I agree with Mr. Shobhit Kapoor's conclusion, but one place I'm a cross fingers, that is regarding BIS standards. Because every industry has to be a economical viability. If we don't have an economical viability, then what the use of this all infrastructure development or everything? Because you know that now only 25 ships comes, and our plates, because of the BIS, is not allowed us to make a TMT bar from our plate. Our plate is now below the melting price. So we cannot cope up with the Bangladesh or Pakistan because they are using directly from the ship plate to the making TMT bar. So as far as we are adopting everything, but if we become economic and unviable, at that time I'm seeing a gray area. If BIS is not there, it will be very difficult for us to stand this. Because we are well aware of that case. Our steel plate is beyond the BIS standards. It's proved. But somehow we are trying and we are facing the problem. We are fighting with them. We are trying to make our steel directly used to the making TMT bars. If it is possible, then we will be the number one, definitely.
Musk, please.
So from our side as a ship owner, by 2030, we would expect that we are recycling vessels as we have been doing, but also recycling all sizes of vessels in India. We want to play a part to make sure that the Maritime India Vision 2030 targets are achieved, and as a ship owner, we would want to play our part in helping achieve that. We would also, to the point that Hareshji just mentioned, we would also want to make sure that the economic viability is something which is kept into the equation, and Indian yards are also achieving the EU list. And that will further generate the infrastructure development and so on, but at the same time, it has to be economic viable. The last thing is, and because the government of India is looking at life cycle of assets, we are already looking at repairing ships in India, and hopefully by 2030, we also would be building dual fuel vessels in India. So that's how we would, as Maersk, really look at looking at this holistically.
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Anand, your vision?
Well, thank you so much. In one word, my vision would be to make the vision of all my fellow panelists vision true. So, because they have covered all the things. So, right from BIS, circular economy, viability, to green steel, to green jobs, to green dollar. So, everything has to be done. So, my vision is only that everything comes true and I should be a part of it.
Fantastic vision, sir. Let God bless all. Okay. So, coming to the final, this thing. So, you all said your vision. So, our directorate also has its own vision in line with the country's vision. So, our DG sir has given a vision, 7-point vision, which addresses the workers' registration, the registration of the yards, the ISO standards that need to be followed, the grievance management that has to be followed, what are all the workers' upskilling that has to be done, besides the connect to the green steel, besides the connect to the shipbuilding. So Maersk was telling just now about how they are going to go about dual ships. So next session is also about shipbuilding. Eagerly, Mr. Nabu is also waiting. We have all taken our sweet time. So last but not the least, but I would really appreciate all the panelists for accepting the request in a short notice and coming over here and expressing giving all their views. So this is the way things need to be. It must be a collaborative and cooperative approach. And for that also, there is one point of vision where it is mentioned as global stakeholder platform, which is there to take on board all the stakeholders, discuss with them, and keep the country as a market leader, not only for ship recycling, but also as a sustainable maritime development of the country. So thank you all for the patience listening. Good day to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, a big round of applause for our moderator and our panelist, everybody. I'll request Captain Anish Joseph to please join us on this stage so that we can present the memento to our moderator and our panelists for this session. Everybody, come on, a huge round of applause. I request all of you to please join us for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, for such an interesting session, please can we have a big round of applause for all of them on the stage right here. Thank you so much once again to each one of you. All right, everybody, with this, we move on to the last session of the day, which is all about steel ships and sustainability. So instead of me welcoming the moderator and the panelists, of course, it's time to welcome on stage Shri Nebu Oomen, Deputy Chief Ship Surveyor cum Deputy Director General Tech, Directorate General of Shipping. Well, let me tell you, he has almost or more than 21 years of experience in shipbuilding, repairs, survey, certification, and IMO audits, shaping India's regulatory and technical framework. Come on, everybody. Last session of the day, a round of applause, and let's welcome Shri Nebu Oomen on the stage with us. The stage is all yours.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. Without wasting much time, I straight away go into my job. My job is to welcome our eminent speakers, the chair and the panelists to the stage. First of all, I would like to welcome Shri Jyotishman Dasgupta, an experienced naval architect who has started his career with Mazagon Docks. He has spent many years with IRS, Indian Register of Shipping, and he was my boss in Indian Register of Shipping at the starting of my career. Thank you, sir, to be here. I welcome you to the stage. After IRS, he joined L&T Hydrocarbon, where he served as head, Upstream Marine Group, and CEO, L&T Valdel. He helped develop L&T Katupalli Offshore Yard. Mr. Dasgupta was president of INA Institute of Naval Architects until 2024. He is independent director of Artsen Limited, a Tata Group enterprise who is now getting into shipbuilding also. He is founding vice president with Arush Gas Technology Services Ahmedabad, providing engineering solutions for LNG terminals. He had recently been part of Indian delegation with the directorate at MSc and MEPC committees. So I welcome Mr. Dasgupta as the chair to the session. Next we have Mr. Sajindran Nambiar. He is the managing director of CTech Integrated Technology Private Limited, the arm of internationally renowned design brand CTech Solutions. He is also a naval architect, passed out from Cochin University. Then he was with the Indian Navy serving, and he also did his MTech with IIT Delhi, and he also has a lot of degrees with him. Mr. Nambiar dedicated over 2 decades to the Naval Design Organization of the Ministry of Defense, where he played central role in design, construction, trials, and repair of warships. He also worked with L&T Shipbuilding, strengthening indigenous capabilities in commercial specialized vessel designs. So I welcome Sri Sajindran Nambiar also to the stage as a panelist. Next, I welcome Ms. Sapna Dibu. She is also a naval architect. She is additional general manager with Mazagon Docks Shipbuilders Limited, one of the India's premier warship and submarine building yards, and have completed 30 years of service to the nation. She holds a BTech degree in naval architecture from CUSAT, and she has done her master's from IIT Kharagpur. At present, she is assigned the dual role of heading the forward design group as well as contracts and marketing of the company, MDL, where she is a senior leadership position in the design organization of MDL. I welcome Ms. Sapna Dibu to the stage as panelist. Next, I welcome Sri Sandit Tandasheri. He is the founder CEO of Nevalt Solar. We heard him in the morning also, and electric boats. Okay, so he wants me to slow down because he has a flight to catch, and since it is delayed, so as we heard, he is undertaking construction of electric boats. He is a naval architect with his own design and his own shipyard. Next, I welcome Shri Vivek Ramnath. He is the Chief Technical Officer with Smart Engineering and Design Solutions Private Limited, Cochin. They are also working in the defense segment, pioneered a simulation-driven design approach in sets covering solid mechanics, fluid dynamics, acoustics, and electromagnetics. A lot of high technology things involved in design, modulations, and all with respect to vetting of designs. So Vivek has also made significant contributions in developing climate resilient designs in sets, such as solar electric ferries, wind sail powered and battery propelled vessels, and LNG fuel ships, vessels with methanol. SETS is providing designs for many of the shipbuilding initiatives in this country. For GRSE, for MDL, he is involved. And all of them here, including me, we are all naval architects here, a full set of naval architects, and many of them are seniors, and Mr. Sajindran Nambiar, Sapna Dibu madam, all my seniors. As I said, Dasgupta sir was my boss in IRS. Vivek is my batchmate. So we are all here to talk about shipbuilding. And we talked about recycling, we talked about greening, now we are talking about shipbuilding, which takes care of many of the basic aspects in that. So I will just touch upon the initial talks of DG Shipping, DG, with respect to the 4-pillar approach. So the government is doing a lot of initiatives to support the shipbuilding initiative in this country. So impetus on shipbuilding with a lot of funding mechanism, three-pillar funding, and the fourth pillar talking about the policy reforms required to take this initiatives forward. So our panel will discuss many of the things required to take the shipbuilding initiatives, the green content in the shipbuilding, the sustainability in the shipyard development. All our panelists will be talking on all those things. So with this initial talk, I hand over the session to the chair, Shri Dasgupta, to take it forward. And thank you all for being here for the patient listening. Dasgupta sir, all yours and the panelists. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you very much, Nebu, and good evening to everyone. And I also wish you happy Diwali in advance. Old ships are gone. I mean, they were built and they served, they surveyed, they operated, and now they have been recycled. So this session is about the new ships which are going to come up, and those new ships are supposed to be green ships. So therefore, this is a complete recycle of the karmic cycle that we have gone through today. So we shall possibly have a nice, good Arattai amongst us. So let's have a good Arattai with the audience as well. I would request first, I think since Sandit, I think I can call all of you by your first names, right? So you can also call me by my first name. So JD, as I am known. So therefore, I would request Sandit, can you give your initial thoughts about the entire, the process which is going to come up now in about 3 to 5 minutes?
So when we talk of green ships, at least what we think of is from the small boats to the large ships. And there are two ways to look at it. Is what is technologically and economically feasible is one approach. Another is what can work technologically with a lot of policy support. For the smaller vessels, which are all mostly inland vessels and some coastal, these could be largely battery tech and solar as an additional source of energy. Is all economically viable already, at least in where the case is movement of people in terms of public transport or tourism. The next slightly more complex would be where there is movement of vehicles like ro-ros, where it is still possible in the inland case, which is using battery tech and solar. And the bigger complexity is to full cargo vessel. So there are three spectrums of areas where these green vessels will work. And clearly in the first case, the economics is clear. But in the large vessels, the economics is still a challenge, and that is where the policy support is essential to make the whole thing work. And still, it is not clear for many of us, we are all unclear what would be the future fuel in terms of future green fuel. And a lot of people are betting on it. So since the government is also bet on hydrogen as a fuel, not necessarily the way the hydrogen is going to be carried in the vessel, but that is a good one for us to bet also in at least the applications where the battery tech may not be sufficient, which is maybe coastal vessel, and maybe smaller cargo vessels. The larger vessel, I still don't know what will happen, what is the right thing, and the whole industry is also waiting for it. We already know that the interim fuels are LNG and few other ammonia and methanol, etc. We all wait to see what will happen in the next 1 decade for the large ships. This is just my initial thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Sandit. I think the strategic needs for this session, as identified what we thought from the focus discussion, are fivefold. Compliance with the IMO and regional green standards for Indian-built ships, then enable ESG-aligned financing through application of Poseidon Principles, which initially gets applied to the shipping community and then inter alia gets applied to the shipbuilding community and the value chain upstream. The third is develop a comprehensive domestic value chain for materials, machinery and equipment, and monitor and manage shipyard emissions within India's national carbon targets, and promote innovation as a key driver of growth and sustainability. So this we thought of, conjured up as what should be the primary focus of this discussion session. So with this in mind, I would request Mr. Nambiar, Sujendra, can you please give your thoughts, initial thoughts?
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. So when we look at shifting our focus from conventional shipbuilding to green shipbuilding, we have to look at the basic framework in which we are going to do the design as well as construction and operation. So presently we are in the EEDI, CII regime, which has started, CII started a few years back, which defines the green or the decarbonization element from tank to the wake. That is, once the fuel is sourced and then it is burned and the ship moves. It has shifted to the GFI framework, that is the greenhouse gas fuel intensity, which recently IMO has brought out, I think in April 2025, which will come into force sometime in 2027. So the approach is now from the well to the wake. So how the fuel is manufactured, the greenness of that part, as well as how the ship is using the fuel, that part also, two parts. Combined together will be the decarbonization or reduction in greenhouse gas emission index. And in this framework, when we add the levies, means the penalties for pollution, that will define the load on the operator or the owner. And he will be then forced to have a very green fuel sourced, and in a greener manner it is used on board. So not only just the ship becoming green, the shipyards, how the fuel is manufactured, everything will go into that. So when we look at the alternate fuel or how the ship's efficiency can be improved, yes, the design elements come, which another panelist will describe, which will involve not only the use of better fuel, less carbon dioxide emitting fuels, it will also involve other design parametrics which can improve the efficiency. Once the ships are ready for operation in this paradigm, then will come the weather routing and other optimization techniques to reduce the fuel burned for the particular cargo carried. And the entire thing will be considered for the financing options for an owner, or if a shipyard is planning to source finance. Then the insurance, the other mortgage schemes, all these things will come. From a design perspective, we find that what fuel is to be used, that will get discussed, whether it is methanol, ammonia. By the way, ammonia has no carbon, so that can be seen as a better fuel. But then what are the safety issues, the toxicity, electrification for that matter. Electrification is for the near coastal vessels, because anyway battery charging is a problem. So what sort of battery, disposing of the old battery, all those things we have to consider. The innovation of technology that will come into this, that will come back, sir. I'll discuss after other panelists put their views on this aspect. So I'll hold this moment and for others to.
Thank you very much. May I request ma'am to kindly talk about your thoughts about the we, the shipyards, or the we?
Thank you, sir, and good evening to all. Being from the shipyard, when I look into green shipbuilding, all the 5 pillars I need to cater for. That is the design, then comes the procurement, then comes the manufacturing, then comes the operations, and the recycling. The other panelists and the earlier sessions have covered most of the topics. So I'll be looking into or focusing on to the green manufacturing. The green manufacturing or green ship construction, we can divide into 2 sections like the shipyard functioning and the shipbuilding process. So when we look into shipyard functioning, globally the shipyards are developed as to take care of the time-to-time requirement of their own home countries. The MDL started in 1774 as a small dockyard to cater for the ship repair requirement of the East India Company. So when a shipyard gets augmented in infrastructure with respect to the requirement of the country, nobody looked into the green ship functioning of the shipyard. Now there is a momentum gained in the green ship functioning. So people are looking into how a brownfield shipyard can be adopted to the green with less emissions and with efficiently work in the shipyard. So as a shipyard, we have done renewable energy usage. Maybe we are having a solar power plant of 1.85 megawatt and another 1.375 megawatt is on the way. Then 75 lakhs green energy is purchased annually to ensure that 50% of the electric consumption is from the green energy. So other than that, small transformations like using LED lighting, then the VFD fans, the VFD motors, then comes all the compressors turning from centrifugal to screw compressors. Then the pipelines are renewed so that no leakage is ensured. Then there is a responsible management of the waste, that is whether it is steel, paper, rubber. So there is a mantra of reduce, reuse, as we heard in the last sessions, it has been adopted. Then if you look into electrical vehicles for transportation, so shipyards have brought in many things. The ISO 14001 and 45001 takes care of HSE and the OSAS in generic way. But if the shipyards can generally look in detail, critically into every activities they are doing, we may be able to do much more in functioning of a shipyard to make the shipyard functioning more greener. Now comes the shipbuilding process. In shipbuilding process, it starts with the design where we look into or use the technologies like VR lab or augmented reality to ensure that there are no collisions and maintenance spaces are there, maybe some softwares for the nesting so that wastages are less. So it ensures basically a squeezed work, timelines for the ship construction. So there is a less conundrum by reducing the timelines of the construction. Now, after the design, there comes the processes. So we have converted from or transformed from our sequential convention to the integrated construction. That means it's like most of the outfitting which happened in the erection bay now has to happen in the unit construction level or block construction level. This also ensures a reduction in the timelines of a construction of a vessel. At the end of the day, we are all looking for a energy efficient shipyard processes. This all contribute to that. Now there are other automation has come up, additive manufacturing has come up. There are renewable, like we talked about the green steel. There are so many things we can adopt to into the shipyard. But at the end of the day, I've seen it it's not a negative thought process unless until there is a mandate and a very comprehensive and clear regulatory framework exists along with the policies and some incentives, it is, I feel it like having a completion of green shipbuilding will be a somewhat, may not be a realistic dream. In short, I would like to say that for our blue economy to grow as green, we all need to turn green. That will be my punchline that I would like to say.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, may I request you, Mr. Ramnath, to kindly talk about what you think about the entire process of.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to all. First, let me thank DG Shipping for organizing this and inviting us to this panel. So, in the previous sessions, we discussed about, ship recycling and crewing and various aspects of it. I'm a ship designer. I would like to, discuss what is the confidence we have in designing and building green ships, ships with green technologies in India. I can say very confidently that we have, I'm generally talking about Indian design houses, but particularly from my experience, we are working on, very, I would say, advanced ships designed in India, being built in India. We have ships built for a Danish client in MDL. We have, 12 ships on order in GRSE from a German client. So what this shows is the designers and builders in this country have already proven that we can adopt these technologies. Of course, if the buyer in Europe is confident that he can order an Indian designed and Indian built ship, to be delivered with all the latest technologies. When I talk about these technologies, the ones on order in MDL have wind sails for the propulsion. They have methanol ready. They are fitted with biofuel. They have battery, 1 megawatt battery. In some designs it is 2 megawatt. Shaft generators with PTI, PTO and PTH capabilities. So all the modern features that you see in any green ship around the world, we have designed it in India and we are building it in India. So that let the country have the understanding that this capability exists in India. We are already doing it. Now let us think about how we can scale this up for the betterment of the country and the economy. When the panel opens up, I would like to discuss more about because in the previous panels I found, of course, there is some skepticism on how we will transition. There are a lot of challenges. Of course, any transition from a conventional or an existing system to a new system will have its own set of challenges. In this case, for example, when the steam ships changed to diesel, there was, of course, a lot of challenges. But then it was more with the economics, how the transition happened. Here it is more regulatory push because of environmental concerns that this is happening. And there is also some uncertainty as to which fuel to follow. There are some. But what we have to understand is this is already happening, and we have to be ready and we have to move forward. So in that respect, I'll discuss more about some of the aspects that we looked at while designing these ships when the panel opens up, and I'll ask Dasgupta sir to move forward in that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would come back to Sandit again. Sandit, you're an entrepreneur. So with the current financial package which has been given, and with the economic viability of the products which you have, how confident are you to be able to get ESG compliant financing from the banks?
Okay, so when we talk of finance, there is one for the smaller vessels.
Yes.
And then the export-led large ships. So both are totally different areas.
True.
So if you are looking at smaller vessels to be built in India for the Indian market, inland vessels, coastal vessels. There are certain regulatory constraints still which do not prevent or which prevents it from the free financing like an auto industry.
Right.
So like in the auto industry, you put down a 10% down payment, you get 90% financed. Anybody can buy a car with 10% down payment. This doesn't work in the inland category. Where you want to buy a boat, you don't get that finance from the bank without any collateral or the vessel itself acting as a collateral. This issue still persists. I think the policy makers are aware. There has been multiple discussion in the last 1 year or so. They all identified the limitation of the SURFACE Act and how we can modify that to enable this free financing of the shipping asset in terms of inland vessel and coastal vessels. So unless that is done, we are still stuck in the loop that there is some financing available, but banks are not willing to give you until there is this unlocked, or you have to have some kind of secondary collateral. This is the reality when somebody is buying a boat today. And that is what we experience when a boat owner who wants to build with us and he's struggling to find finance. So maybe the newly announced Maritime fund and all may have some solution, but they are yet to implemented as of today. Nibu, maybe I'm...
Yeah.
So, and then the second aspect is the larger ships. Here, the issue is totally different in the sense that, like how a country like China could attract a ship owner to come and order in the country. The key thing was finance, in the sense that the government itself could easily finance a buyer to that the entire order. So you put that 20%, you come with that 10%, 20%, and the rest the government is financing the shipyard to build the vessel and export. So that's unless you have that kind of finance, or at least our shipyards, when they try to build the large ships, they are stuck with that inability to get that free finance or very low cost, easily available finance for the exporting of the large ships. This is my understanding on the larger ships.
Yeah, I would interrupt you on this slightly. Yes, we all understand the financing system which works in China and also which works in possibly some of the Far East countries. I was specifically asking as to whether there is a mechanism in India where it is, because Indian banks are offering ESG financing, SBI and HSBC and all that. So is it possible for you to get ESG financing for the kind of boats, green boats, which you are manufacturing?
So for our manufacturing, like for example, Śuddhiḥ has some green fund.
Okay.
So we got some capital enhancement because we build solar electric boat as well as a battery assembly system.
Right.
So we got for the capex for building this infrastructure specifically for battery assembly and all. So we got a small, for our size that was sufficient, we got about 2 crores for that, building the battery assembly, which was 20% covered by FDs. So at least 80% was technically financed, which is decent, which is very good.
Yeah.
But the other side, the owner getting green funding, I have not experienced with any of our owners.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the clarification. May I ask Sujendra, can you just talk a little bit more about your idea about shipbuilding and ship design in the green sector?
Yeah. So to build a green ship, we need green technologies. Now, technology develops the innovation behind that. All those things are very difficult to get. If you look at how technologies develop or incubated, mostly in developed countries, these are done in defense labs like US, DARPA, and NASA, and all those programs of defense. Similarly, in India also, we have got a large number of defense labs of DRDO. Many from the commercial shipbuilding background are not exposed to these technology which is available in our defense labs. I have been in naval design for more than 2 decades and worked closely with the naval labs of DRDO, ship testing facilities, and other technology incubation center exists there. So I will just briefly explain to you or give an idea what sort of technology we have as of today. Let us say most of the ship owners and shipbuilders run to Maritime for model testing, which is in Netherlands, a very reputed high competency ship testing facility. They have model testing tanks and seakeeping maneuvering basin and all those things. But how many of us know that one of the longest ship testing towing tank in the world is there in Visakhapatnam with the Naval Science and Technological Laboratory that is 500 meters long, which can test very high speed up to planing craft with a model test speed of 21 meters per second. This is a very one of the most advanced facilities available in the world itself. And that has been there for last 30 years, but never put to use for our commercial and civilian shipbuilding programs. Shipbuilding, we may look at cargo ships and all, but there are fast ferries and even high technology vessels which are hull forms that are to be developed for catering to ferries and or water sports and various other civilian applications. So if you look at NSTL, that is Naval Science and Technological Laboratory, they have this towing tank facility. Then they have a very large seakeeping and maneuvering basin where you can create sea states up to sea state 7, 8 to test ships, including container ships, parametric rolling, how they behave. All those things are required, but we run to Marin or CTO or such labs, DTMB. It is not actually required. Certain naval labs, DRDO labs are developing lithium-ion battery technology. We have to go to China or US and all to get the lithium-ion battery technology, whether it is a NMC, LFP chemistry, whatever it is. But NSTL has developed 500 kilowatt LFP lithium-ion battery module with all the integrated buttoned-up cooling systems, fire control, everything put together, the ESS, battery management system. It's 500 kilowatt unit, which can be taken up to any megawatt. Maybe an electric tug will require 5,000 megawatt. But we still are not using that facility. And recently, the Ministry of Defense has come out with the industry approach program in which soon these facilities will be thrown open and the technology will be thrown open to civilian commercial shipbuilding applications. So we should put our eye into that for getting as much technology as possible, which is available already within the country.
Yes, actually, BRC has also come up with a nuclear small thorium-based power plant, a nuclear power plant, which is available actually now. It is developed and it is available for the industry. How it is going to be implemented on the shipboard system, we don't know, but maybe it can be used for power, kind of a power station, floating power station across near shore at a port. So that's fine. There is one shortcoming which we have experienced. Okay, before coming to that, I need to tell you that I had the opportunity of visiting both Marine as well as the Russian St. Petersburg marine system, as well as NSTL, yes, Karlov. So I have seen that, and I have also seen NSTL. And I have no doubt that NSTL is as capable as at least Krylov. I'm not talking about Marine because Marine has a certain amount of, maybe that will take a little longer. At the same time, Krylov's system and NSTL system, they're definitely on par. NSTL is definitely above Krylov. There is one issue where Indian shipbuilding has suffered, that is the value chain development. Availability of steel, availability of equipment. So can I ask Sapna to kindly say as to what challenges as a shipbuilder you have faced, if any, with regard to ancillary system which are required for building a ship?
So, thank you, sir. First of all, this green shipbuilding has got some value or cost involved in it. So, it is not a shipbuilder's choice to have a green ship, or we have a choice of green shipbuilding, but it's an owner's choice to have a green ship. So, it is when we convert into a green ship process or energy efficient process or a energy efficient shipyard, and when the ship owner asks for a green ship, there is a value added to the vessel's cost. So many times what happens is that the suppliers look into whether whatever equipment they are looking forward to is available in the global market. Then they ask us to bring it from the global market. But as there are so many policies are in India, like especially to a DPSU shipyard like us, like there is a restriction in importing equipment. So we need to, for every time we need to get into importing an equipment, we need to take permissions from the ministry. So unless until we develop these equipment which is adaptable to the green ships per se, like the engines, the methanol engines. We don't have a methanol engine here. Even methanol ready engines are not available. It's under process. So there are many equipment which has to be got into this green ships, has to get developed in India. Now we need to look into whether from the ministry there are many initiatives are there, whether it is taken by the OEMs in a full-fledged manner. So that is, we are not seeing that when we ask for equipment from the manufacturers. So there are two aspects, like the cost added, how the owners are taking it, whether the supply chain available here in India is open for technologies which can be taken from other countries. Because for them also it's a cost involved in this, taking the technologies and transferring it. So everybody, there is a typical mentality in India is there, kuch to jugaad karenge type ka. So many times the transfer of technology is also not happening in its total spirit. So it's a long way to go if I look into that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That has been the perennial problem. But possibly with the development of the special manufacturing zones around the shipyards, this will possibly be overcome to some extent.
Now we have heard DG Shipping Director and talking about the amount of money which is getting into this maritime cluster development. So all around India in different states, maritime clusters are planned. So we are envisaging that along with the shipyards, maybe the green shipyards, there are equipment, ancillary industries and equipment manufacturing units are made available with the funding from the government. So it will ease out the shipbuilding or sourcing the supply equipment from our own industry. So now there is a time also involved in if we have to source an equipment from abroad.
Correct.
So this all will ease out once the ancillary industry and the OEMs or manufacturing industries are in place. Hope with this new the shipbuilding clusters, these all come up in India.
True. Actually, most of the OEMs are, many of the OEMs come under MSME segment. So we don't really have much of an opportunity for MSME segments because the Government of India's DPIIT does not recognize maritime MSME sector as a part of those which come under its ambit, and thereby do not get the benefit of that gets accrued to even the other domestic MSME sectors. So that is one area which needs to be addressed. But let's come back to the design, because we being naval architects, we have a lot of interest and possibly expertise in design. So I would request you to kindly talk about it a little bit, Vivek, about what challenges you face. Yeah. Yeah. What challenges you face in designing the ships in India? Whether there is a absence of a talent pool or anything else of that kind? Or is there any software availability or?
So generally speaking, yes, these challenges we keep discussing in forums about the skill availability and cost of software, etc. So those, but are not specifically only for the topic like the green ships. So yes, we have available. I would say lack of availability of skill. This is but a problem, I believe, in the entire sector. We talked about crew, we talked about in shipyards. So I hear this as a problem. But sir, if you allow me to open up, I would also like to discuss specifically about the challenges in the design for green ships.
Yes.
Yeah. So we, like when I started, I talked about a few designs that we are developing in India for being built in India, which are very advanced vessels with green technologies. But
these are large ocean-going ships, right?
Ocean-going ships. These are short sea vessels. These are about 7,500 ton dead weight. Some of them are with open hatch. They can go with an open hatch configuration, fitted with wind sails. They are having cyber security notation, the latest ones. Have battery management systems with 2 megawatt batteries, sharp generator with PTI, PTO, PTH, methanol ready, biofuel fitted. I mean, so the capability, the design capability exists with us. But of course, if you look at from a design perspective, there are certain aspects that we have to address or certain aspects that we need to look at. I wouldn't say they are challenges. I would say these are the specific things. The first thing would be, I would generally classify these under 3. First one is regulatory, the lack of clarity, I would say, because all these fields like methanol, ammonia, when we talk about all these transition fuels or the new age fuels, a lot of things are happening in parallel and the regulations have to catch up. And as designers, we are used to, while designing conventional vessels, you are used to having prescriptive rules where there are a specific set of requirements to be met by the designer or the shipyard. Here, it has changed to a goal-based approach, a more risk analysis-based approach where, we are participants in that design along with class, along with the flag authority, along with the shipyard and the buyer. We have such experiences. We have designed one LNG fueled bulk carrier where we worked at that point in time. The IGF code was not there. We had to work with IGC code, SICTO guidelines. And we worked with the flag. At that point in time, it was Marshall Islands. We worked with ABS, who gave us the approval in principle. We did the HAZOP with the tank supplier, TGE. So, and this design also contributed to the development of IGF code, actually. At that point, it was in development. So the regulatory, the expectation, what a regulation has to say, that greatly changes from a conventional design to, all these new type of fuels or technologies. The second one is operational experience and feedback. We have a lot of experience in using conventional fuels. And this is very much taken back into the design. For example, we know if there is a fire on board outside, what the crew has to do. There's a standard operating procedure. What a fire tent or a tug or a firefighting tug has to do, how it has to operate. But imagine now, 10 years down the line, a fleet of vessels with multiple types of fuels, different designs, where the tank is fitted, how is an external tank or it's a built-in tank. So there's a lot of challenges there, which, there's a lot of training and impetus to be given on training to address those things. So,
another big challenge in ship design for alternate fuels is the tank gauge space required.
Yes.
So that really upsets the sizing of the vessel. We can no more go with the same endurance or the cargo carrying capacity. For example, the diesel fuel, its volumetric energy density is 40 megajoules per liter. So let us take it as 40. When coming to methanol, it is 15. So to get the same endurance or the energy capacity for the vessel to sail as much as the diesel should go, we should have at least 3.5 times the tank space requirement. That will eat away from the cargo carrying volume. Now coming to ammonia, it is even less. So you may have to go for 4.5 times tank spacing. And with all these fire protection and other safety systems, the volume required for arranging the systems and the tanks are much bigger than what is required for diesel fuel. Coming to hydrogen at 700 bar, its energy density is only 8 and compared to 40 for the diesel fuel. So storage space, tankage, bunkering space becomes a very big challenge for the designers and of course the owners' expectations for endurance and cargo carrying capacity.
So essentially one solution doesn't fit all. So that is known fully. Before we go further, since Sandit has to leave early, do you have any concluding comments before you leave, in case you have? No, that's fine. Then since you have to catch your flight, please, all the best. Take care. Yeah.
All right, so before you leave, I think we will present the memento to him. Yes, I'll request Shri Gopi Krishna to please join us on the stage to present the memento to him. Thank you so much for your presence and really sorry for the delay.
Yeah, he is a pallbearer of the new generation of entrepreneurs in the shipbuilding sector. So hats off to you, Sandit. Okay, with the permission of the audience, we'll just go ahead a little bit. I have a few thoughts myself, having worked in both shipbuilding and offshore sector. I personally feel that there is a lot of possibility of synergy which is available. Most of the big EPC players in the world, call it Technip, call it ENI, call it Saipem, all of them have engineering offices in India, from these offices employing Indian engineers, Indian naval architects. They have designed very, very sophisticated, big offshore vessels, floating vessels, including Prelude, operating out of India. So in terms of the engineering skill, and there is, I don't think there is any dearth of that. A little bit of training for the green vessels may be required, which can be given to them. But otherwise, it is definitely possible to address that. Secondly, my point is, in the entire life cycle of a ship, from design to the recycling, if you see the total emission characteristic, the major emission characteristic takes place during the operation phase, including the emission in producing the steel. Say, for example, 75,000 ton DWD vessel. The total steel weight will be approximately 20,000 tons maximum. So light ship weight. So the cost of production and the emission of that is not as much as the total emission that takes place during the normal speed of the vessel for operation over the life of, say, about 20, 25 years. So therefore, the cost of the production of the green material for emission control in the entire life cycle, to my mind, is a little more than what is really required. But at the same time, we need to have the green material produced in a green manner for the shipbuilding to take place. green steel's contribution may be about 15% in the entire life cycle of the entire ship. So this is the second point which I have. So I think with this in mind, I would request Nebu, you have any thoughts and closing thoughts about what is required to be done further?
Thank you, sir. I will just say, contribute to this to see how means taking all the points which we heard here, what the government is trying to do to contribute to the cause. So the funds which you have heard, I will tell you, it all happened.
There are 4 pillars, right? They're pretty good.
Yes. So some specific discussions what happened before we framed the guidelines. Even we formed ISTC, the Indian Ship Technology Center, and then at that point of time we even discussed, we involved NSTL to be part of the discussion to see how they can scale up the facility or whether that facility can be used to do the testing requirements for those demand aggregation what the government is doing, the new design which the Indian industry is going to put up. Because every policy, like morning you heard about GTTP, the green tech transition happening, because since that technology didn't exist, the policy allowed the basic design to come from outside. And then we gain those knowledge transfer, then we do the detailed design in India. So every policy is catering to some technology transfer happening and inherent development happening in the country. So design aspect, that is what it is, and through demand aggregation and those vessel requirements going to come in, it is on the Indian shipyard to collaborate with a ship designer, Indian, and then come up with the shipbuilding requirement for the PSU to do that. So that is being catered to. The testing requirements, the skill development for the personnel in the shipyards, and also through other institutes for every sector like design or anything, that is also being taken care through this cluster development. And ISTC, SEMS, etc. have been roped in to see that how the skill development can be done for the sector requirement.
Right.
So these kind of discussions have been happening for the last 1 year to see how it can be done, and the fund requirement takes care of all this. The ISTC is asked to put up a proposal to say that how they want to utilize the fund in the pillar 3 for the development of ISTC towards skill development also, and also the design development aspects, plus the testing centers. The cluster will have all those testing facilities, the ancillaries coming up through that, and I think the panel can look into or give input, like when the green, because the pillar 2, the pillar 2 will be the MDF, and the pillar 3 on the shipbuilding.
Right.
Infrastructure development takes care of green and brownfield, greenfield and brownfield. So when the greenfield comes, how the climate resilient and the green shipbuilding can be catered to. The designers are already catering to the green aspects of ship designs. So as a country, when we see how the policy is looking towards, I can see a lot of positivity in that, because whatever we have discussed is being thought of. Why? Because all these kind of discussions here have been heard. It goes into the mind of the people who is framing the policy. Now when these frameworks are being made for all the pillars for funding mechanism, these kind of input should go into to see that how some importance can be given to indigenous, this thing, climate resilient shipbuilding, and development of the indigenous kind of, because whenever you bring up with long-term policies, how Indian content is there, that is catered to by the government. So that's the whole lookout of the government from my side, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, what you're saying is very important, because it is the entire value chain that will really translate the success of this effort, because that is where the entire, multiplier effect will take place in terms of employee generation, in terms of, economic benefit.
Because we can see, because as part of, I can tell, as part of India Maritime Week, which is coming, we have contacted the shipyard to see that how they are intending to expand the infrastructure. Because personally, I can say we have touched the figure of around more than 8,000 crores of investment by our Indian shipyards in developing the infrastructure in the country. That is by seeing availability of all these funds being made available for the greenfield, brownfield expansion, and also a continuous support from the government with respect to the shipbuilding financial assistance also. And government is also seeing long-term charters to be available, and PSUs being advised to build ships in India and own ships, either through ACI or through whichever means, to own ships and build it here. So that is where the government is trying to, because we have learned from the old mistake that we have been always relying on the global demands. Now also we are catering to the global this thing where we are getting a lot of knowledge transfer coming in. But as from the government point of view, we don't want to only depend on the global cyclic effects. We want to create domestic demands generation coming in so that the industry becomes sustainable. The people who are investing in this to create shipyard, they have a longer vision so that the demands are available throughout the Amrit Kal 2047, what we see, the best phase of the Indian shipping industry, what we are going to see. So that is it.
Yeah, actually, based on what has been kind of promulgated, it is the government's policy is very commendable, number one. It is equal to what the Korean government has given to the Korean shipbuilding industry in 2015-16 of the same order, about $7 billion US. That is the amount which it comes to. The success of this mission-oriented policy, which has resulted in a lot of, like the Indian offshore industry is based out of the mission-oriented initiatives which took place in the 70s. Then even the UID is a mission-oriented industry, which is entirely driven by the government. So with the government and private sector and the industry synchronization with the shipping companies, both in private and public industry, they're coming in synchrony with this initiative, then it is definitely possible that the Indian shipbuilding industry will be a next breakout industry for the country.
Sir, even the DPSCs are all geared up to support this government mission to have different clusters, maritime clusters around our coast. At the end of the day, a shipyard being a business organization, we need to always look into what is the profitability, or there will always be a cost-benefit analysis on this. So unless until the business volumes are very clear, whether it is the shipyards or it is the supply chain, we need to have a proper picture on the business volumes availability for domestic as well as the international market to get into a larger expansions. Now with these, all the supports from the government, people are thinking beyond just the profits or just the, it's a sustainable business we are looking into.
Yes, sustainable business. There are a couple of warnings which, I mean, I have some concerns for, based on what my experience has been, personally speaking. One is some tragedies which are there. These tragedies are, I'll tell you, one tragedy has been the FNG design rigs which AVG shipyard took to build, and built to a substantial extent. But having closed down, those hulls were not built on proper sound soil, as a result of which they had to be scrapped. Instead of AVG, Bharati shipyard, when it closed down, they could manage to give their Letourneau design tugs to Nakilat. And therefore, those vessels could be built, completed. But ABG vessels, that's a tragedy. That's a huge tragedy. So this is one kind of tragedy which needs to be avoided. Secondly, with regard to the financial disbursement that the government has to undertake, that should keep in mind the tragedies which took place through ILFS. ILFS closure happened because of unregulated disbursement of financial assistance to industries. So that is something which the government needs to keep in mind. So with this, I conclude my thoughts. If anyone has, you have anything, or Vivek, you have anything? Nothing else. Yeah.
Yeah, so when we look at the bigger picture of decarbonization, shipping contributes to about 2.5% of global carbon dioxide emission. That is lower than the civil aviation, which is about 3%. But every drop matters. 40% of the pollution comes from the power generation industry. 23% from transportation, which includes this shipping, and another 25 from the industry, other industry, and then 10% from the building use, the people living and all those things. So the major polluting industry or the sector is power generation, which caters to production of fuels also, whether it was methanol production, ammonia production, and all those clean fuels, green fuels, take their energy from the power sector, which is 40%. Unless that sector comes to a more clean sort of functioning, the full chain will not be green. That is what the GFI index also is referring to. So we need to focus on that aspects where the nuclear, what sir was saying about the nuclear power generation and things like that, they only will be able to prepare or manufacture the cleaner fuels like ammonia, hydrogen, and all those things. Hydrogen manufacture, of course, through electrolysis, so electricity is required. Ammonia through amalgamating the nitrogen and the water, that also require electricity. As of now, the clean electricity is from solar or wind, which is not much. Large volumes of power is required for this, and this can only come from the nuclear sector. Now there is a thought process for propelling ships using nuclear fuel. Nuclear ships, cargo ships, should also be coming into the table. This is an important area.
Thank you. Thank you all. Is there any question from the audience or any comments from the audience, please? Yes, please.
Sir, I come from the ship recycling industry. I'm a basically cash buyer. I buy vessels from worldwide ship owners and then recycle them in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Turkey. Government of India has produced a policy where there will be a credit note given to the ship owner who will recycle vessel in India, and he will get some incentive when he will build a vessel in India. And now my question is that, although we have all these design aspects and all the laboratories, everything, who is going to place the order? So I, as a cash buyer, with the contact of more than 5,000 ships, which I have been purchasing for last 3 decades, I can bring the order. I can bring ship owners to place order in Indian shipyards, provided Government of India acknowledges me as a cash buyer or as a bank of this credit notes, where I can distribute or trade these credit notes to the ship owners and bring them in India and then ask them to build vessels. My ownership of the vessel is temporary. Sometimes it is for 15 days, sometimes it is for 3 months, sometimes it is for 6 months. But that ownership has to be acknowledged. The MS Shipping Act mentions that a ship owner is considered only if he is holding the vessel for 2 years. So we need to look into this regulatory aspect where a cash buyer should be considered as a ship owner. Because, see, cash buyers means we are bringing vessels here. Advantage is that we have contact with all ship owners, whether from South America or from Far East or from the West. So we have potential to bring order to the Indian yards. Otherwise, Indian yards will have to depend on some brokers who will be potentially bringing the vessels. But here, there is an assurance. So if MS Act acknowledges me as a ship owner, even I'm a ship owner for a short time, I can get this credit and I can trade them and I can get the orders.
Yeah, appreciate that. I would just be able to.
I can answer part of it because the MS Act is providing a temporary registry for the vessel coming for recycling. That is what you are referring to as not a long-term ship owner being there. But the policy with respect to the recycling credit note which is being framed, that takes care of your requirement of trading the recycling credit note. So you can trade your credit note to the owner who is going to build the ship here. That will be embedded into the policy, shipbuilding financial assistance policy, and the credit note which will be part of it. That takes care of this particular requirement. You will be able to trade your credit note to the ship owner who is going to build the ship here. He can utilize that. That option is there.
Okay. Okay. That's all. Thank you. Any other questions from anywhere? Anybody else? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for patiently staying back and going through this.
I think we should all thank the panelists and our moderator for this session. A big thank you. And of course, once again, I'll request Shri Gopi Krishna ji to please join us on the stage and do the honor of felicitating our moderator and our panelists for this session. Thank you so much, all of you. All right, everybody, as we drew to this momentous conference to a close, on behalf of Directorate General of Shipping, I once again extend a heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries, speakers, panelists, moderators, and participants who made our conference today truly inspiring and insightful event. Thank you so much, each one of you, once again for your presence. I hope that you have a safe journey back home. And thank you once again on behalf of the whole team.